Section 1 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Chapter 1. Thus Wilhelm, to his pair of former wounds, which were yet scarcely healed, had now got the accession of a third, which was fresh and not a little disagreeable. Aurelia would not suffer him to call a surgeon. She dressed the hand with all manner of strange speeches, saws, and ceremonies, and so placed him in a very painful situation. Yet not he alone, but all persons who came near her suffered by her restlessness and singularity, and no one more than little Felix. This stirring child was exceedingly impatient under such oppression, and showed himself still naughtier the more she censured and instructed him. He delighted in some practices which commonly are thought bad habits, and in which she would not by any means indulge him. He would drink, for example, rather from the bottle than the glass, and his food seemed visibly to have a better relish when eaten from the bowl than from the plate. Such ill-breeding was not overlooked. If he left the door standing open, or slammed it to, if when bid to do anything he stood stock still or ran off violently, he was sure to have a long lecture inflicted on him for the fault. Yet he showed no symptoms of improvement from this training. On the other hand, his affection for Aurelia seemed daily to diminish. There was nothing tender in his tone when he called her mother, whereas he passionately clung to the old nurse, who let him have his will in everything. But she likewise had of late become so sick that they had at last been obliged to take her from the house into a quiet lodging, and Felix would have been entirely alone if Mignon had not, like a kindly guardian spirit, come to help him. The two children talked together and amused each other in the prettiest style. She taught him little songs, and he, having an excellent memory, frequently recited them, to the surprise of those about him. She attempted also to explain her maps to him. With these she was still very busy, though she did not seem to take the fittest method. For in studying countries she appeared to care little about any other point than whether they were cold or warm. Of the North and South Poles, of the horrid ice which reigns there, and of the increasing heat the farther one retires from them, she could give a very clear account. When any one was travelling, she merely asked whether he was going northward or southward, and strove to find his route in her little charts. Especially when Wilhelm spoke of travelling, she was all attention, and seemed vexed when anything occurred to change the subject. Though she could not be prevailed upon to undertake a part, or even to enter the theatre when any play was acting, yet she willingly and zealously committed many odes and songs to memory, and by unexpectedly, and as it were on the spur of the moment, reciting some such poem, generally of the earnest and solemn kind, she would often cause astonishment in everyone. Serlo, accustomed to regard with favour every trace of opening talent, encouraged her in such performances. But what pleased him most in Mignon was her sprightly, various, and often even mirthful singing. By means of a similar gift the harper likewise had acquired his favour. Without himself possessing any genius for music, or playing on any instrument, Serlo could rightly prize the value of the art. He failed not, as often as he could, to enjoy this pleasure, which cannot be compared with any other. He held a concert once a week, and now with Mignon the harper and Laertes, who was not unskilful on the violin, he had formed a very curious domestic band. He was wont to say, "Men are so inclined to content themselves with what is commonest, the spirit and the senses so easily grow dead to the impressions of the beautiful and perfect, that every one should study, by all methods, to nourish in his mind the faculty of feeling these things. For no man can bear to be entirely deprived of such enjoyments. It is only because they are not used to taste of what is excellent that the generality of people take delight in silly and insipid things, provided they be new. For this reason," he would add, "one ought, every day at least, to hear a little song, read a good poem, see a fine picture, and, if it were possible, to speak a few reasonable words." With such a turn of thought in Serlo, which in some degree was natural to him, the persons who frequented his society could scarcely be in want of pleasant conversation. It was in the midst of these instructive entertainments that Wilhelm one day received a letter sealed in black. Werner's hand betokened mournful news, and our friend was not a little shocked when, opening the sheet, he found it to contain the tidings of his father's death, conveyed in a very few words. After a short and sudden illness, he had parted from the world, leaving his domestic affairs in the best possible order. This unlooked-for intelligence struck Wilhelm to the heart. He deeply felt how careless and negligent we often are of friends and relations while they inhabit with us this terrestrial sojourn, and how we first repent of our insensibility when the fair union, at least for this side of time, is finally cut asunder. His grief for the early death of this honest parent was mitigated only by the feeling that he had loved but little in the world, and the conviction that he had enjoyed but little. Wilhelm's thoughts soon turned to his own predicament, and he felt himself extremely discomposed. A person can scarcely be put into a more dangerous position than when external circumstances have produced some striking change in his condition, without his manner of feeling and of thinking having undergone any preparation for it. There is then an epoch without epoch, and the contradiction which arises is the greater the less the person feels that he is not trained for this new manner of existence. Wilhelm saw himself in freedom at a moment when he could not yet be at one with himself. His thoughts were noble, his motives pure, his purposes were not to be despised. All this he could, with some degree of confidence, acknowledge to himself. But he had of late been frequently enough compelled to notice that experience was sadly wanting to him, and hence on the experience of others and on the results which they deduced from it, he put a value far beyond its real one, and thus led himself still deeper into error. What he wanted, he conceived he might most readily acquire if he undertook to collect and retain whatever memorable thought he should meet with in reading or in conversation. He accordingly recorded his own or other men's opinions, nay, wrote whole dialogues when they chanced to interest him. But unhappily by this means he held fast the false no less firmly than the true. He dwelt far too long on one idea, particularly when it was of an aphoristic shape, and thus he left his natural mode of thought and action, and frequently took foreign lights for his lodestars. Aurelius' bitterness and Laertes' cold contempt for men warped his judgment oftener than they should have done. But no one in his present case would have been so dangerous as Jarno, a man whose clear intellect could form a just and rigorous decision about present things, but who erred withal in enunciating these particular decisions with a kind of universal application. Whereas in truth the judgments of the understanding are properly of force but once, and that in the strictest cases, and become inaccurate in some degree when applied to any other. Thus Wilhelm, striving to become consistent with himself, was deviating farther and farther from wholesome consistency, and this confusion made it easier for his passions to employ their whole artillery against him, and thus still farther to perplex his views of duty. Serlo did not fail to take advantage of the late tidings, and in truth he daily had more reason to be anxious about some fresh arrangement of his people. Either he must soon renew his old contracts, a measure he was not especially fond of, for several of his actors, who reckoned themselves indispensable, were growing more and more arrogant, or else he must entirely new model and reform his company, which plan he looked upon as preferable. Though he did not personally importune our friend, he set Aurelia and Philina on him, and the other wanderers, longing for some kind of settlement, on their side, gave Wilhelm not a moment's rest, so that he stood hesitating in his choice, in no slight embarrassment till he should decide. Who would have thought that a letter of Werner's, written with quite different views, should have forced him on resolving? We shall omit the introduction and give the rest of it with little alteration. Chapter 2. It was therefore, and it always must be, right for everyone on any opportunity to follow his vocation and exhibit his activity. Scarcely had the good old man been gone a quarter of an hour, when everything in the house began moving by a different plan than his. Friends, acquaintances, relations crowded forward, especially all sorts of people who on such occasions used to gain anything. They fetched and carried, they counted, wrote and reckoned. Some brought wine and meat, others ate and drank, and none seemed busier than the women getting out the mournings. Such being the case, thou wilt not blame me that in this emergency I likewise thought of my advantage. I made myself as active and as helpful to thy sister as I could, and so soon as it was any way decorous, signified to her that it had now become our business to accelerate a union which our parents, in their too great circumspection, had hitherto postponed. Do not suppose, however, that it came into our heads to take possession of that monstrous empty house. We are more modest and more rational. Thou shalt hear our plan. Thy sister, so soon as we are married, comes to our house, and thy mother comes along with her. How can that be, thou wilt say? You have scarcely room for yourselves in that hampered nest. There lies the art of it, my friend. Good packing renders all things possible. Thou wouldst not believe what space one finds when one desires to occupy but little. The large house we shall sell. An opportunity occurs for this, and the money we shall draw for it will produce 100-fold. I hope this meets thy views. I hope also thou hast not inherited the smallest particle of those unprofitable tastes for which thy father and thy grandfather were noted. The latter placed his greatest happiness in having about him a multitude of dull-looking works of art, which no one, I may well say no one, could enjoy with him. The former lived in a stately pomp, which he suffered no one to enjoy with him. We mean to manage otherwise, and we expect thy approbation. It is true, I myself in all the house have no place whatever but the stool before my writing desk, and I see not clearly where they will be able to put a cradle down. But in return the room we shall have out of doors will be the more abundant. Coffee-houses and clubs for the husband, walks and drives for the wife, and pleasant country jaunts for both. But the chief advantage in our plan is that, the round table being now completely filled, our father cannot ask his friends to dinner, who, the more he strove to entertain them, used to laugh at him the more. Now no superfluity for us. Not too much furniture and apparatus, no coach, no horses, nothing but money, and the liberty day after day to do what you like in reason. No wardrobe, still the best and newest on your back. The man may wear his coat till it is done. The wife may truck her gown the moment it is going out of fashion. There is nothing so unsufferable to me as an old huckster's shop of property. If you would offer me a jewel, on condition of my wearing it daily on my finger, I would not accept it. For how can one conceive any pleasure in a dead capital? This then is my confession of faith: to transact your business, to make money, to be merry with your household, and about the rest of the earth to trouble yourself no further than where you can be of service to it. But ere now thou art saying, and pray, what is to be done with me in this sage plan of yours? Where shall I find shelter when you have sold my own house, and not the smallest room remains in yours? This is in truth the main point, brother, and in this too I shall have it in my power to serve thee. But first I must present the just tribute of my praise for time so spent as thine has been. Tell me, how hast thou within a few weeks become so skilled in every useful, interesting object? Highly as I thought of thy powers, I did not reckon such attention and such diligence among the number. Thy journal shows us with what profit thou art travelling. The description of the iron and the copper forges is exquisite. It evinces a complete knowledge of the subject. I myself was once there, but my relation, compared with this, has but a very bungled look. The whole letter on the linen trade is full of information. The remarks on commercial competition are at once just and striking. In one or two places there are errors in addition, which indeed are very pardonable. But what most delights my father and myself is thy thorough knowledge of husbandry and the improvement of landed property. We have thoughts of purchasing a large estate, at present under sequestration, in a very fruitful district. For paying it, we mean to use the money realized by the sale of the house. Another portion we shall borrow, a portion may remain unpaid, and we count on thee for going thither, and superintending the improvement of it, by which means, before many years are past, the land, to speak in moderation, will have risen above a third in value. We shall then bring it to the market again, seek out a larger piece, improve and trade as formerly. For all this thou art the man. Our pens, meanwhile, will not lie idle here, and so by and by we shall rise to be enviable people. For the present, fare thee well. Enjoy life on thy journey, and turn thy face wherever thou canst find contentment and advantage. For the next half year we shall not need thee. Thou canst look about thee in the world as thou pleasest. A judicious person finds his best instruction in his travels. Farewell. I rejoice at being connected with thee so closely by relation, and now united with thee in the spirit of activity. Well as this letter might be penned, and full of economical truths as it was, Wilhelm felt displeased with it for more than one reason. The praise bestowed on him for his pretended statistical, technological, and rural knowledge was a silent reprimand. The ideal of the happiness of civic life, which his worthy brother sketched, by no means charmed him. On the contrary, a secret spirit of contradiction dragged him forcibly the other way. He convinced himself that, except on the stage, he could nowhere find that mental culture which he longed to give himself. He seemed to grow the more decided in his resolution, the more strongly Werner, without knowing it, opposed him. Thus assailed, he collected all his arguments together, and buttressed his opinions in his mind the more carefully, the more desirable he reckoned it to show them in a favourable light to Werner. And in this manner he produced an answer, which also we insert. Chapter 3. Thy letter is so well written and so prudently and wisely conceived that no objection can be made to it. Only thou must pardon me when I declare that one may think, maintain, and do directly the reverse, and yet be in the right as well as thou. Thy mode of being and imagining appears to turn on boundless acquisition, and a light, mirthful manner of enjoyment. I need scarcely tell thee that in all this I find little that can charm me. First, however, I am sorry to admit that my journal is none of mine. Under the pressure of necessity, and to satisfy my father, it was patched together by a friend's help out of many books, and though in words I know the objects it relates to, and more of the like sort, I by no means understand them, or can occupy myself about them. What good were it for me to manufacture perfect iron, while my own breast is full of dross? What would it stead me to put properties of land in order, when I am at variance with myself? To speak it in a word, the cultivation of my individual self, here as I am, has from my youth upwards been constantly, though dimly, my wish and my purpose. The same intention I still cherish, but the means of realizing it are now grown somewhat clearer. I have seen more of life than thou believest, and profited more by it also. Give some attention, then, to what I say, though it should not altogether tally with thy own opinions. Had I been a nobleman, our dispute would soon have been decided, but being a simple burgher, I must take a path of my own, and I fear it may be difficult to make thee understand me. I know not how it is in foreign countries, but in Germany a universal, and if I may say so, personal cultivation is beyond the reach of any one except a nobleman. A burgher may acquire merit, by excessive efforts he may even educate his mind, but his personal qualities are lost, or worse than lost, let him struggle as he will. Since the nobleman, frequenting the society of the most polished, is compelled to give himself a polished manner, since this manner, neither door nor gate being shut against him, grows at last an unconstrained one, since in court or camp his figure, his person, are a part of his possessions, and it may be the most necessary part, he has reason enough to put some value on them, and to show that he puts some. A certain stately grace in common things, a sort of gay elegance in earnest and important ones, becomes him well, for it shows him to be everywhere in equilibrium. He is a public person, and the more cultivated his movements, the more sonorous his voice, the more staid and measured his whole being is, the more perfect is he. If to high and low, to friends and relations, he continues still the same, then nothing can be said against him, none may wish him otherwise. His coldness must be reckoned clearness of head, his dissimulation prudence. If he can rule himself externally at every moment of his life, no man has aught more to demand of him. And whatever else there may be in him or about him, capacities, talents, wealth, all seem gifts of supererogation. Now imagine any burgher offering to pretend to these advantages. He will utterly fail, and the more completely, the greater inclination and the more endowments nature may have given him for that mode of being. Since, in common life, the nobleman is hampered by no limits, since kings or king-like figures do not differ from him, he can everywhere advance with a silent consciousness, as if before his equals. Everywhere he is entitled to press forward, whereas nothing more beseems the burgher than the quiet feeling of the limits that are drawn around him. The burgher may not ask himself, "What art thou?" He can only ask, "What hast thou? What discernment, knowledge, talent, wealth?" If the nobleman merely by his personal carriage offers all that can be asked of him, the burgher by his personal carriage offers nothing, and can offer nothing. The former has a right to seem, the latter is compelled to be, and what he aims at seeming becomes ludicrous and tasteless. The former does and makes, the latter but effects and procures. He must cultivate some single gift in order to be useful, and it is beforehand settled that in his manner of existence there is no harmony, and can be none, since he is bound to make himself of use in one department, and so has to relinquish all the others. Perhaps the reason of this difference is not the usurpation of the nobles and the submission of the burghers, but the constitution of society itself. Whether it will ever alter, and how, is to me of small importance. My present business is to meet my own case, as matters actually stand, to consider by what means I may save myself, and reach the object which I cannot live in peace without. Now, this harmonious cultivation of my nature, which has been denied me by birth, is exactly what I most long for. Since leaving thee, I have gained much by voluntary practice. I have laid aside much of my wonted embarrassment, and can bear myself in very tolerable style. My speech and voice I have likewise been attending to, and I may say without much vanity that in society I do not cause displeasure. But I will not conceal from thee that my inclination to become a public person and to please and influence in a larger circle is daily growing more insuperable. With this there is combined my love for poetry and all that is related to it, and the necessity I feel to cultivate my mental faculties and tastes, that so, in this enjoyment henceforth indispensable, I may esteem as good the good alone, as beautiful the beautiful alone. Thou seest well that for me all this is nowhere to be met with except upon the stage, that in this element alone can I affect and cultivate myself according to my wishes. On the boards a polished man appears in his splendour with personal accomplishments, just as he does so in the upper classes of society. Body and spirit must advance with equal steps in all his studies, and there I shall have it in my power at once to be and seem as well as anywhere. If I further long for solid occupations, we have there mechanical vexations in abundance. I may give my patience daily exercise. Dispute not with me on this subject, for ere thou writest the step is taken. In compliance with the ruling prejudices, I will change my name, as indeed that of Meister or Master does not suit me. Farewell. Our fortune is in good hands. On that subject I shall not disturb myself. What I need I will, as occasion calls, require from thee. It will not be much, for I hope my art will be sufficient to maintain me. Scarcely was the letter sent away when our friend made good his words. To the great surprise of Serlo and the rest, he at once declared that he was ready to become an actor, and bind himself by a contract on reasonable terms. With regard to these they were soon agreed, for Serlo had before made offers with which Wilhelm and his comrades had good reason to be satisfied. The whole of that unlucky company, wherewith we have had so long to occupy ourselves, was now at once received, and except perhaps Laertes, not a member of it showed the smallest thankfulness to Wilhelm. As they had entreated without confidence, so they accepted without gratitude. Most of them preferred ascribing their appointment to the influence of Philina, and directed their thanks to her. Meanwhile the contracts had been written out and were now assigning. At the moment when our friend was subscribing his assumed designation, by some inexplicable concatenation of ideas, there arose before his mind's eye the image of that green in the forest where he lay wounded in Philina's lap. The lovely Amazon came riding on her grave palfrey from the bushes of the wood. She approached him and dismounted. Her humane anxiety made her come and go. At length she stood before him. The white surtout fell down from her shoulders. Her countenance, her form, began to glance in radiance, and she vanished from his sight. He wrote his name mechanically only, not knowing what he did, and felt not, till after he had signed, that Mignon was standing at his side, was holding by his arm, and had softly tried to stop him and pulled back his hand. Chapter 4. One of the conditions under which our friend had gone upon the stage was not acceded to by Serlo without some limitations. Wilhelm had required that Hamlet should be played entire and unmutilated. The other had agreed to this strange stipulation in so far as it was possible. On this point they had many a contest, for as to what was possible or not possible, and what parts of the piece could be omitted without mutilating it, the two were of very different opinions. Wilhelm was still in that happy season when one cannot understand how, in the woman one loves, in the writer one honours, there should be anything defective. The feeling they excite in us is so entire, so accordant with itself, that we cannot help attributing the same perfect harmony to the objects themselves. Serlo again was willing to discriminate, perhaps too willing. His acute understanding could usually discern in any work of art nothing but a more or less imperfect whole. He thought that as pieces usually stood, there was little reason to be chary about meddling with them, that of course Shakespeare, and particularly Hamlet, would need to suffer much curtailment. But when Serlo talked of separating the wheat from the chaff, Wilhelm would not hear of it. "It is not chaff and wheat together," said he. "It is a trunk with boughs, twigs, leaves, buds, blossoms, and fruit. Is not the one there with the others, and by means of them?" To which Serlo would reply that people did not bring a whole tree upon the table, that the artist was required to present his guests with silver apples in platters of silver. They exhausted their invention in similitudes, and their opinions seemed still further to diverge. Our friend was on the borders of despair when on one occasion, after much debating, Serlo counselled him to take the simple plan, to make a brief resolution, to grasp his pen, to peruse the tragedy, dashing out whatever would not answer, compressing several personages into one, and if he was not skilled in such proceedings, or had not heart enough for going through with them, he might leave the task to him, the manager, who would engage to make short work with it. "That is not our bargain," answered Wilhelm. "How can you, with all your taste, show so much levity?" "My friend," cried Serlo, "you yourself will ere long feel it and show it. I know too well how shocking such a mode of treating works is. Perhaps it never was allowed on any theatre till now. But where indeed was ever one so slighted as ours? Authors force us on this wretched clipping system, and the public tolerates it. How many pieces have we, pray, which do not overstep the measure of our numbers, of our decorations and theatrical machinery, of the proper time, of the fit alternation of dialogue, and the physical strength of the actor? And yet we are to play, and constantly give novelties. Ought we not to profit by our privilege then, since we accomplish just as much by mutilated works as by entire ones? It is the public itself that grants the privilege. Few Germans, perhaps few men of any modern nation, have a proper sense of an aesthetic whole. They praise and blame by passages. They are charmed by passages. And who has greater reason to rejoice at this than actors, since the stage is ever but a patched and piecework matter?" "Is," cried Wilhelm, "but must it ever be so? Must everything that is continue? Convince me not that you are right, for no power on earth should force me to abide by any contract which I had concluded with the grossest misconceptions." Serlo gave a merry turn to the business, and persuaded Wilhelm to review once more the many conversations they had had together about Hamlet, and himself to invent some means of properly reforming the piece. After a few days, which he had spent alone, our friend returned with a cheerful look. "I am much mistaken," cried he, "if I have not now discovered how the whole is to be managed. Nay, I am convinced that Shakespeare himself would have arranged it so, had not his mind been too exclusively directed to the ruling interest, and perhaps misled by the novels which furnished him with his materials." "Let us hear," said Serlo, placing himself with an air of solemnity upon the sofa. "I will listen calmly, but judge with rigour." "I am not afraid of you," said Wilhelm, "only hear me. In the composition of this play, after the most accurate investigation and the most mature reflection, I distinguish two classes of objects. The first are the grand internal relations of the persons and events, the powerful effects which arise from the characters and proceedings of the main figures. These I hold are individually excellent, and the order in which they are presented cannot be improved. No kind of interference must be suffered to destroy them, or even essentially to change their form. These are the things which stamp themselves deep into the soul, which all men long to see, which no one dares to meddle with. Accordingly, I understand they have almost wholly been retained in all our German theatres. But our countrymen have erred, in my opinion, with regard to the second class of objects which may be observed in this tragedy. I allude to the external relations of the persons, whereby they are brought from place to place, or combined in various ways, by certain accidental incidents. These they have looked upon as very unimportant, have spoken of them only in passing, or left them out altogether. Now, indeed, it must be owned, these threads are slack and slender, yet they run through the entire piece, and bind together much that would otherwise fall asunder, and does actually fall asunder, when you cut them off, and imagine you have done enough and more, if you have left the ends hanging. Among these external relations I include the disturbances in Norway, the war with young Fortinbras, the embassy to his uncle, the settling of that feud, the march of young Fortinbras to Poland, and his coming back at the end. Of the same sort are Horatio's return from Wittenberg, Hamlet's wish to go thither, the journey of Laertes to France, his return, the despatch of Hamlet into England, his capture by pirates, the death of the two courtiers by the letter which they carried. All these circumstances and events would be very fit for expanding and lengthening a novel, but here they injure exceedingly the unity of the piece, particularly as the hero has no plan, and are, in consequence, entirely out of place. "For once in the right," cried Serlo. "Do not interrupt me," answered Wilhelm. "Perhaps you will not always think me right. These errors are like temporary props of an edifice. They must not be removed till we have built a firm wall in their stead. My project, therefore, is not at all to change those first-mentioned grand situations, or at least as much as possible to spare them, both collectively and individually, but with respect to these external, single, dissipated and dissipating motives, to cast them all at once away, and substitute a solitary one instead of them. "And this?" inquired Serlo, springing up from his recumbent posture. "It lies in the piece itself," answered Wilhelm, "only I employ it rightly. There are disturbances in Norway. You shall hear my plan, and try it. After the death of Hamlet the father, the Norwegians, lately conquered, grow unruly. The viceroy of that country sends his son, Horatio, an old school friend of Hamlet's, and distinguished above every other for his bravery and prudence, to Denmark, to press forward the equipment of the fleet, which under the new luxurious king proceeds but slowly. Horatio has known the former king, having fought in his battles, having even stood in favour with him, a circumstance by which the first ghost scene will be nothing injured. The new sovereign gives Horatio audience, and sends Laertes into Norway with intelligence that the fleet will soon arrive, whilst Horatio is commissioned to accelerate the preparation of it. And the queen, on the other hand, will not consent that Hamlet, as he wishes, should go to sea along with him." "Heaven be praised!" cried Serlo. "We shall now get rid of Wittenberg and the university, which was always a sorry piece of business. I think your idea extremely good, for except these two distant objects, Norway and the fleet, the spectator will not be required to fancy anything. The rest he will see. The rest takes place before him, whereas his imagination, on the other plan, was hunted all over the world." "You easily perceive," said Wilhelm, "how I shall contrive to keep the other parts together. When Hamlet tells Horatio of his uncle's crime, Horatio counsels him to go to Norway in his company, to secure the affections of the army, and return in warlike force. Hamlet also is becoming dangerous to the king and queen. They find no readier method of deliverance than to send him in the fleet, with Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to be spies upon him. And as Laertes in the meantime comes from France, they determine that this youth, exasperated even to murder, shall go after him. Unfavourable winds detain the fleet. Hamlet returns. For his wandering through the churchyard perhaps some lucky motive may be thought of. His meeting with Laertes in Ophelia's grave is a grand moment, which we must not part with. After this the king resolves that it is better to get quit of Hamlet on the spot. The festival of his departure, the pretended reconcilement with Laertes, are now solemnized, on which occasion nightly sports are held, and Laertes fights with Hamlet. Without the 4 corpses I cannot end the play. No one must survive. The right of popular election now again comes in force, and Hamlet, while dying, gives his vote to Horatio." "Quick, quick," said Serlo, "sit down and work the play. Your plan has my entire approbation, only let not your zeal evaporate." Chapter 5. Wilhelm had already been for some time busied with translating Hamlet, making use as he laboured of Wieland's spirited performance, through which he had first become acquainted with Shakespeare. What had been omitted in Wieland's work he replaced, and had secured a complete version, at the very time when Serlo and he were pretty well agreed about the way of treating it. He now began, according to his plan, to cut out and insert, to separate and unite, to alter, and often to restore. For satisfied as he was with his own conception, it still appeared to him as if, in executing it, he were but spoiling the original. When all was finished, he read his work to Serlo and the rest. They declared themselves exceedingly contented with it. Serlo in particular made many flattering observations. "You have felt very justly," said he, among other things, "that some external circumstances must accompany this play, but that they must be simpler than those which the great poet has employed. What takes place without the theatre, what the spectator does not see but must imagine, is like a background, in front of which the acting figures move. Your large and simple prospect of the fleet and Norway will do much to improve the play. If this were altogether taken from it, we should have but a family scene remaining, and the great idea, that here a kingly house, by internal crimes and incongruities, goes down to ruin, would not be presented with its proper dignity. But if the former background were left standing, so manifold, so fluctuating and confused, it would hurt the impression of the figures." Wilhelm again took Shakespeare's part, alleging that he wrote for islanders, for Englishmen, who generally, in the distance, were accustomed to see little else than ships and voyages, the coast of France and privateers, and thus what perplexed and distracted others was to them quite natural. Serlo assented, and both were of opinion that, as the play was now to be produced upon the German stage, this more serious and simple background was the best adapted for the German mind. The parts had been distributed before. Serlo undertook Polonius, Aurelia, Ophelia, Laertes was already designated by his name. A young, thick-set, jolly newcomer was to be Horatio. The king and ghost alone occasioned some perplexity. For both of these no one but old Boisterous remaining. Serlo proposed to make the pedant king, but against this our friend protested in the strongest terms. They could resolve on nothing. Wilhelm had also allowed both Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to continue in his play. "Why not compress them into one?" said Serlo. "This abbreviation will not cost you much." "Heaven keep me from all such curtailments," answered Wilhelm. "They destroy at once the sense and the effect. What these two persons are and do it is impossible to represent by one. In such small matters we discover Shakespeare's greatness. These soft approaches, this smirking and bowing, this assenting, wheedling, flattering, this whisking agility, this wagging of the tail, this allness and emptiness, this legal knavery, this ineptitude and insipidity. How can they be expressed by a single man? There ought to be at least a dozen of these people if they could be had, for it is only in society that they are anything. They are society itself, and Shakespeare showed no little wisdom and discernment in bringing in a pair of them. Besides, I need them as a couple that may be contrasted with the single, noble, excellent Horatio." "I understand you," answered Serlo, "and we can arrange it. One of them we shall hand over to Elmira, old Boisterous's eldest daughter. It will all be right, if they look well enough, and I will deck and trim the puppets so that it shall be first-rate fun to behold them." Philina was rejoicing not a little that she had to act the Duchess in the small subordinate play. "I will show it so natural," cried she, "how you wed a second husband, without loss of time, when you have loved the first immensely. I mean to win the loudest plaudits, and every man shall wish to be the third." Aurelia gave a frown. Her spleen against Philina was increasing every day. "'Tis a pity, I declare," said Serlo, "that we have no ballet. Else you should dance me a pas de deux with your first, and then another with your second husband, and the first might dance himself to sleep by the measure, and your bits of feet and ankles would look so pretty, tripping to and fro upon the side stage." "Of my ankles you do not know much," replied she pertly. "And as to my bits of feet," cried she, hastily reaching below the table, pulling off her slippers, and holding them together out to Serlo, "here are the cases of them, and I challenge you to find me more dainty ones." "I was in earnest," said he, looking at the elegant half-shoes. "In truth, one does not often meet with anything so dainty." They were of Parisian workmanship. Philina had received them as a present from the Countess, a lady whose foot was celebrated for its beauty. "A charming thing," cried Serlo. "My heart leaps at the sight of them." "What gallant throbs," replied Philina. "There is nothing in the world beyond a pair of slippers," said he, "of such pretty manufacture, in their proper time and place, when—" Philina took her slippers from his hand, crying, "You have squeezed them all. They are far too wide for me." She played with them and rubbed the soles of them together. "How hot it is!" cried she, clapping the sole upon her cheek, then again rubbing and holding it to Serlo. He was innocent enough to stretch out his hand to feel the warmth. "Clip, clap!" cried she, giving him a smart rap over the knuckles with the heel, so that he screamed and drew back his hand. "That's for indulging in thoughts of your own at the sight of my slippers." "And that's for using old folk like children," cried the other, then sprang up, seized her, and plundered many a kiss, every one of which she artfully contested with a show of serious reluctance. In this romping, her long hair got loose and floated around the group, the chair overset, and Aurelia, inwardly indignant at such rioting, arose in great vexation. Chapter 6. Though in this remoulding of Hamlet many characters had been cut off, a sufficient number of them still remained, a number which the company was scarcely adequate to meet. "If this is the way of it," said Serlo, "our prompter himself must issue from his den and mount the stage and become a personage like one of us." "In his own station," answered Wilhelm, "I have frequently admired him." "I do not think," said Serlo, "that there is in the world a more perfect artist of his kind. No spectator ever hears him. We upon the stage catch every syllable. He has formed in himself, as it were, a peculiar set of vocal organs for this purpose. He is like a genius that whispers intelligibly to us in the hour of need. He feels, as if by instinct, what portion of his task an actor is completely master of, and anticipates from afar where his memory will fail him. I have known cases in which I myself had scarcely read my part. He said it over to me word for word, and I played happily. Yet he has some peculiarities which would make another in his place quite useless. For example, he takes such an interest in the plays that, in giving any moving passage, he does not indeed declaim it, but he reads it with all pomp and pathos. By this ill habit he has nonplussed me on more than one occasion. As with another of his singularities, observed Aurelia, he once left me sticking fast in a very dangerous passage. How could this happen with the man's attentiveness? Said Wilhelm. He is so affected, said Aurelia, by certain passages that he weeps warm tears, and for a few moments loses all reflection. And it is not properly passages such as we should call affecting that produce this impression on him. But if I express myself clearly, the beautiful passages, those out of which the pure spirit of the poet looks forth, as it were, through open, sparkling eyes, passages which others at most rejoice over, and which many thousands altogether overlook. And with a soul so tender, why does he never venture on the stage? A hoarse voice, said Serlo, and a stiff carriage exclude him from it, as his melancholic temper excludes him from society. What trouble have I taken, and in vain, to make him take to me? But he is a charming reader. Such another I have never heard. No one can observe like him the narrow limit between declamation and graceful recital. The very man, exclaimed our friend, the very man! What a fortunate discovery! We have now the proper hand for delivering the passage of the rugged Pyrrhus. One requires your eagerness, said Serlo, before he can employ every object in the use it was meant for. In truth, said Wilhelm, I was very much afraid we should be obliged to leave this passage out. The omission would have lamed the whole play. Well, that is what I cannot understand, observed Aurelia. I hope you will ere long be of my opinion, answered Wilhelm. Shakespeare has introduced these travelling players with a double purpose. The person who recites the death of Priam with such feeling, in the first place, makes a deep impression on the prince himself. He sharpens the conscience of the wavering youth, and accordingly this scene becomes a prelude to that other where, in the second place, the little play produces such effect upon the king. Hamlet sees himself reproved and put to shame by the player, who feels so deep a sympathy in foreign and fictitious woes, and the thought of making an experiment upon the conscience of his stepfather is in consequence suggested to him. What a royal monologue is that which ends the second act! How charming it will be to speak it! Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I! Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit, that from her working all his visage wanned, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing, for Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? If we can but persuade our man to come upon the stage, observed Aurelia. We must lead him to it by degrees, said Serlo. At the rehearsal he may read the passage. We shall tell him that an actor whom we are expecting is to play it, and so by and by we shall lead him nearer to the point. Having agreed on this affair, the conversation next turned upon the ghost. Wilhelm could not bring himself to give the part of the living king to the pedant, that so old Boisterous might play the ghost. He was of opinion that they ought to wait a while, because some other actors had announced themselves, and among these it was probable they would find a fitter man. We can easily conceive, then, how astonished Wilhelm must have been when, returning home that evening, he found a billet lying on his table, sealed with singular figures, and containing what follows. Strange youth, we know thou art in great perplexity. For thy Hamlet thou canst hardly find men enough, not to speak of ghosts. Thy zeal deserves a miracle. Miracles we cannot work, but somewhat marvellous shall happen. If thou have faith, the ghost shall arise at the proper hour. Be of courage and keep firm. This needs no answer. Thy determination will be known to us. With this curious sheet he hastened back to Serlo, who read and reread it, and at last declared with a thoughtful look that it seemed a matter of some moment, that they must consider well and seriously whether they could risk it. They talked the subject over at some length. Aurelia was silent, only smiling now and then, and a few days after, when speaking of the incident again, she gave our friend, not obscurely, to understand that she held it all a joke of Serlo's. She desired him to cast away anxiety, and to expect the ghost with patience. Serlo, for most part, was in excellent humour. The actors that were going to leave him took all possible pains to play well, that their absence might be much regretted, and this, combined with the new-fangled zeal of the others, gave promise of the best results. His intercourse with Wilhelm had not failed to exert some influence on him. He began to speak more about art, for, after all, he was a German, and Germans like to give themselves account of what they do. Wilhelm wrote down many of their conversations, which, as our narrative must not be so often interrupted here, we shall communicate to such of our readers as feel an interest in dramaturgic matters by some other opportunity. In particular, one evening the manager was very merry in speaking of the part of Polonius and how he meant to take it up. "I engaged," said he, "on this occasion to present a very meritorious person in his best aspect. The repose and security of this old gentleman, his emptiness and his significance, his exterior gracefulness and interior meanness, his frankness and sycophancy, his sincere roguery and deceitful truth, I will introduce with all due elegance in their fit proportions. This respectable, grey-haired, enduring, time-serving half-knave I will represent in the most courtly style. The occasional roughness and coarseness of our author's strokes will further me here. I will speak like a book when I am prepared beforehand, and like an ass when I utter the overflowings of my heart. I will be insipid and absurd enough to chime in with everyone, and acute enough never to observe when people make a mock of me. I have seldom taken up a part with so much zeal and roguishness." "Could I but hope as much from mine," exclaimed Aurelia. "I have neither youth nor softness enough to be at home in this character. One thing alone I am too sure of, the feeling that turns Ophelia's brain I shall not want." "We must not take the matter up so strictly," said our friend. "For my share, I am certain that the wish to act the character of Hamlet has led me exceedingly astray throughout my study of the play. And now the more I look into the part, the more clearly do I see that in my whole form and physiognomy there is not one feature such as Shakespeare meant for Hamlet. When I consider with what nicety the various circumstances are adapted to each other, I can scarcely hope to produce even a tolerable effect." "You are entering on your new career with becoming conscientiousness," said Serlo. "The actor fits himself to his part as he can, and the part to him as it must. But how has Shakespeare drawn his Hamlet? Is he so utterly unlike you?" "In the first place," answered Wilhelm, "he is fair-haired." "That I call far-fetched," observed Aurelia. "How do you infer that?" "As a Dane, as a Northman, he is fair-haired and blue-eyed by descent." "And you think Shakespeare had this in view?" "I do not find it specially expressed, but by comparison of passages I think it incontestable. The fencing tires him, the sweat is running from his brow, and the Queen remarks, 'He's fat and scant of breath.' Can you conceive him to be otherwise than plump and fair-haired? Brown-complexioned people in their youth are seldom plump. And does not his wavering melancholy, his soft lamenting, his irresolute activity, accord with such a figure? From a dark-haired young man you would look for more decision and impetuosity." "You are spoiling my imagination," cried Aurelia. "Away with your fat Hamlets. Do not set your well-fed prince before us. Give us rather any succedaneum that will move us, will delight us. The intention of the author is of less importance to us than our own enjoyment, and we need a charm that is adapted for us." End of section 1. Section 2 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Chapter 7. One evening a dispute arose among our friends about the novel and the drama, and which of them deserved the preference. Serlo said it was a fruitless and misunderstood debate. Both might be superior in their kinds, only each must keep within the limits proper to it. "About their limits and their kinds," said Wilhelm, "I confess myself not altogether clear." "Who is so?" said the other, "and yet perhaps it were worth while to come a little closer to the business." They conversed together long upon the matter, and in fine the following was nearly the result of their discussion. In the novel, as well as in the drama, it is human nature and human action that we see. The difference between these sorts of fiction lies not merely in their outward form, not merely in the circumstance that the personages of the one are made to speak, while those of the other have commonly their history narrated. Unfortunately, many dramas are but novels, which proceed by dialogue, and it would not be impossible to write a drama in the shape of letters. But in the novel it is chiefly sentiments and events that are exhibited. In the drama it is characters and deeds. The novel must go slowly forward, and the sentiments of the hero, by some means or another, must restrain the tendency of the whole to unfold itself and to conclude. The drama, on the other hand, must hasten, and the character of the hero must press forward to the end. It does not restrain, but is restrained. The novel hero must be suffering. At least he must not in a high degree be active. In the dramatic one we look for activity and deeds. Grandison, Clarissa, Pamela, the Vicar of Wakefield, Tom Jones himself are, if not suffering, at least retarding personages, and the incidents are all in some sort modelled by their sentiments. In the drama the hero models nothing by himself. All things withstand him, and he clears and casts away the hindrances from off his path, or else sinks under them. Our friends were also of opinion that in the novel some degree of scope may be allowed to chance, but that it must always be led and guided by the sentiments of the personages. On the other hand, that fate which, by means of outward unconnected circumstances, carries forward men, without their own concurrence, to unforeseen catastrophe, can have place only in the drama. That chance may produce pathetic situations, but never tragic ones. Fate, on the other hand, ought always to be terrible, and is, in the highest sense, tragic, when it brings into a ruinous concatenation the guilty man and the guiltless that was unconcerned with him. These considerations led them back to the play of Hamlet and the peculiarities of its composition. The hero in this case, it was observed, is endowed more properly with sentiments than with a character. It is events alone that push him on, and accordingly the play has in some measure the expansion of a novel. But as it is fate that draws the plan, as the story issues from a deed of terror, and the hero is continually driven forward to a deed of terror, the work is tragic in the highest sense, and admits of no other than a tragic end. The book rehearsal was now to take place, to which Wilhelm had looked forward as to a festival. Having previously collated all the parts, no obstacle on this side could oppose him. The whole of the actors were acquainted with the piece. He endeavoured to impress their minds with the importance of these book rehearsals. "As you require," said he, "of every musical performer, that he shall in some degree be able to play from the book, so every actor, every educated man, should train himself to recite from the book, to catch immediately the character of any drama, any poem, any tale he may be reading, and exhibit it with grace and readiness. No committing to memory will be of service if the actor have not, in the first place, penetrated into the sense and spirit of his author. The mere letter will avail him nothing." Serlo declared that he would overlook all subsequent rehearsals, the last rehearsal itself, if justice were but done to these rehearsals from the book. "For commonly," said he, "there is nothing more amusing than to hear an actor speak of study. It is as if Freemasons were to talk of building." The rehearsal passed according to their wishes, and we may assert that the fame and favour which our company acquired afterward had their foundation in these few but well-spent hours. "You did right, my friend," said Serlo when they were alone, "in speaking to our fellow labourers so earnestly, and yet I am afraid they will scarcely fulfil your wishes." "How so?" asked Wilhelm. "I have noticed," answered Serlo, "that as easily as you may set in motion the imaginations of men, gladly as they listen to your tales and fictions, it is yet very seldom that you find among them any touch of an imagination you can call productive. In actors this remark is strikingly exemplified. Any one of them is well content to undertake a beautiful, praiseworthy, brilliant part, and seldom will any one of them do more than self-complacently transport himself into his hero's place, without in the smallest troubling his head whether other people view him so or not. But to seize with vivacity what the author's feeling was in writing, what portion of your individual qualities you must cast off in order to do justice to a part. How by your own conviction that you are become another man you may carry with you the convictions of the audience. How by the inward truth of your conceptive power you can change these boards into a temple, this pasteboard into woods. To seize and execute all this is given to very few. That internal strength of soul by which alone deception can be brought about, that lying truth without which nothing will affect us rightly, have by most men never even been imagined. Let us not, then, press too hard for spirit and feeling in our friends. The surest way is first coolly to instruct them in the sense and letter of the play, if possible, to open their understandings. Whoever has the talent will then, of his own accord, eagerly adopt the spirited feeling and manner of expression, and those who have it not will at least be prevented from acting or reciting altogether falsely. And among actors, as indeed in all cases, there is no worse arrangement than for any one to make pretensions to the spirit of a thing, while the sense and letter of it are not ready and clear to him. Chapter 8. Coming to the first stage rehearsal very early, Wilhelm found himself alone upon the boards. The appearance of the place surprised him and awoke the strangest recollections. A forest and village scene stood exactly represented as he once had seen it in the theatre of his native town. On that occasion also a rehearsal was proceeding, and it was the morning when Mariana first confessed her love to him and promised him a happy interview. The peasants' cottages resembled one another on the two stages, as they did in nature. The true morning sun, beaming through a half-closed window-shutter, fell upon a part of a bench ill-joined to a cottage door, but unhappily it did not now enlighten Mariana's waist and bosom. He sat down, reflecting on this strange coincidence. He almost thought that perhaps on this very spot he would soon see her again. And alas, the truth was nothing more than that an afterpiece, to which this scene belonged, was at that time very often played upon the German stage. Out of these meditations he was roused by the other actors, along with whom two amateurs, frequenters of the wardrobe and the stage, came in and saluted Wilhelm with a show of great enthusiasm. One of these was in some degree attached to Frau Melina, but the other was entirely a lover of the art, and both were of the kind which a good company should always wish to have about it. It was difficult to say whether their love for the stage or their knowledge of it was the greater. They loved it too much to know it perfectly. They knew it well enough to prize the good and to discard the bad. But their inclination being so powerful, they could tolerate the mediocre, and the glorious joy which they experienced from the foretaste and the aftertaste of excellence surpassed expression. The mechanical department gave them pleasure, the intellectual charmed them, and so strong was their susceptibility that even a discontinuous rehearsal afforded them a species of illusion. Deficiencies appeared in their eyes to fade away in distance. The successful touched them like an object near at hand. In a word, they were judges such as every artist wishes in his own department. Their favourite movement was from the side scenes to the pit, and from the pit to the side scenes. Their happiest place was in the wardrobe. Their busiest employment was in trying to improve the dress, position, recitation, gesture of the actor. Their liveliest conversation was on the effect produced by him. The most constant effort was to keep him accurate, active, and attentive, and to do him service or kindness, and without squandering, to procure for the company a series of enjoyments. The two had obtained the exclusive privilege of being present on the stage at rehearsals as well as exhibitions. In regard to Hamlet, they had not in all points agreed with Wilhelm. Here and there he had yielded, but for the most part he had stood by his opinion, and upon the whole these discussions had been very useful in the forming of his taste. He showed both gentlemen how much he valued them, and they again predicted nothing less, from these combined endeavours, than a new epoch for the German theatre. The presence of these persons was of great service during the rehearsals. In particular, they laboured to convince our players that, throughout the whole of their preparations, the posture and action, as they were intended ultimately to appear, should always be combined with the words, and thus the whole be mechanically united by habit. In rehearsing a tragedy especially, they said, no common movement with the hands should be allowed. A tragic actor that took snuff in the rehearsal always frightened them, for in all probability, on coming to the same passage in the exhibition, he would miss his pinch. Nay, on the same principles they maintained that no one should rehearse in boots if his part were to be played in shoes. But nothing, they declared, afflicted them so much as when the women, in rehearsing, stuck their hands into the folds of their gowns. By the persuasion of our friends, another very good effect was brought about. The actors all began to learn the use of arms. Since military parts occur so frequently, said they, can anything look more absurd than men, without the smallest particle of discipline, trolling about the stage in captains' and majors' uniforms? Wilhelm and Laertes were the first that took lessons of a subaltern. They continued their practising of fence with the greatest zeal. Such pains did these two men take for perfecting a company which had so fortunately come together. They were thus providing for the future satisfaction of the public, while the public was usually laughing at their taste. People did not know what gratitude they owed our friends, particularly for performing one service. The service of frequently impressing on the actor the fundamental point, that it was his duty to speak so loud as to be heard. In this simple matter they experienced more opposition and repugnance than could have been expected. Most part maintained that they were heard well enough already. Some laid the blame upon the building. Others said one could not yell and bellow when one had to speak naturally, secretly, or tenderly. Our two friends, having an immeasurable stock of patience, tried every means of undoing this delusion, of getting around this obstinate self-will. They spared neither arguments nor flatteries, and at last they reached their object, being aided not a little by the good example of Wilhelm. By him they were requested to sit down in the remotest corners of the house, and every time they did not hear him perfectly, to rap on the bench with a key. He articulated well, spoke out in a measured manner, raised his tones gradually, and did not overcry himself in the most vehement passages. The rapping of the key was heard less and less every new rehearsal. By and by the rest submitted to the same operation, and at last it seemed rational to hope that the piece would be heard by every one in all the nooks of the house. From this example we may see how desirous people are to reach their object in their own way, what need there often is of enforcing on them truths which are self-evident, and how difficult it may be to reduce the man who aims at effecting something to admit the primary conditions under which alone his enterprise is possible. Chapter 9. The necessary preparations for scenery and dresses, and whatever else was requisite, were now proceeding. In regard to certain scenes and passages, our friend had whims of his own, which Serlo humoured, partly in consideration of their bargain, partly from conviction, and because he hoped by these civilities to gain Wilhelm, and to lead him according to his own purposes the more implicitly in time to come. Thus, for example, the king and queen were, at the first audience, to appear sitting on the throne, with the courtiers at the sides, and Hamlet standing undistinguished in the crowd. Hamlet, said he, must keep himself quiet. His sable dress will sufficiently point him out. He should rather shun remark than seek it. Not till the audience is ended, and the king speaks with him as with a son, should he advance, and allow the scene to take its course. A formidable obstacle still remained in regard to the two pictures which Hamlet so passionately refers to in the scene with his mother. We ought, said Wilhelm, to have both of them visible at full length in the bottom of the chamber, near the main door, and the former king must be clad in armour, like the ghost, and hang at the side where it enters. I could wish that the figure held its right hand in a commanding attitude, was somewhat turned away, and, as it were, looked over its shoulder, so that it might perfectly resemble the ghost at the moment when he issues from the door. It will produce a great effect when at this instant Hamlet looks upon the ghost, and the queen upon the picture. The stepfather may be painted in royal ornaments, but not so striking. There were several other points of this sort, about which we shall perhaps elsewhere have opportunity to speak. "Are you, then, inexorably bent on Hamlet's dying at the end?" inquired Serlo. "How can I keep him alive," said Wilhelm, "when the whole play is pressing him to death? We have already talked at large on that matter." "But the public wishes him to live." "I will show the public any other complaisance, but as to this I cannot. We often wish that some gallant, useful man who is dying of a chronical disease might yet live longer. The family weep and conjure the physician, but he cannot stay him, and no more than this physician can withstand the necessity of nature can we give law to an acknowledged necessity of art. It is a false compliance with the multitude to raise in them emotions which they wish, when these are not emotions which they ought to feel." "Whoever pays the cash," said Serlo, "may require the ware according to his liking." "Doubtless in some degree," replied our friend, "but a great public should be reverenced, not used as children are when peddlers wish to hook the money from them. By presenting excellence to the people, you should gradually excite in them a taste and feeling for the excellent, and they will pay their money with double satisfaction when reason itself has nothing to object against this outlay. The public you may flatter, as you do a well-beloved child, to better, to enlighten it, not as you do a pampered child of quality, to perpetuate the error you profit from." In this manner various other topics were discussed relating to the question, what might still be changed in the play, and what must of necessity remain untouched. We shall not enter further on those points at present, but perhaps at some future time we may submit this altered Hamlet itself to such of our readers as feel any interest in the subject. Chapter 10. The main rehearsal was at length concluded. It had lasted very long. Serlo and Wilhelm still found much to care for. Notwithstanding all the time which had already been consumed in preparation, some highly necessary matters had been left to the very last moment. Thus the pictures of the kings, for instance, were not ready, and the scene between Hamlet and his mother, from which so powerful an effect was looked for, had a very helpless aspect as the business stood, for neither ghost nor painted image of him was at present forthcoming. Serlo made a jest of this perplexity. "We should be in a pretty scrape," said he, "if the ghost were to decline appearing, and the guard had nothing to fight with but the air, and our prompter were obliged to speak the spirit's part from the side scenes." "We will not scare away our strange friend by unbelief," said Wilhelm. "Doubtless at the proper season he will come, and astonish us as much as the spectators." "Well, certainly," said Serlo. "I shall be a happy man tomorrow night, when once the play will have been acted. It costs us more arrangement than I dreamed of." "But none of you," exclaimed Filina, "will be happier than I, little as my part disturbs me. Really, to hear a single subject talked of forever and forever, when after all there is nothing to come of it beyond an exhibition which will be forgotten like so many hundred others, this is what I have not patience for. In heaven's name, not so many pros and cons. The guests you entertain have always something to object against the dinner. Nay, if you could hear them talk of it at home, they cannot understand how it was possible to undergo so sad a business." "Let me turn your illustration, pretty one, to my own advantage," answered Wilhelm. "Consider how much must be done by art and nature, by traffickers and tradesmen, before an entertainment can be given. How many years the stag must wander in the forest, the fish in the river or the sea, before they can deserve to grace our table. And what cares and consultations with her cooks and servants has the lady of the house submitted to? Observe with what indifference the people swallow the production of the distant vintager, the seaman, and the vintner, as if it were a thing of course. And ought these men to cease from labouring, providing, and preparing? Ought the master of the house to cease from purchasing and laying up the fruit of their exertions, because at last the enjoyment it affords is transitory? But no enjoyment can be transitory. The impression which it leaves is permanent, and what is done with diligence and effort communicates to the spectator a hidden force, of which we cannot say how far its influence may reach." "'Tis all one to me," replied Filina, "only here again I must observe that you men are constantly at variance with yourselves. With all this conscientious horror at curtailing Shakespeare, you have missed the finest thought there was in Hamlet." "The finest?" cried our friend. "Certainly the finest," said Filina. "The prince himself takes pleasure in it." "And it is?" inquired Serlo. "If you wore a wig," replied Filina, "I would pluck it very coolly off you, for I think you need to have your understanding opened." The rest began to think what she could mean. The conversation paused. The party arose. It was now grown late. They seemed about to separate. While they were standing in this undetermined mood, Filina all at once struck up a song with a very graceful, pleasing tune. "Sing me not with such emotion how the night so lonesome is. Pretty maids, I've got a notion it is the reverse of this. For as wife and man are plighted, and the better half the wife, so is night today united, night's the better half of life. Can you joy in bustling daytime, day when none can get his will? It is good for work, for haytime, for much other it is ill. But when in the nightly glooming social lamp on table glows, face for faces dear illuming, and such jest and joyance goes, when the fiery pert young fellow wont by day to run or ride, whispering now some tale would tell o, all so gentle by your side. When the nightingale to lovers lovingly her songlet sings, which for exiles and sad rovers, like mere woe and wailing rings. With a heart how lightsome feeling, do ye count the kindly clock, which 12 times deliberate pealing tells you none tonight shall knock. Therefore on all fit occasions mark it, maidens, what I sing, every day its own vexations, and the night its joys will bring." She made a slight curtsy on concluding, and Serlo gave a loud "Bravo!" She scuttled off, and left the room with a tee-hee of laughter. They heard her singing and skipping as she went downstairs. Serlo passed into another room. Wilhelm bade Aurelia good night, but she continued looking at him for a few moments, and said, "How I dislike that woman! Dislike her from my heart, and to her very slightest qualities. Those brown eyelashes, with her fair hair, which our brother thinks so charming, I cannot bear to look at. And that scar upon her brow has something in it so repulsive, so low and base, that I could recoil 10 paces every time I meet her. She was lately telling as a joke that her father, when she was a child, threw a plate at her head, of which this is the mark. It is well that she is marked in the eyes and brow, that those about her may be on their guard." Wilhelm made no answer, and Aurelia went on, apparently with greater spleen. It is next to impossible for me to speak a kind, civil words to her, as deeply as I hate her with all her wheedling. Would that we were rid of her! And you too, my friend, have a certain complaisance for the creature, a way of acting toward her, that grieves me to the soul, an attention which borders on respect, which, by heaven, she does not merit. Whatever she may be, replied our friend, I owe her thanks. Her upbringing is to blame. To her natural character I would do justice. Character, exclaimed Aurelia. And do you think such a creature has a character? Oh, you men, it is so like you. These are the women you deserve. My friend, can you suspect me? Answered Wilhelm. I will give account of every minute I have spent beside her. Come, come, replied Aurelia. It is late, we will not quarrel. All like each, and each like all. Good night, my friend. Good night, my sparkling bird of paradise. Wilhelm asked how he had earned this title. Another time, cried she, another time. They say it has no feet, but hovers in the air and lives on ether. That, however, is a story, a poetic fiction. Good night. Dream sweetly if you are in luck. She proceeded to her room, and he, being left alone, made haste to his. Half angrily he walked along his chamber to and fro. The jesting but decided tone of Aurelia had hurt him. He felt deeply how unjust she was. Could he treat Philina with unkindness or ill nature? She had done no evil to him, but for any love to her he could proudly and confidently take his conscience to witness that it was not so. On the point of beginning to undress, he was going forward to his bed to draw aside the curtains, when, not without extreme astonishment, he saw a pair of women's slippers lying on the floor before it. One of them was resting on its sole, the other on its edge. They were Philina's slippers. He recognized them but too well. He thought he noticed some disorder in the curtains. Nay, it seemed as if they moved. He stood and looked with unaverted eyes. A new impulse, which he took for anger, cut his breath. After a short pause he recovered and cried in a firm tone, "Come out, Philina! What do you mean by this? Where is your sense, your modesty? Are we to be the speech of the house tomorrow?" Nothing stirred. "I do not jest," continued he. "These pranks are little to my taste." No sound, no motion. Irritated and determined, he at last went forward to the bed and tore the curtains asunder. "Arise," said he, "if I am not to give you up my room tonight." With great surprise he found his bed unoccupied, the sheets and pillows in the sleekest rest. He looked around. He searched and searched, but found no traces of the rogue. Behind the bed, the stove, the drawers, there was nothing to be seen. He sought with great and greater diligence. A spiteful looker-on might have believed that he was seeking in the hope of finding. All thought of sleep was gone. He put the slippers on his table, went past it up and down, often paused before it, and a wicked sprite that watched him has asserted that our friend employed himself for several hours about these dainty little shoes, that he viewed them with a certain interest, that he handled them and played with them, and it was not till toward morning that he threw himself on the bed, without undressing, where he fell asleep amidst a world of curious fantasies. He was still slumbering when Serlo entered hastily. "Where are you?" cried he. "Still in bed? Impossible! I want you in the theatre. We have 1,000 things to do." Chapter 11. The forenoon and the afternoon fled rapidly away. The playhouse was already full. Our friend hastened to dress. It was not with the joy which it had given him when he first essayed it that he now put on the garb of Hamlet. He only dressed that he might be in readiness. On his joining the women in the stage-room, they unanimously cried that nothing sat upon him right. The fine feather stood awry, the buckle of his belt did not fit. They began to slit, to sew, and to piece together. The music started. Philina still objected somewhat to his ruff. Aurelia had much to say against his mantle. "Leave me alone, good people," cried he. "This negligence will make me like a Hamlet." The women would not let him go, but continued trimming him. The music ceased. The acting was begun. He looked at himself in the glass, pressed his hat closer down upon his face, and retouched the painting of his cheeks. At this instant somebody came rushing in, and cried, "The ghost! The ghost!" Wilhelm had not once had time all day to think of the ghost, and whether it would come or not. His anxiety on that head was at length removed, and now some strange assistant was to be expected. The stage manager came in, inquiring after various matters. Wilhelm had not time to ask about the ghost. He hastened to present himself before the throne, where king and queen, surrounded with their court, were already glancing in all the splendours of royalty, and waiting till the scene in front of them should be concluded. He caught the last words of Horatio, who was speaking of the ghost, in extreme confusion, and seemed to have almost forgotten his part. The intermediate curtain went aloft, and Hamlet saw the crowded house before him. Horatio, having spoken his address and been dismissed by the king, pressed through to Hamlet, and as if presenting himself to the prince, he said, "The devil is in harness. He has put us all in fright." In the meanwhile, 2 men of large stature, in white cloaks and capoches, were observed standing in the side scenes. Our friend, in the distraction, embarrassment, and hurry of the moment, had failed in the first soliloquy. At least such was his own opinion, though loud plaudits had attended his exit. Accordingly he made his next entrance in no pleasant mood, with the dreary wintry feeling of dramatic condemnation. Yet he girded up his mind, and spoke that appropriate passage on the rouse and wassail, the heavy-headed revel of the Danes, with suitable indifference. He had, like the audience in thinking of it, quite forgotten the ghost, and he started in real terror when Horatio cried out, "Look, my lord, it comes!" He whirled violently around, and the tall noble figure, the low inaudible tread, the light movement in the heavy-looking armour, made such an impression on him that he stood as if transformed to stone, and could utter only in a half-voice his "Angels and ministers of grace, defend us!" He glared at the form, drew a deep breathing once or twice, and pronounced his address to the ghost in a manner so confused, so broken, so constrained, that the highest art could not have hit the mark so well. His translation of this passage now stood him in good stead. He had kept very close to the original, in which the arrangement of the words appeared to him expressive of a mind confounded, terrified, and seized with horror. "Be thou a spirit of health, or goblin damned. Bring with thee airs from heaven or blasts from hell. Be thy intents wicked or charitable. Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me." A deep effect was visible in the audience. The ghost beckoned. The prince followed him amid the loudest plaudits. The scene changed, and when the two had reappeared, the ghost on a sudden stopped and turned around, by which means Hamlet came to be a little too close upon it. With a longing curiosity he looked in at the lowered visor, but except 2 deep-lying eyes and a well-formed nose, he could discern nothing. Gazing timidly, he stood before the ghost, but when the first tones issued from the helmet, and a somewhat hoarse, yet deep and penetrating voice pronounced the words, "I am thy father's spirit," Wilhelm, shuddering, started back some paces, and the audience shuddered with him. Each imagined that he knew the voice. Wilhelm thought he noticed in it some resemblance to his father's. These strange emotions and remembrances, the curiosity he felt about discovering his secret friend, the anxiety about offending him, even the theatric impropriety of coming too near him in the present situation, all this affected Wilhelm with powerful and conflicting impulses. During the long speech of the ghost he changed his place so frequently, he seemed so unsettled and perplexed, so attentive and so absent-minded, that his acting caused a universal admiration, as the spirit caused a universal horror. The latter spoke with a feeling of melancholy anger rather than of sorrow, but of an anger spiritual, slow, and inexhaustible. It was the mistemper of a noble soul, that is severed from all earthly things, and yet devoted to unbounded woe. At last he vanished, but in a curious manner, for a thin, grey, transparent gauze arose from the place of descent, like a vapour, spread itself over him, and sank along with him. Hamlet's friends now entered, and swore upon the sword. Old Truepenny in the meantime was so busy underground that wherever they might take their station he was sure to call out right beneath them, "Swear!" And they started, as if the soil had taken fire below them, and hastened to another spot. On each of these occasions, too, a little flame pierced through at the place where they were standing. The whole produced on the spectators a profound impression. After this the play proceeded calmly on its course. Nothing failed, all prospered. The audience manifested their contentment, and the actors seemed to rise in heart and spirits every scene. Chapter 12. The curtain fell, and rapturous applauses sounded out of every corner of the house. The 4 princely corpses sprang aloft and embraced each other. Polonius and Ophelia likewise issued from their graves, and listened with extreme satisfaction, as Horatio, who had stepped before the curtain to announce the following play, was welcomed with the most thundering plaudits. The people would not hear of any other play, but violently required the repetition of the present. "We have won," cried Serlo, "and so not another reasonable word this night. Everything depends on the first impression. We should never take it ill of any actor that, on occasion of his first appearance, he is provident and even self-willed." The box-keeper came and delivered him a heavy sum. "We have made a good beginning," cried the manager, "and prejudice itself will now be on our side. But where is the supper you promised us? Tonight we may be allowed to relish it a little." It had been agreed that all the party were to stay together in their stage dresses and enjoy a little feast among themselves. Wilhelm had engaged to have the place in readiness, and Frau Melina to provide the victuals. A room, which commonly was occupied by scene-painters, had accordingly been polished up as well as possible. Our friends had hung it around with little decorations, and so decked and trimmed it that it looked half like a garden, half like a colonnade. On entering it, the company were dazzled with the glitter of a multitude of lights, which, across the vapours of the sweetest and most copious perfumes, spread a stately splendour over a well-decorated and well-furnished table. These preparations were hailed with joyful interjections by the party. All took their places with a certain genuine dignity. It seemed as if some royal family had met together in the kingdom of the shades. Wilhelm sat between Aurelia and the Frau Melina, Serlo between Filina and Elmira. Nobody was discontented with himself or with his place. Our two theatric amateurs, who had from the first been present, now increased the pleasure of the meeting. While the exhibition was proceeding, they had several times stepped around and come upon the stage, expressing in the warmest terms the delight which they and the audience felt. They now descended to particulars, and each was richly rewarded for his efforts. With boundless animation, the company extolled man after man and passage after passage. To the prompter, who had modestly sat down at the bottom of the table, they gave a liberal commendation for his rugged Pyrrhus. The fencing of Hamlet and Laertes was beyond all praise. Ophelia's mourning had been inexpressibly exalted and affecting. Of Polonius they would not trust themselves to speak. Every individual present heard himself commended through the rest and by them, nor was the absent ghost defrauded of his share of praise and admiration. He had played the part, it was asserted, with a very happy voice and in a lofty style, but what surprised them most was the information which he seemed to have about their own affairs. He entirely resembled the painted figure, as if he had sat to the painter of it. And the two amateurs described in glowing language how awful it had looked when the spirit entered near the picture and stepped across before his own image. Truth and error, they declared, had been commingled in the strangest manner. They had felt as if the queen really did not see the ghost. And Frau Melina was especially commended, because on this occasion she had gazed upwards at the picture, while Hamlet was pointing downwards at the spectre. Inquiry was now made how the apparition could have entered. The stage manager reported that a back door, usually blocked up by decorations, had that evening, as the Gothic hall was occupied, been opened. That two large figures in white cloaks and hoods, one of whom was not to be distinguished from the other, had entered by this passage, and by the same it was likely they had issued when the third act was over. Serlo praised the ghost for one merit, that he had not whined and lamented like a tailor. Nay, to animate his son, he had even introduced a passage at the end, which more beseemed such a hero. Wilhelm had kept it in memory. He promised to insert it in his manuscript. Amid the pleasures of the entertainment, it had not been noticed that the children and the harper were absent. Ere long they made their entrance, and were blithely welcomed by the company. They came in together, very strangely decked. Felix was beating a triangle, Mignon a tambourine. The old man had his large harp hung round his neck, and was playing on it whilst he carried it before him. They marched round and round the table, and sang a multitude of songs. Eatables were handed them, and the guests seemed to think they could not do a greater kindness to the children than by giving them as much sweet wine as they chose to have. For the company themselves had not by any means neglected a stock of savoury flasks, presented by the two amateurs, which had arrived that evening in baskets. The children tripped about and sang. Mignon in particular was frolicsome beyond all wont. She beat the tambourine with the greatest liveliness and grace. Now with her finger pressed against the parchment, she hummed across it swiftly to and fro. Now rattled on it with her knuckles, now with the back of her hand. Nay, sometimes with alternating rhythm she struck it first against her knee and then against her head, and anon twirling it in her hand, she made the shells jingle by themselves, and thus from the simplest instrument elicited a great variety of tones. After she and Felix had long rioted about, they sat down upon an elbow chair which was standing empty at the table, exactly opposite to Wilhelm. "Keep out of the chair," cried Serlo. "It is waiting for the ghost, I think, and when he comes it will be worse for you." "I do not fear him," answered Mignon. "If he come, we can rise. He is my uncle, and will not harm me." To those who did not know that her reputed father had been named the Great Devil, this speech was unintelligible. The party looked at one another. They were more and more confirmed in their suspicion that the manager was in the secret of the ghost. They talked and tippled, and the girls from time to time cast timid glances toward the door. The children who, sitting in the big chair, looked from over the table but like puppets in their box, did actually at length start a little drama in the style of Punch. The screeching tone of these people Mignon imitated very well, and Felix and she began to knock their heads together, and against the edges of the table, in such a way as only wooden puppets could endure. Mignon in particular grew frantic with gaiety. The company, much as they had laughed at her at first, were in fine obliged to curb her. But persuasion was of small avail, for she now sprang up and raved and shook her tambourine and capered round the table. With her hair flying out behind her, with her head thrown back, and her limbs, as it were, cast into the air, she seemed like one of those antique Maenads, whose wild and all but impossible positions still on classic monuments often strike us with amazement. Incited by the talents and the uproar of the children, each endeavoured to contribute something to the entertainment of the night. The girls sung several canons. Laertes whistled in the manner of a nightingale, and the pedant gave a symphony pianissimo upon the Jew's harp. Meanwhile the youths and damsels, who sat near each other, had begun a great variety of games, in which, as the hands often crossed and met, some pairs were favoured with a transient squeeze, the emblem of a hopeful kindness. Madame Melina in particular seemed scarcely to conceal a decided tenderness for Wilhelm. It was late, and Aurelia, perhaps the only one retaining self-possession in the party, now stood up and signified that it was time to go. By way of termination, Serlo gave a firework, or what resembled one, for he could imitate the sound of crackers, rockets, and firewheels with his mouth, in a style of nearly inconceivable correctness. You had only to shut your eyes, and the deception was complete. In the meantime they had all risen. The men gave their arms to the women to escort them home. Wilhelm was walking last with Aurelia. The stage manager met him on the stairs and said to him, "Here is the veil our ghost vanished in. It was hanging fixed to the place where he sank. We found it this moment." "A curious relic," said our friend, and took it with him. At this instant his left arm was laid hold of, and he felt a smart twinge of pain in it. Mignon had hid herself in the place. She had seized him and bit his arm. She rushed past him downstairs and disappeared. On reaching the open air, almost all of them discovered that they had drunk too liberally. They glided asunder without taking leave. The instant Wilhelm gained his room, he stripped, and, extinguishing his candle, hastened into bed. Sleep was overpowering him without delay, when a noise that seemed to issue from behind the stove aroused him. In the eye of his heated fancy, the image of the harnessed king was hovering there. He sat up that he might address the spectre, but he felt himself encircled with soft arms, and his mouth was shut with kisses, which he had not force to push away. Chapter 13. Next morning Wilhelm started up with an unpleasant feeling, and found himself alone. His head was still dim with the tumult, which he had not yet entirely slept off, and the recollection of his nightly visitant disquieted his mind. His first suspicion lighted on Filina, but on second thoughts he conceived that it could not have been she. He sprang out of bed, and while putting on his clothes he noticed that the door, which commonly he used to bolt, was now ajar, though whether he had shut it on the previous night or not he could not recollect. But what surprised him most was the spirit's veil which he found lying on his bed. Having brought it up with him, he had most probably thrown it there himself. It was a grey gauze. On the hem of it he noticed an inscription broidered in dark letters. He unfolded it and read the words, "For the first and the last time, flee, youth, flee." He was struck with it and knew not what to think or say. At this moment Mignon entered with his breakfast. The aspect of the child astonished Wilhelm, we may almost say frightened him. She appeared to have grown taller overnight. She entered with a stately, noble air, and looked him in the face so earnestly that he could not endure her glances. She did not touch him, as at other times, when for morning salutation she would press his hand or kiss his cheek, his lips, his arm or shoulder. But having put his things in order, she retired in silence. The appointed time of a first rehearsal now arrived. Our friends assembled, all of them entirely out of tune from yesterday's debauch. Wilhelm roused himself as much as possible, that he might not at the very outset violate the principles he had preached so lately with such emphasis. His practice in the matter helped him through, for practice and habit must, in every art, fill up the voids which genius and temper in their fluctuations will so often leave. But in the present case our friends had especial reason to admit the truth of the remark, that no one should begin with festivity any situation that is meant to last, particularly that is meant to be a trade, a mode of living. Festivities are fit for what is happily concluded. At the commencement they but waste the force and zeal which should inspire us in the struggle, and support us through a long continued labour. Of all festivities the marriage festival appears the most unsuitable. Calmness, humility, and silent hope befit no ceremony more than this. So passed the day, which to Wilhelm seemed the most insipid he had ever spent. Instead of their accustomed conversation in the evening, the company began to yawn. The interest of Hamlet was exhausted. They rather felt it disagreeable than otherwise that the play was to be repeated next night. Wilhelm showed the veil which the royal Dane had left. It was to be inferred from this that he would not come again. Serlo was of that opinion. He appeared to be deep in the secrets of the ghost. But on the other hand, the inscription, "Flee, youth, flee," seemed inconsistent with the rest. How could Serlo be in league with any one whose aim it was to take away the finest actor of his troupe? It had now become a matter of necessity to confer on Boisterous the ghost's part, and on the pedant that of the king. Both declared that they had studied these sufficiently. Nor was it wonderful, for in such a number of rehearsals and so copious a treatment of the subject, all of them had grown familiar with it. Each could have exchanged his part with any other. Yet they rehearsed a little here and there, and prepared the new adventurers as fully as the hurry would admit. When the company was breaking up at a pretty late hour, Philina softly whispered Wilhelm as she passed, "I must have my slippers back. Thou wilt not bolt the door." These words excited some perplexity in Wilhelm when he reached his chamber. They strengthened the suspicion that Philina was the secret visitant, and we ourselves are forced to coincide with this idea, particularly as the causes, which awakened in our friend another and stranger supposition, cannot be disclosed. He kept walking up and down his chamber in no quiet frame. His door was actually not yet bolted. On a sudden Mignon rushed into the room, laid hold of him, and cried, "Master, save the house! It is on fire!" Wilhelm sprang through the door, and a strong smoke came rushing down upon him from the upper story. On the street he heard the cry of fire, and the harper, with his instrument in his hand, came downstairs breathless through the smoke. Aurelia hurried out of her chamber and threw little Felix into Wilhelm's arms. "Save the child," cried she, "and we will mind the rest." Wilhelm did not look upon the danger as so great. His first thought was to penetrate to the source of the fire and try to stifle it before it reached a head. He gave Felix to the harper, commanding him to hasten down the stone stairs which led across a little garden vault out into the garden, and to wait with the children in the open air. Mignon took a light to show the way. He begged Aurelia to secure her things there also. He himself pierced upwards through the smoke, but it was in vain that he exposed himself to such danger. The flame appeared to issue from a neighbouring house. It had already caught the wooden floor and staircase. Some others who had hastened to his help were suffering like himself from fire and vapour. Yet he kept inciting them. He called for water. He conjured them to dispute every inch with the flame, and promised to abide by them to the last. At this instant Mignon came springing up and cried, "Master, save thy Felix! The old man is mad! He is killing him!" Scarcely knowing what he did, Wilhelm darted downstairs, and Mignon followed close behind him. On the last steps which led into the garden vault he paused with horror. Some heaps of firewood branches and large masses of straw, which had been stowed in the place, were burning with a clear flame. Felix was lying on the ground and screaming. The harper stood aside, holding down his head, and leaned against the wall. "Unhappy creature, what is this?" said Wilhelm. The old man spoke not. Mignon lifted Felix and carried him with difficulty to the garden, while Wilhelm strove to pull the fire asunder and extinguish it, but only by his efforts made the flame more violent. At last he, too, was forced to flee into the garden, with his hair and his eyelashes burnt, tearing the harper with him through the conflagration, who, with singed beard, unwillingly accompanied him. Wilhelm hastened instantly to seek the children. He found them on the threshold of a summer house at some distance. Mignon was trying every effort to pacify her comrade. Wilhelm took him on his knee. He questioned him, felt him, but could obtain no satisfactory account from either him or Mignon. Meanwhile, the fire had fiercely seized on several houses. It was now enlightening all the neighbourhood. Wilhelm looked at the child in the red glare of the flames. He could find no wound, no blood, no hurt of any kind. He groped over all the little creature's body, but the boy gave no sign of pain. On the contrary, he by degrees grew calm, and began to wonder at the blazing houses, and express his pleasure at the spectacle of beams and rafters burning all in order, like a grand illumination, so beautifully there. Wilhelm thought not of the clothes or goods he might have lost. He felt deeply how inestimable to him was this pair of human beings who had just escaped so great a danger. He pressed little Felix to his heart with a new emotion. Mignon, too, he was about to clasp with joyful tenderness, but she softly avoided this. She took him by the hand and held it fast. "Master," said she. Till the present evening she had hardly ever named him master. At first she used to name him sir, and afterward to call him father. "Master, we have escaped an awful danger. Thy Felix was on the point of death." By many inquiries, Wilhelm learned from her at last that, when they came into the vault, the harper tore the light from her hand and set on fire the straw. That he then put Felix down, laid his hands with strange gestures on the head of the child, and drew a knife as if he meant to sacrifice him. That she sprang forward and snatched it from him. That she screamed, and someone from the house, who was carrying something down into the garden, came to her help, but must have gone away again in the confusion, and left the old man and the child alone. 2 or even 3 houses were now flaming in a general blaze. Owing to the conflagration in the vault, no person had been able to take shelter in the garden. Wilhelm was distressed about his friends, and in a less degree about his property. Not venturing to quit the children, he was forced to sit and see the mischief spreading more and more. In this anxious state he passed some hours. Felix had fallen asleep on his bosom. Mignon was lying at his side and holding fast his hand. The efforts of the people finally subdued the fire. The burned houses sank with successive crashes into heaps. The morning was advancing. The children awoke and complained of bitter cold. Even Wilhelm in his light dress could scarcely brook the chillness of the falling dew. He took the young ones to the rubbish of the prostrate building, where among the ashes and the embers they found a very grateful warmth. The opening day collected by degrees the various individuals of the party. All of them had got away unhurt. No one had lost much. Wilhelm's trunk was saved among the rest. Toward 10 o'clock, Serlo called them to rehearse their Hamlet, at least some scenes in which fresh players were to act. He had some debates to manage on this point with the municipal authorities. The clergy required that, after such a visitation of Providence, the playhouse should be shut for some time. And Serlo, on the other hand, maintained that, both for the purpose of repairing the damage he had suffered, and of exhilarating the depressed and terrified spirits of the people, nothing could be more in place than the exhibition of some interesting play. His opinion in the end prevailed, and the house was full. The actors played with singular fire, with more of a passionate freedom than at first. The feelings of the audience had been heightened by the horrors of the previous night, and their appetite for entertainment had been sharpened by the tedium of a wasted and dissipated day. Every one had more than usual susceptibility for what was strange and moving. Most of them were new spectators, invited by the fame of the play. They could not compare the present with the preceding evening. Boisterous played altogether in the style of the unknown ghost. The pedant, too, had accurately seized the manner of his predecessor. Nor was his own woeful aspect without its use to him, for it seemed as if, in spite of his purple cloak and his ermine collar, Hamlet were fully justified in calling him a king of shreds and patches. Few have ever reached the throne by a path more singular than this had been. But although the rest, and especially Philina, made sport of his preferment, he himself signified that the Count, a consummate judge, had at the first glance predicted this and much more of him. Philina, on the other hand, recommended lowliness of mind to him, saying she would now and then powder the sleeves of his coat, that he might remember the unhappy night in the castle, and wear his crown with meekness. End of section 2. Section 3 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Chapter 14. Our friends had sought out other lodgings on the spur of the moment, and were by this means much dispersed. Wilhelm had conceived a liking for the garden house, where he had spent the night of the conflagration. He easily obtained the key and settled himself there. But Aurelia being greatly hampered in her new abode, he was obliged to retain little Felix with him. Mignon, indeed, would not part with the boy. He had placed the children in a neat chamber on the upper floor. He himself was in the lower parlour. The young ones were asleep at this time. Wilhelm could not sleep. Adjoining the lovely garden, which the full moon had just risen to illuminate, the black ruins of the fire were visible, and here and there a streak of vapour was still mounting from them. The air was soft, the night extremely beautiful. Felina, in issuing from the theatre, had jogged him with her elbow, and whispered something to him which he did not understand. He felt perplexed and out of humour. He knew not what he should expect or do. For a day or two Felina had avoided him. It was not till to-night that she had given him any second signal. Unhappily the doors, that he was not to bolt, were now consumed. The slippers had evaporated into smoke. How the girl would gain admission to the garden, if her aim was such, he knew not. He wished she might not come, and yet he longed to have some explanation with her. But what lay heavier at his heart than this was the fate of the harper, whom, since the fire, no one had seen. Wilhelm was afraid that in clearing off the rubbish they would find him buried under it. Our friend had carefully concealed the suspicion which he entertained, that it was the harper who had fired the house. The old man had been first seen as he rushed from the burning and smoking floor, and his desperation in the vault appeared a natural consequence of such a deed. Yet from the inquiry which the magistrates had instituted touching the affair, it seemed likely that the fire had not originated in the house where Wilhelm lived, but had accidentally been kindled in the third from that, and had crept along beneath the roofs before it burst into activity. Seated in a grove, our friend was meditating all these things, when he heard a low footfall in a neighbouring walk. By the melancholy song which arose along with it, he recognized the harper. He caught the words of the song without difficulty. It turned on the consolations of a miserable man, conscious of being on the borders of insanity. Unhappily our friend forgot the whole of it except the last verse. Wheresoe'er my steps may lead me, meekly at the door I'll stay. Pious hands will come to feed me, and I'll wander on my way. Each will feel a touch of gladness when my aged form appears. Each will shed a tear of sadness, though I reck not of his tears. So singing, he had reached the garden door, which led into an unfrequented street. Finding it bolted, he was making an attempt to climb the railing, when Wilhelm held him back, and addressed some kindly words to him. The old man begged to have the door unlocked, declaring that he would and must escape. Wilhelm represented to him that he might indeed escape from the garden, but could not from the town, showing at the same time what suspicions he must needs incur by such a step. But it was in vain. The old man held by his opinion. Our friend, however, would not yield, and at last he brought him half by force into the garden house, in which he locked himself along with him. The two carried on a strange conversation, which, however, not to afflict our readers with repeating unconnected thoughts and dolorous emotions, we had rather pass in silence than detail at large. Chapter 15. Undetermined what to do with this unhappy man, who displayed such indubitable symptoms of madness, Wilhelm would have been in great perplexity had not Laertes come that very morning and delivered him from his uncertainty. Laertes, as usual, rambling everywhere about the town, had happened, in some coffee-house, to meet with a man who, a short time ago, had suffered under violent attacks of melancholy. This person, it appeared, had been entrusted to the care of some country clergyman, who made it his peculiar business to attend to people in such situations. In the present instance, as in many others, his treatment had succeeded. He was still in town, and the friends of the patient were showing him the greatest honour. Wilhelm hastened to find out this person. He disclosed the case to him and agreed with him about the terms. The harper was to be brought over to him under certain pretexts. The separation deeply pained our friend. So used was he to see the man beside him and to hear his spirited and touching strains. The hope of soon beholding him recovered served in some degree to moderate this feeling. The old man's harp had been destroyed in the burning of the house. They purchased him another and gave it him when he departed. Mignon's little wardrobe had in like manner been consumed. As Wilhelm was about providing her with new apparel, Aurelia proposed that now at last they should dress her as a girl. "No, no, not at all," cried Mignon, and insisted on it with such earnestness that they let her have her way. The company had not much leisure for reflection. The exhibitions followed close on one another. Wilhelm often mingled with the audience to ascertain their feelings, but he seldom heard a criticism of the kind he wished. More frequently the observations he listened to distressed or angered him. Thus, for instance, shortly after Hamlet had been acted for the first time, a youth was telling with considerable animation how happy he had been that evening in the playhouse. Wilhelm hearkened, and was scandalized to learn that his neighbour had, on that occasion, in contempt of those behind him, kept his hat on, stubbornly refusing to remove it till the play was done, to which heroical transaction he still looked back with great contentment. Another gentleman declared that Wilhelm played Laertes very well, but that the actor who had undertaken Hamlet did not seem too happy in his part. This permutation was not quite unnatural, for Wilhelm and Laertes did resemble one another, though in a very distant manner. A third critic warmly praised his acting, particularly in the scene with his mother. Only he regretted much that, in this fiery moment, a white strap had peered out from below the prince's waistcoat, whereby the illusion had been greatly marred. Meanwhile, in the interior of the company, a multitude of alterations were occurring. Philina, since the evening subsequent to that of the fire, had never given our friend the smallest sign of closer intimacy. She had, as it seemed on purpose, hired a remote lodging. She associated with Elmira and came seldomer to Serlo, an arrangement very gratifying to Aurelia. Serlo continued still to like her, and often visited her quarters, particularly when he hoped to find Elmira there. One evening he took Wilhelm with him. At their entrance both of them were much surprised to see Philina in the inner room sitting in close contact with a young officer. He wore a red uniform with white pantaloons, but his face being turned away they could not see it. Philina came into the outer room to meet her visitors, and shut the door behind her. "You surprise me in the middle of a very strange adventure," cried she. "It does not appear so strange," said Serlo, "but let us see this handsome, young, enviable gallant. You have us in such training that we dare not show any jealousy, however it may be." "I must leave you to suspicion for a time," replied Philina in a jesting tone. "Yet I can assure you the gallant is a lady of my friends who wishes to remain a few days undiscovered. You shall know her history in due season. Nay, perhaps you shall even behold the beautiful spinster in person. And then most probably I shall have need of all my prudence and discretion, for it seems too likely that your new acquaintance will drive your old friend out of favour." Wilhelm stood as if transformed to stone. At the first glance the red uniform had reminded him of Mariana. The figure, too, was hers. The fair hair was hers, only the present individual seemed to be a little taller. "For heaven's sake," cried he, "let us know something more about your friend. Let us see this lady in disguise. We are now partakers of your secret. We will promise, we will swear, only let us see the lady." "What a fire he is in!" cried Philina. "But be cool, be calm, for today there will nothing come of it." "Let us only know her name," cried Wilhelm. "It were a fine secret then," replied Philina. "At least her first name." "If you can guess it, be it so. 3 guesses I will give you, not a fourth. You might lead me through the whole calendar." "Well," said Wilhelm, "Cecilia then." "None of your Cecilias." "Henrietta." "Not at all. Have a care, I pray you. Guess better, or your curiosity will have to sleep unsatisfied." Wilhelm paused and shivered. He tried to speak, but the sound died away within him. "Mariana," stammered he at last. "Mariana?" "Bravo!" cried Philina. "Hit to a hair's breadth," said she, whirling round upon her heel, as she was wont on such occasions. Wilhelm could not utter a word, and Serlo, not observing his emotion, urged Philina more and more to let them in. Conceive the astonishment of both when Wilhelm, suddenly and vehemently interrupting their raillery, threw himself at Philina's feet and, with an air and tone of the deepest passion, begged and conjured her. "Let me see the stranger," cried he. "She is mine, she is my Mariana, she for whom I have longed all the days of my life, she who is still more to me than all the women in this world. Go in to her at least, and tell her that I am here, that the man is here who linked her to his earliest love, and all the happiness of his youth. Say that he will justify himself, though he left her so unkindly. He will pray for pardon of her, and will grant her pardon, whatsoever she may have done to him. He will even make no pretensions further, if he may but see her, if he may but see that she is living and in happiness." Philina shook her head and said, "Speak low, do not betray us. If the lady is indeed your friend, her feelings must be spared, for she does not in the least suspect that you are here. Quite a different sort of business brings her hither, and you know well enough one had rather see a spectre than a former lover at an inconvenient time. I will ask her and prepare her. We will then consider what is further to be done. Tomorrow I shall write you a note saying when you are to come, or whether you may come at all. Obey me punctually, for I protest that without her own and my consent no eye shall see this lovely creature. I shall keep my doors better bolted, and with axe and crow you surely will not visit me." Our friend conjured her, Serlo begged of her, but all in vain. They were obliged to yield, and leave the chamber and the house. With what feelings Wilhelm passed the night is easy to conceive. How slowly the hours of the day flowed on while he sat expecting a message from Philina may also be imagined. Unhappily he had to play that evening. Such mental pain he had never endured. The moment his part was done, he hastened to Philina's house, without inquiring whether he had got her leave or not. He found her doors bolted, and the people of the house informed him that Mademoiselle had set out early in the morning in company with a young officer, that she had talked about returning shortly, but they had not believed her, she having paid her debts and taken everything along with her. This intelligence drove Wilhelm almost frantic. He hastened to Laertes, that he might take measures for pursuing her, and cost what it would, for attaining certainty regarding her attendant. Laertes, however, represented to him the imprudence of such passion and credulity. "I dare wager, after all," said he, "that it is no one else but Friedrich. The boy is of a high family, I know. He is madly in love with Philina. It is likely he has cozened from his friends a fresh supply of money, so that he can once more live with her in peace for a while." These considerations, though they did not quite convince our friend, sufficed to make him waver. Laertes showed him how improbable the story was with which Philina had amused them, reminded him how well the stranger's hair and figure answered Friedrich, that with the start of him by 12 hours they could not easily be overtaken, and, what was more than all, that Serlo could not do without him at the theatre. By so many reasons Wilhelm was at last persuaded to postpone the execution of his project. That night Laertes got an active man, to whom they gave the charge of following the runaways. It was a steady person who had often officiated as courier and guide to travelling parties, and was at present without employment. They gave him money, they informed him of the whole affair, instructing him to seek and overtake the fugitives, to keep them in his eye, and instantly to send intelligence to Wilhelm where and how he found them. That very hour he mounted horse, pursuing this ambiguous pair, by which exertions Wilhelm was in some degree at least composed. Chapter 16. The departure of Philina did not make a deep sensation, either in the theatre or in the public. She never was earnest with anything. The women universally detested her. The men rather wished to see herself too than on the boards. Thus her fine, and for the stage even happy, talents were of no avail to her. The other members of the company took greater labour on them to supply her place. The Frau Melina, in particular, was much distinguished by her diligence and zeal. She noted down as formerly the principles of Wilhelm. She guided herself according to his theory and his example. There was of late a something in her nature that rendered her more interesting. She soon acquired an accurate mode of acting. She attained the natural tone of conversation altogether. That of keen emotion she attained in some degree. She contrived, moreover, to adapt herself to Serlo's humours. She took pains in singing for his pleasure, and succeeded in that matter moderately well. By the accession of some other players, the company was rendered more complete, and while Wilhelm and Serlo were busied each in his degree, the former insisting on the general tone and spirit of the whole, the latter faithfully elaborating the separate passages, a laudable ardour likewise inspired the actors, and the public took a lively interest in their concerns. "We are on the right path," said Serlo once. "If we can continue thus, the public, too, will soon be on it. Men are easily astonished and misled by wild and barbarous exhibitions. Yet lay before them anything rational and polished, in an interesting manner, and doubt not they will catch at it." What forms the chief defect of our German theatre, what prevents both actor and spectator from obtaining proper views, is the vague and variegated nature of the objects it contains. You nowhere find a barrier on which to prop your judgment. In my opinion, it is far from an advantage to us that we have expanded our stage into, as it were, a boundless arena for the whole of nature. Yet neither manager nor actor need attempt contracting it, until the taste of the nation shall itself mark out the proper circle. Every good society submits to certain conditions and restrictions. So also must every good theatre. Certain manners, certain modes of speech, certain objects, and fashions of proceeding must altogether be excluded. You do not grow poorer by limiting your household expenditure. On these points our friends were more or less accordant or at variance. The majority, with Wilhelm at their head, were for the English theatre, Serlo and a few others for the French. It was also settled that in vacant hours, of which unhappily an actor has too many, they should in company peruse the finest plays in both these languages, examining what parts of them seemed best and worthiest of imitation. They accordingly commenced with some French pieces. On these occasions, it was soon observed, Aurelia went away whenever they began to read. At first they supposed she had been sick. Wilhelm once questioned her about it. "I would not assist at such a reading," said she, "for how could I hear and judge when my heart was torn in pieces? I hate the French language from the bottom of my soul." "How can you be hostile to a language," cried our friend, "to which we Germans are indebted for the greater part of our accomplishments, to which we must become indebted still more if our natural qualities are ever to assume their proper form?" "It is no prejudice," replied Aurelia. "A painful impression, a hated recollection of my faithless friend, has robbed me of all enjoyment in that beautiful and cultivated tongue. How I hate it now with my whole strength and heart! During the period of our kindliest connection, he wrote in German. And what genuine, powerful, cordial German! It was not till he wanted to get quit of me that he began seriously to write in French. I felt what he meant. What he would have blushed to utter in his mother tongue, he could by this means write with a quiet conscience. It is the language of reservations, equivocations, and lies. It is a perfidious language. Heaven be praised. I cannot find another word to express this perfide of theirs in all its compass. Our poor Troilos, the faithless of English, are innocent as babes beside it. Perfide means faithless with pleasure, with insolence and malice. How enviable is the culture of a nation that can figure out so many shades of meaning by a single word! French is exactly the language of the world, worthy to become the universal language, that all may have it in their power to cheat and cozen and betray each other. His French letters were always smooth and pleasant while you read them. If you chose to believe it, they sounded warmly, even passionately. But if you examined narrowly, they were but phrases, accursed phrases. He has spoiled my feeling to the whole language, to French literature, even to the beautiful, delicious expressions of noble souls which may be found in it. I shudder when a French word is spoken in my hearing." In such terms she could for hours continue to give utterance to her chagrin, interrupting or disturbing every other kind of conversation. Sooner or later Serlo used to put an end to such peevish lamentations by some bitter sally, but by this means commonly the talk for the evening was destroyed. In all provinces of life it is unhappily the case that whatever is to be accomplished by a number of cooperating men and circumstances cannot long continue perfect. Of an acting company as well as of a kingdom, of a circle of friends as well as of an army, you may commonly select the moment when it may be said that all was standing on the highest pinnacle of harmony, perfection, contentment, and activity. But alterations will ere long occur. The individuals that compose the body often change. New members are added. The persons are no longer suited to the circumstances, or the circumstances to the persons. What was formerly united quickly falls asunder. Thus it was with Serlo's company. For a time you might have called it as complete as any German company could ever boast of being. Most of the actors were occupying their proper places. All had enough to do, and all did it willingly. Their private personal condition was not bad, and each appeared to promise great things in his art, for each commenced with animation and alacrity. But it soon became apparent that a part of them were mere automatons, who could not reach beyond what was attainable without the aid of feeling. Nor was it long till grudgings and envyings arose among them, such as commonly obstruct every good arrangement, and easily distort and tear in pieces everything that reasonable and thinking men would wish to keep united. The departure of Filina was not quite so insignificant as it had first appeared. She had always skilfully contrived to entertain the manager, and keep the others in good humour. She had endured Aurelia's violence with amazing patience, and her dearest task had been to flatter Wilhelm. Thus she was, in some respects, a bond of union for the whole. the loss of her was quickly felt. Serlo could not live without some little passion of the love sort. Elmira was of late grown up, we might almost say grown beautiful. For some time she had been attracting his attention, and Philina, with her usual dexterity, had favoured this attachment so soon as she observed it. "We should train ourselves in time," she would say, "to the business of procuress. Nothing else remains for us when we are old." Serlo and Elmira had by this means so approximated to each other that, shortly after the departure of Philina, both were of a mind, and their small romance was rendered doubly interesting as they had to hide it sedulously from the father. Old Boisterous not understanding jokes of that description. Elmira's sister had been admitted to the secret, and Serlo was, in consequence, obliged to overlook a multitude of things in both of them. One of their worst habits was an excessive love of junketing, nay, if you will, an intolerable gluttony. In this respect they altogether differed from Philina, to whom it gave a new tint of loveliness, that she seemed, as it were, to live on air, eating very little, and for drink merely skimming off with all imaginable grace the foam from a glass of champagne. Now, however, Serlo, if he meant to please his doxies, was obliged to join breakfast with dinner, and with this, by a substantial bever, to connect the supper. But amid gormandizing, Serlo entertained another plan, which he longed to have fulfilled. He imagined that he saw a kind of attachment between Wilhelm and Aurelia, and he anxiously wished that it might assume a serious shape. He hoped to cast the whole mechanical department of his theatrical economy on Wilhelm's shoulders, to find in him, as in the former brother, a faithful and industrious tool. Already he had, by degrees, shifted over to him most of the cares of management. Aurelia kept a strong box, and Serlo once more lived as he had done of old, entirely according to his humour. Yet there was a circumstance which vexed him in secret, as it did his sister likewise. The world has a particular way of acting toward public persons of acknowledged merit. It gradually begins to be indifferent to them, and to favour talents which are new, though far inferior. It makes excessive requisitions of the former, and accepts of anything with approbation from the latter. Serlo and Aurelia had opportunity enough to meditate on this peculiarity. The strangers, especially the young and handsome ones, had drawn the whole attention and applause upon themselves, and Serlo and his sister, in spite of the most zealous efforts, had in general to make their exits without the welcomed sound of clapping hands. It is true some special causes were at work on this occasion. Aurelia's pride was palpable, and her contempt for the public was known to many. Serlo, indeed, flattered every individual, but his cutting gibes against the whole were often circulated and repeated. The new members, again, were not only strangers, unknown, and wanting help, but some of them were likewise young and amiable. Thus all of them found patrons. Ere long, too, there arose internal discontents, and many bickerings among the actors. Scarcely had they noticed that our friend was acting as director, when most of them began to grow the more remiss, the more he strove to introduce a better order, greater accuracy, and chiefly to insist that everything mechanical should be performed in the most strict and regular manner. Thus, by and by, the whole concern, which actually for a time had nearly looked ideal, grew as vulgar in its attributes as any mere itinerating theatre. And unhappily, just as Wilhelm, by his labour, diligence, and vigorous efforts, had made himself acquainted with the requisitions of the art, and trained completely both his person and his habits to comply with them, he began to feel, in melancholy hours, that this craft deserved the necessary outlay of time and talents less than any other. The task was burdensome, the recompense was small. He would rather have engaged with any occupation in which, when the period of exertion is past, one can enjoy repose of mind, than with this, wherein, after undergoing much mechanical drudgery, the aim of one's activity cannot still be attained but by the strongest effort of thought and emotion. Besides, he had to listen to Aurelia's complaints about her brother's wastefulness. He had to misconceive the winks and nods of Serlo, trying from afar to lead him to a marriage with Aurelia. He had withal to hide his own secret sorrow, which pressed heavy on his heart, because of that ambiguous officer whom he had sent in quest of. The messenger returned not, sent no tidings, and Wilhelm feared that his Mariana was lost to him a second time. About this period there occurred a public mourning, which obliged our friends to shut their theatre for several weeks. Wilhelm seized this opportunity to pay a visit to the clergyman with whom the harper had been placed to board. He found him in a pleasant district, and the first thing that he noticed in the parsonage was the old man teaching a boy to play upon his instrument. The harper showed great joy at sight of Wilhelm. He rose, held out his hand, and said, "You see, I am still good for something in the world. Permit me to continue, for my hours are all distributed and full of business." The clergyman saluted Wilhelm very kindly, and told him that the harper promised well, already giving hopes of a complete recovery. Their conversation naturally turned upon the various modes of treating the insane. "Except physical derangements," observed the clergyman, "which often place insuperable difficulties in the way, and in regard to which I follow the prescriptions of a wise physician, the means of curing madness seem to me extremely simple. They are the very means by which you hinder sane persons from becoming mad. Awaken their activity, accustom them to order, bring them to perceive that they hold their being and their fate in common with many millions, that extraordinary talents, the highest happiness, the deepest misery, are but slight variations from the general lot. In this way no insanity will enter, or if it has entered, will gradually disappear. I have portioned out the old man's hours. He gives lessons to some children on the harp. He works in the garden. He is already much more cheerful. He wishes to enjoy the cabbages he plants. My son, to whom in case of death he has bequeathed his harp, he is ardent to instruct, that the boy may be able to make use of his inheritance. I have said but little to him, as a clergyman, about his wild, mysterious scruples. But a busy life brings on so many incidents that ere long he must feel how true it is that doubt of any kind can be removed by nothing but activity. I go softly to work, yet if I could get his beard and hood removed, I should reckon it a weighty point. For nothing more exposes us to madness than distinguishing ourselves from others, and nothing more contributes to maintain our common sense than living in the universal way with multitudes of men. Alas, how much there is in education, in our social institutions, to prepare us and our children for insanity." Wilhelm stayed some days with this intelligent divine, heard from him many curious narratives, not of the insane alone, but of persons such as commonly are reckoned wise and rational, though they may have peculiarities which border on insanity. The conversation became doubly animated on the entrance of the doctor, with whom it was accustomed to pay frequent visits to his friend the clergyman, and to assist him in his labours of humanity. The physician was an oldish man, who, though in weak health, had spent many years in the practice of the noblest virtues. He was a strong advocate for country life, being himself scarcely able to exist except in the open air. Withal, he was extremely active and companionable. For several years he had shown a special inclination to make friends with all the country clergymen within his reach. Such of these as were employed in any useful occupation he strove by every means to help. Into others, who were still unsettled in their aims, he endeavoured to infuse a taste for some profitable species of exertion. Being at the same time in connection with a multitude of noblemen, magistrates, judges, he had in the space of 20 years, in secret, accomplished much towards the advancement of many branches of husbandry. He had done his best to put in motion every project that seemed capable of benefiting agriculture, animals, or men, and had thus forwarded improvement in its truest sense. For man, he used to say, there is but one misfortune, when some idea lays hold of him, which exerts no influence upon active life, or still more, which withdraws him from it. At the present time, continued he on this occasion, I have a case before me. It concerns a rich and noble couple, and hitherto has baffled all my skill. The affair belongs in part to your department, worthy pastor, and your friend here will forbear to mention it again. In the absence of a certain nobleman, some persons of the house, in a frolic not entirely commendable, disguised a young man in the master's clothes. The lady was to be imposed upon by this deception, and although it was described to me as nothing but a joke, I am much afraid the purpose of it was to lead this noble and most amiable lady from the path of honour. Her husband, however, unexpectedly returns, enters his chamber, thinks he sees his spirit, and from that time falls into a melancholy temper, firmly believing that his death is near. He has now abandoned himself to men who pamper him with religious ideas, and I see not how he is to be prevented from going among the Herrnhuters with his lady, and as he has no children, from depriving his relations of the chief part of his fortune." "With his lady," cried our friend in great agitation, for this story had frightened him extremely. "And, alas," replied the doctor, who regarded Wilhelm's exclamation only as the voice of common sympathy, "this lady is herself possessed with a deeper sorrow, which renders a removal from the world desirable to her also. The same young man was taking leave of her. She was not circumspect enough to hide a nascent inclination toward him. The youth grew bolder, clasped her in his arms, and pressed a large portrait of her husband, which was set with diamonds, forcibly against her breast. She felt a sharp pain, which gradually went off, leaving first a little redness, then no trace at all. As a man, I am convinced that she has nothing further to reproach herself with in this affair. As a physician, I am certain that this pressure could not have the smallest ill effect. Yet she will not be persuaded that an induration is not taking place in the part, and if you try to overcome her notion by the evidence of feeling, she maintains that, though the evil is away this moment, it will return the next. She conceives that the disease will end in cancer, and thus her youth and loveliness be altogether lost to others and herself. "Wretch that I am!" cried Wilhelm, striking his brow, and rushing from the company into the fields. He had never felt himself in such a miserable case. The clergyman and the physician were of course exceedingly astonished at this singular discovery. In the evening all their skill was called for, when our friend returned, and with a circumstantial disclosure of the whole occurrence, uttered the most violent accusations of himself. Both took interest in him. Both felt a real concern about his general condition, particularly as he painted it in the gloomy colours which arose from the humour of the moment. Next day the physician, without much entreaty, was prevailed upon to accompany him in his return, both that he might bear him company, and that he might, if possible, do something for Aurelia, whom our friend had left in rather dangerous circumstances. In fact, they found her worse than they expected. She was afflicted with a sort of intermittent fever, which could the less be mastered as she purposely maintained and aggravated the attacks of it. The stranger was not introduced as a physician. He behaved with great courteousness and prudence. They conversed about her situation, bodily and mental. Her new friend related many anecdotes of persons who, in spite of lingering disorders, had attained a good old age, adding that, in such cases, nothing could be more injurious than the intentional recalling of passionate and disagreeable emotions. In particular, he stated that, for persons labouring under chronical and partly incurable distempers, he had always found it a very happy circumstance when they chanced to entertain and cherish in their minds true feelings of religion. This he signified in the most unobtrusive manner, as it were historically, promising Aurelia at the same time the reading of a very interesting manuscript, which he said he had received from the hands of an excellent lady of his friends, who is now deceased. "To me," he said, "it is of uncommon value, and I shall trust you even with the original. Nothing but the title is in my handwriting. I have called it Confessions of a Fair Saint." Touching the medical and dietetic treatment of the racked and hapless patient, he also left his best advice with Wilhelm. He then departed, promising to write, and if possible to come again in person. Meanwhile, in Wilhelm's absence, there had changes been preparing such as he was not aware of. During his directorship, our friend had managed all things with a certain liberality and freedom, looking chiefly at the main result. Whatever was required for dresses, decorations, and the like, he had usually provided in a plentiful and handsome style, and for securing the cooperation of his people, he had flattered their self-interest, since he could not reach them by nobler motives. In this he felt his conduct justified the more, as Serlo for his own part never aimed at being a strict economist, but liked to hear the beauty of his theatre commended, and was contented if Aurelia, who conducted the domestic matters, on defraying all expenses, signified that she was free from debt, and could besides afford the necessary sums for clearing off such scores as Serlo in the interim, by lavish kindness to his mistresses or otherwise, might have incurred. Melina, who was charged with managing the wardrobe, had all the while been silently considering these things, with the cold, spiteful temper peculiar to him. On occasion of our friend's departure and Aurelia's increasing sickness, he contrived to signify to Serlo that more money might be raised and less expended, and consequently something be laid up, or at least a merrier life be led. Serlo hearkened gladly to such allegations, and Melina risked the exhibition of his plan. "I will not say," continued he, "that any of your actors has at present too much salary. They are meritorious people, they would find a welcome anywhere, but for the income which they bring us in they have too much. My project would be to set up an opera, and as to what concerns the playhouse, I may be allowed to say it. You are the person for maintaining that establishment upon your single strength. Observe how at present your merits are neglected, and justice is refused you, not because your fellow actors are excellent, but merely good. Come out alone, as used to be the case. Endeavour to attract around you middling, I will even say inferior people, for a slender salary. Regale the public with mechanical displays, as you can so cleverly do. Apply your remaining means to the opera, which I am talking of, and you will quickly see that, with the same labour and expense, you will give greater satisfaction, while you draw incomparably more money than at present." These observations were so flattering to Serlo that they could not fail of making some impression on him. He readily admitted that, loving music as he did, he had long wished for some arrangement such as this, though he could not but perceive that the public taste would thus be still more widely led astray, and that with such a mongrel theatre, not properly an opera, not properly a playhouse, any residue of true feeling for regular and perfect works of art must shortly disappear. Melina ridiculed, in terms more plain than delicate, our friend's pedantic notions in this matter, and his vain attempts to form the public mind, instead of being formed by it. Serlo and he at last agreed, with full conviction, that the sole concern was how to gather money and grow rich or live a joyous life, and they scarcely concealed their wish to be delivered from those persons who at present hindered them. Melina took occasion to lament Aurelia's weak health and the speedy end which it threatened, thinking all the while directly the reverse. Serlo affected to regret that Wilhelm could not sing, thus signifying that his presence was by no means indispensable. Melina then came forward with a whole catalogue of savings, which he said might be effected, and Serlo saw in him his brother-in-law replaced threefold. They both felt that secrecy was necessary in the matter, but this mutual obligation only joined them closer in their interests. They failed not to converse together privately on everything that happened, to blame whatever Wilhelm or Aurelia undertook, and to elaborate their own project, and prepare it more and more for execution. Silent as they both might be about their plan, little as their words betrayed them, in their conduct they were not so politic as constantly to hide their purposes. Melina now opposed our friend in many points that lay within the province of the latter, and Serlo, who had never acted smoothly to his sister, seemed to grow more bitter the more her sickness deepened, the more her passionate and variable humours would have needed toleration. About this period they took up the Emilie Galotti of Lessing. The parts were very happily distributed and filled. Within the narrow circle of this tragedy, the company found room for showing all the complex riches of their acting. Serlo, in the character of Marinelli, was altogether in his place. Odoardo was very well exhibited. Madame Melina played the mother with considerable skill. Elmira gained distinction as Emily. Laertes made a stately Appiani, and Wilhelm had bestowed the study of some months upon the prince's part. On this occasion, both internally and with Aurelia and Serlo, he had often come upon this question: what is the distinction between a noble and a well-bred manner? And how far must the former be included in the latter, though the latter is not in the former? Serlo, who himself in Marinelli had to act the courtier accurately, without caricature, afforded him some valuable thoughts on this. A well-bred carriage, he would say, is difficult to imitate, for in strictness it is negative, and it implies a long-continued previous training. You are not required to exhibit in your manner anything that specially betokens dignity, for by this means you are like to run into formality and haughtiness. You are rather to avoid whatever is undignified and vulgar. You are never to forget yourself, are to keep a constant watch upon yourself and others, to forgive nothing that is faulty in your own conduct, in that of others neither to forgive too little nor too much. Nothing must appear to touch you, nothing agitate. You must never overhaste yourself, must ever keep yourself composed, retaining still an outward calmness, whatever storms may rage within. The noble character at certain moments may resign himself to his emotions, the well-bred never. The latter is like a man dressed out in fair and spotless clothes. He will not lean on anything. Every person will beware of rubbing on him. He distinguishes himself from others, yet he may not stand apart. For as in all arts, so in this, the hardest must at length be done with ease. The well-bred man of rank, in spite of every separation, always seems united with the people round him. He is never to be stiff or uncomplying. He is always to appear the first, and never to insist on so appearing. It is clear, then, that to seem well-bred a man must actually be so. It is also clear why women generally are more expert at taking up the air of breeding than the other sex, why courtiers and soldiers catch it more easily than other men. Wilhelm now despaired of doing justice to his part, but Serlo aided and encouraged him, communicated the acutest observations on detached points, and furnished him so well that, on the exhibition of the piece, the public reckoned him a very proper prince. Serlo had engaged to give him, when the play was over, such remarks as might occur upon his acting. A disagreeable contention with Aurelia prevented any conversation of that kind. Aurelia had acted the character of Orsina in such a style as few have ever done. She was well acquainted with the part, and during the rehearsals she had treated it indifferently. But in the exhibition of the piece she had opened, as it were, all the sluices of her personal sorrow, and the character was represented so as never poet in the first glow of invention could have figured it. A boundless applause rewarded her painful efforts, but her friends, on visiting her when the play was finished, found her half fainting in her chair. Serlo had already signified his anger at her overcharged acting, as he called it. At this disclosure of her inmost heart before the public, to many individuals of which the history of her fatal passion was more or less completely known, he had spoken bitterly and fiercely, grinding with his teeth and stamping with his feet, as was his custom when enraged. "Never mind her," cried he, when he saw her in the chair, surrounded by the rest. "She will go upon the stage stark naked one of these days, and then the approbation will be perfect." "Ungrateful, inhuman man," exclaimed she, "soon shall I be carried naked to the place where approbation or disapprobation can no longer reach our ears." With these words she started up and hastened to the door. The maid had not yet brought her mantle. The sedan was not in waiting. It had been raining lately. A cold, raw wind was blowing through the streets. They endeavoured to persuade her to remain, for she was very warm. But in vain. She purposely walked slow. She praised the coolness, seemed to inhale it with peculiar eagerness. No sooner was she home than she became so hoarse that she could hardly speak a word. She did not mention that there was a total stiffness in her neck and along her back. Shortly afterward a sort of palsy in the tongue came on, so that she pronounced one word instead of another. They put her to bed. By numerous and copious remedies the evil changed its form, but was not mastered. The fever gathered strength. Her case was dangerous. Next morning she enjoyed a quiet hour. She sent for Wilhelm and delivered him a letter. "This sheet," said she, "has long been waiting for the present moment. I feel that my end is drawing nigh. Promise me that you yourself will take this paper, that by a word or two you will avenge my sorrows on the faithless man. He is not void of feeling. My death will pain him for a moment." Wilhelm took the letter, still endeavouring to console her and to drive away the thought of death. "No," said she, "do not deprive me of my nearest hope. I have waited for him long. I will joyfully clasp him when he comes." Shortly after this the manuscript arrived which the physician had engaged to send her. She called for Wilhelm, made him read it to her. The effect which it produced upon her the reader will be better able to appreciate after looking at the following book. The violent and stubborn temper of our poor Aurelia was mollified by hearing it. She took back the letter, and wrote another, as it seemed, in a meeker tone, charging Wilhelm at the same time to console her friend, if he should be distressed about her death, to assure him that she had forgiven him, and wished him every kind of happiness. From this time she was very quiet, and appeared to occupy herself with but a few ideas, which she endeavoured to extract and appropriate from the manuscript, out of which she frequently made Wilhelm read to her. The decay of her strength was not perceptible, nor had Wilhelm been anticipating the event, when one morning, as he went to visit her, he found that she was dead. Entertaining such respect for her as he had done, and accustomed as he was to live in her society, the loss of her affected him with no common sorrow. She was the only person that had truly wished him well. The coldness of Serlo he had felt of late but too keenly. He hastened therefore to perform the service she had entrusted to him. He wished to be absent for a time. On the other hand, this journey was exceedingly convenient for Melina. In the course of his extensive correspondence, he had lately entered upon terms with a male and a female singer, who, it was intended, should, by their performances and interludes, prepare the public for his future opera. The loss of Aurelia and Wilhelm's absence were to be supplied in this manner, and our friend was satisfied with anything that could facilitate his setting out. He had formed within himself a singular idea of the importance of his errand. The death of his unhappy friend had moved him deeply, and having seen her pass so early from the scene, he could not but be hostilely inclined against the man who had abridged her life, and made that shortened term so full of woe. Notwithstanding the last mild words of the dying woman, he resolved that, on delivering his letter, he would pass a strict sentence on her faithless friend. And not wishing to depend upon the temper of the moment, he studied an address, which in the course of preparation became more pathetic than just. Having fully convinced himself of the good composition of his essay, he began committing it to memory, and at the same time making ready for departure. Mignon was present as he packed his articles. She asked him whether he intended travelling south or north, and learning that it was the latter, she replied, "Then I will wait here for thee." She begged of him the pearl necklace which had once been Mariana's. He could not refuse to gratify the dear little creature, and he gave it her. The neckerchief she had already. On the other hand, she put the veil of Hamlet's ghost into his travelling bag, though he told her it could not be of any service to him. Melina took upon him the directorship, his wife engaged to keep a mother's eye upon the children, whom Wilhelm parted with unwillingly. Felix was very merry at the setting out, and when asked what pretty thing he wished to have brought back to him, he said, "Hark you, bring me a papa." Mignon seized the traveller's hand, then standing on her tiptoes, she pressed a warm and cordial, though not a tender, kiss upon his lips, and cried, "Master, forget us not, and come soon back." And so we leave our friend entering on his journey amid 1,000 different thoughts and feelings, and here subjoin by way of close a little poem which Mignon had recited once or twice with great expressiveness, and which the hurry of so many singular occurrences prevented us from inserting sooner. "Not speech, bid silence, I implore thee, for secrecy's my duty still. My heart entire I'd fain lay bare before thee, but such is not of fate the will. In season due the sun's course backward throws dark night, ensue must light, the mountain's hard rock at length its bosom doth unclose, now grudging earth no more the hidden fountains. Each seeks repose upon a friend's true breast, whereby laments he frees his bosom lonely, whereas an oath my lips hold closely pressed, the which to speech a god can open only." Editor's version. End of section 3. Section 4 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Confessions of a Fair Saint, beginning. Till my 8th year I was always a healthy child, but of that period I can recollect no more than of the day when I was born. About the beginning of my 8th year I was seized with a hemorrhage, and from that moment my soul became all feeling, all memory. The smallest circumstances of that accident are yet before my eyes as if they had occurred but yesterday. During the 9 months which I then spent patiently upon a sick bed, it appears to me the groundwork of my whole turn of thought was laid, as the first means were then afforded my mind of developing itself in its own manner. I suffered and I loved. This was the peculiar form of my heart. In the most violent fits of coughing, in the depressing pains of fever, I lay quiet, like a snail drawn back within its house. The moment I obtained a respite, I wanted to enjoy something pleasant, and as every other pleasure was denied me, I endeavoured to amuse myself with the innocent delights of eye and ear. The people brought me dolls and picture books, and whoever would sit by my bed was obliged to tell me something. From my mother I rejoiced to hear the Bible histories, and my father entertained me with natural curiosities. He had a very pretty cabinet, from which he brought me first one drawer and then another, as occasion served, showing me the articles and pointing out their properties. Dried plants and insects, with many kinds of anatomical preparations, such as human skins, bones, mummies, and the like, were in succession laid upon the sick bed of the little one. The birds and animals he killed in hunting were shown to me, before they passed into the kitchen. And that the Prince of the World might also have a voice in this assembly, my aunt related to me love adventures out of fairy tales. All was accepted, all took root. There were hours in which I vividly conversed with the invisible power. I can still repeat some verses which I then dictated, and my mother wrote down. Often I would tell my father back again what I had learned from him. Rarely did I take any physic without asking where the simples it was made of grew, what look they had, what names they bore. Nor had the stories of my aunt lighted on stony ground. I figured myself out in pretty clothes, and met the most delightful princes, who could find no peace or rest till they discovered who the unknown beauty was. One adventure of this kind, with a charming little angel dressed in white, with golden wings, who warmly courted me, I dwelt upon so long that my imagination painted out his form almost to visibility. After a year I was pretty well restored to health, but nothing of the giddiness of childhood remained with me. I could not play with dolls. I longed for beings able to return my love. Dogs, cats, and birds, of which my father kept a great variety, afforded me delight. But what would I have given for such a creature as my aunt once told me of? It was a lamb which a peasant girl took up and nourished in a wood. But in the guise of this pretty beast an enchanted prince was hid, who at length appeared in his native shape, a lovely youth, and rewarded his benefactress by his hand. Such a lamb I would have given the world for. But there was none to be had, and as everything about me went on in such a quite natural manner, I by degrees all but abandoned nearly all hopes of such a treasure. Meanwhile I comforted myself by reading books in which the strangest incidents were set forth. Among them all my favourite was the Christian German Hercules. That devout love history was altogether in my way. Whenever anything befell his dear Valiska, and cruel things befell her, he always prayed before hastening to her aid, and the prayers stood there verbatim. My longing after the invisible, which I had always dimly felt, was strengthened by such means, for in short it was ordained that God should also be my confidant. As I grew older I continued reading, heaven knows what, in chaotic order. The Roman Octavia was the book I liked beyond all others. The persecutions of the first Christians, decorated with the charms of a romance, awoke the deepest interest in me. But my mother now began to murmur at my constant reading, and, to humour her, my father took away my books today, but gave them back tomorrow. She was wise enough to see that nothing could be done in this way. She next insisted merely that my Bible should be read with equal diligence. To this I was not disinclined, and I accordingly perused the sacred volume with a lively interest. Withal, my mother was extremely careful that no books of a corruptive tendency should come into my hands. Immodest writings I would, of my own accord, have cast away, for my princes and my princesses were all extremely virtuous. To my mother and my zeal for knowledge it was owing that, with all my love of books, I also learned to cook, for much was to be seen in cookery. To cut up a hen, a pig, was quite a feast for me. I used to bring the entrails to my father, and he talked with me about them as if I had been a student of anatomy. With suppressed joy he would often call me his misfashioned son. I had passed my 12th year. I learned French, dancing, and drawing. I received the usual instructions in religion. In the latter, many thoughts and feelings were awakened, but nothing properly relating to my own condition. I liked to hear the people speak of God. I was proud that I could speak on these points better than my equals. I zealously read many books which put me in a condition to talk about religion. But it never once struck me to think how matters stood with me, whether my soul was formed according to these holy precepts, whether it was like a glass from which the everlasting sun could be reflected in its glancing. From the first I had presupposed all this. My French I learned with eagerness. My teacher was a clever man. He was not a vain empiric, not a dry grammarian. He had learning, he had seen the world. Instructing me in language, he satisfied my zeal for knowledge in 1,000 ways. I loved him so much that I used to wait his coming with a palpitating heart. Drawing was not hard for me. I should have made greater progress had my teacher possessed head and science. He had only hands and practice. Dancing was at first one of my smallest amusements. My body was too sensitive for it. I learned it only in the company of my sisters. But our dancing master took a thought of gathering all his scholars, male and female, and giving them a ball. This event gave dancing quite another charm for me. Amid a throng of boys and girls, the most remarkable were 2 sons of the Marshal of the Court. The youngest was of my age, the other 2 years older. They were children of such beauty that, according to the universal voice, no one had seen their like. For my part, scarcely had I noticed them when I lost sight of all the other crowd. From that moment I began to dance with care, and to wish that I could dance with grace. How came it, on the other hand, that these 2 boys distinguished me from all the rest? No matter. Before an hour had passed we had become the warmest friends, and our little entertainment did not end till we had fixed upon the time and place where we were next to meet. What a joy for me! and how charmed was I next morning when both of them inquired for my health, each in a gallant note, accompanied with a nosegay. I have never since felt as I then did. Compliment was met by compliment, letter answered letter. The church and the public walks were grown a rendezvous. Our young acquaintances in all their little parties now invited us together, while at the same time we were sly enough to veil the business from our parents, so that they saw no more of it than we thought good. Thus I had at once got a pair of lovers. I had yet decided upon neither. They both pleased me, and we did extremely well together. All at once the eldest of the two fell very sick. I myself had often been sick, and thus I was enabled, by rendering him many little dainties and delicacies suited for a sick person, to afford some solace to the sufferer. His parents thankfully acknowledged my attention. In compliance with the prayer of their beloved son, they invited me with all my sisters to their house so soon as he had arisen from his sick bed. The tenderness which he displayed on meeting me was not the feeling of a child. From that day I gave the preference to him. He warned me to keep our secret from his brother, but the flame could no longer be concealed, and the jealousy of the younger completed our romance. He played us 1,000 tricks. Eager to annihilate our joys, he but increased the passion he was seeking to destroy. At last I had actually found the wished-for lamb, and this attachment acted on me like my sickness. It made me calm, and drew me back from noisy pleasures. I was solitary, I was moved, and thoughts of God again occurred to me. He was again my confidant, and I well remember with what tears I often prayed for this poor boy, who still continued sickly. The more childishness there was in this adventure, the more did it contribute to the forming of my heart. Our French teacher had now turned us from translating into daily writing him some letter of our own invention. I brought my little history to market, shrouded in the names of Phyllis and Damon. The old man soon saw through it, and, to render me communicative, praised my labour very much. I still waxed bolder, came openly out with the affair, adhering, even in the minute details, to truth. I do not now remember what the passage was at which he took occasion to remark, "How pretty, how natural it is! But the good Phyllis had better have a care. The thing may soon grow serious." I felt vexed that he did not look upon the matter as already serious, and I asked him with an air of pique what he meant by serious. I had not to repeat the question. He explained himself so clearly that I could scarcely hide my terror. Yet as anger came along with it, as I took it ill that he should entertain such thoughts, I kept myself composed. I tried to justify my nymph, and said, with glowing cheeks, "But, sir, Phyllis is an honourable girl." He was rogue enough to banter me about my honourable heroine. While we were speaking French, he played upon the word honnête, and hunted the honourableness of Phyllis over all its meanings. I felt the ridicule of this, and extremely puzzled. He, not to frighten me, broke off, but afterward often led the conversation to such topics. Plays and little histories, such as I was reading and translating with him, gave him frequent opportunity to show how feeble a security against the calls of inclination our boasted virtue was. I no longer contradicted him, but I was in secret scandalized, and his remarks became a burden to me. With my worthy Damon, too, I by degrees fell out of all connection. The chicanery of the younger boy destroyed our intercourse. Soon after, both these blooming creatures died. I lamented sore. However, in a short time I forgot. But Phyllis rapidly increased in stature, was altogether healthy, and began to see the world. The hereditary prince now married, and a short time after, on his father's death, began his rule. Court and town were in the liveliest motion. My curiosity had copious nourishment. There were plays and balls, with all their usual accompaniments, and though my parents kept retired as much as possible, they were obliged to show themselves at court, where I was of course introduced. Strangers were pouring in from every side. High company was in every house. Even to us some cavaliers were recommended, others introduced, and at my uncle's men of every nation might be met with. My honest mentor still continued in a modest and yet striking way to warn me, and I in secret to take it ill of him. With regard to his assertion that women under every circumstance were weak, I did not feel at all convinced, and here perhaps I was in the right, and my mentor in the wrong. But he spoke so earnestly that once I grew afraid he might be right, and said to him with much vivacity, "Since the danger is so great, and the human heart so weak, I will pray to God that he may keep me." This simple answer seemed to please him, for he praised my purpose. But on my side it was anything but seriously meant. It was in truth but an empty word, for my feelings toward the invisible were almost totally extinguished. The hurry and the crowd I lived in dissipated my attention and carried me along as in a rapid stream. These were the emptiest years of my life. All day long to speak of nothing, to have no solid thought, never to do anything but revel, such was my employment. On my beloved books I never once bestowed a thought. The people I lived among had not the slightest tinge of literature or science. They were German courtiers, a class of men at that time altogether destitute of culture. Such society, it may be thought, must naturally have led me to the brink of ruin. I lived away in mere corporeal cheerfulness. I never took myself to task, I never prayed, I never thought about myself or God. Yet I look upon it as a providential guidance that none of these many handsome, rich, and well-dressed men could take my fancy. They were rakes and did not conceal it. This scared me back. They adorned their speech with double meanings. This offended me, made me act with coldness toward them. Many times their improprieties exceeded belief, and I did not restrain myself from being rude. Besides, my ancient counsellor had once in confidence contrived to tell me that, with the greater part of these lewd fellows, health, as well as virtue, was in danger. I now shuddered at the sight of them. I was afraid if one of them in any way approached too near me. I would not touch their cups or glasses, even the chairs they had been sitting on. Thus, morally and physically, I remained apart from them. All the compliments they paid me I haughtily accepted, as incense that was due. Among the strangers then resident among us was one young man particularly distinguished, whom we used in sport to call Narcisse. He had gained a reputation in the diplomatic line, and among the various changes now occurring at court, he was in hopes of meeting with some advantageous place. He soon became acquainted with my father. His acquirements and manners opened for him the way to a select society of most accomplished men. My father often spoke in praise of him. His figure, which was very handsome, would have made a still better impression had it not been for something of self-complacency which breathed from the whole carriage of the man. I had seen him, I thought well of him, but we had never spoken. At a great ball where we chanced to be in company, I danced a minuet with him, but this too passed without results. The more violent dances, in compliance with my father, who felt anxious about my health, I was accustomed to avoid. In the present case, when these came on, I retired to an adjoining room and began to talk with certain of my friends, elderly ladies, who had set themselves to cards. Narcisse, who had jigged it for a while, at last came into the room where I was, and having got the better of a bleeding at the nose, which had overtaken him in dancing, he began speaking with me about a multitude of things. In half an hour the talk had grown so interesting that neither of us could think of dancing any more. We were rallied by our friends, but we did not let their bantering disturb us. Next evening we recommenced our conversation and were very careful not to hurt our health. The acquaintance then was made. Narcisse was often with my sisters and myself, and I now once more began to reckon over and consider what I knew, what I thought of, what I had felt, and what I could express myself about in conversation. My new friend had mingled in the best society. Besides the department of history and politics, with every part of which he was familiar, he had gained extensive literary knowledge. There was nothing new that issued from the press, especially in France, that he was unacquainted with. He brought or sent me many a pleasant book, but this we had to keep as secret as forbidden love. Learned women had been made ridiculous, nor were well-informed women tolerated, apparently because it would have been uncivil to put so many ill-informed men to shame. Even my father, much as he delighted in this new opportunity of cultivating my mind, expressly stipulated that our literary commerce should remain secret. Thus our intercourse continued for almost year and day, and still I could not say that in any wise Narcisse had ever shown me aught of love or tenderness. He was always complacent and kind, but manifested nothing like attachment. On the contrary, he even seemed to be in some degree affected by the charms of my youngest sister, who was then extremely beautiful. In sport he gave her many little friendly names out of foreign tongues, for he could speak 2 or 3 of these extremely well, and loved to mix their idiomatic phrases with his German. Such compliments she did not answer very liberally. She was entangled in a different noose, and being very sharp, while he was very sensitive, the two were often quarrelling about trifles. With my mother and my aunt he kept on very pleasant terms, and thus by gradual advances he was grown to be a member of the family. Who knows how long we might have lived in this way, had not a curious accident altered our relations all at once? My sisters and I were invited to a certain house to which we did not like to go. The company was too mixed, and persons of the stupidest, if not the rudest, stamp were often to be met there. Narcisse on this occasion was invited also, and on his account I felt inclined to go, for I was sure of finding one, at least, whom I could converse with as I desired. Even at table we had many things to suffer, for several of the gentlemen had drunk too much. Then in the drawing-room they insisted on a game at forfeits. It went on with great vivacity and tumult. Narcisse had lost a forfeit. They ordered him, by way of penalty, to whisper something pleasant in the ear of every member of the company. It seems he stayed too long beside my next neighbour, the lady of a captain. The latter on a sudden struck him such a box with his fist that the powder flew about me, into my eyes. When I had got my eyes cleared and in some degree recovered from my terror, I saw that both gentlemen had drawn their swords. Narcisse was bleeding, and the other, mad with wine and rage and jealousy, could scarcely be held back by all the company. I seized Narcisse, led him by the arm upstairs, and as I did not think my friend safe even here from his frantic enemy, I shut the door and bolted it. Neither of us considered the wound serious, for a slight cut across the hand was all we saw. Soon, however, I discovered that there was a stream of blood running down his back, that there was a deep wound on the head. I now began to be afraid. I hastened to the lobby to get help, but I could see no person. Every one had stayed below to calm the raving captain. At last a daughter of the family came skipping up. Her mirth annoyed me. She was like to die with laughing at the bedlam spectacle. I conjured her, for the sake of heaven, to get a surgeon, and she, in her wild way, sprang downstairs to fetch me one herself. Returning to my wounded friend, I bound my handkerchief about his hand and a neckerchief that was hanging on the door about his head. He was still bleeding copiously. He now grew pale and seemed as if he were about to faint. There was none at hand to aid me. I very freely put my arm round him, patted his cheek, and tried to cheer him by little flatteries. It seemed to act on him like a spiritual remedy. He kept his senses, but sat as pale as death. At last the active housewife arrived. It is easy to conceive her terror when she saw my friend in this predicament, lying in my arms, and both of us bestreamed with blood. No one had supposed he was wounded. All imagined I had carried him away in safety. Now smelling bottles, wine, and everything that could support and stimulate were copiously produced. The surgeon also came, and I might easily have been dispensed with. Narcisse, however, held me firmly by the hand. I would have stayed without holding. During the dressing of his wounds, I continued wetting his lips with wine. I minded not, though all the company were now about us. The surgeon having finished, his patient took a mute but tender leave of me, and was conducted home. The mistress of the house now led me to her bedroom. She had to strip me altogether, and I must confess, while they washed the blood from me, I saw with pleasure for the first time in a mirror that I might be reckoned beautiful without help of dress. No portion of my clothes could be put on again, and as the people of the house were all either less or larger than myself, I was taken home in a strange disguise. My parents were, of course, astonished. They felt exceedingly indignant at my fright, at the wounds of their friend, at the captain's madness, at the whole occurrence. A very little would have made my father send the captain a challenge, that he might avenge his friend without delay. He blamed the gentlemen that had been there, because they had not punished on the spot such a murderous attempt. For it was but too clear that the captain, instantly on striking, had drawn his sword and wounded the other from behind. The cut across the hand had been given just when Narcisse himself was grasping at his sword. I felt unspeakably affected, altered, or how shall I express it? The passion which was sleeping at the deepest bottom of my heart had at once broken loose, like a flame getting air. And if joy and pleasure are well suited for the first producing and the silent nourishing of love, yet this passion, bold by nature, is most easily impelled by terror to decide and to declare itself. My mother gave her little flurried daughter some medicine and made her go to bed. With the earliest morrow my father hastened to Narcisse, whom he found lying very sick of a wound fever. He told me little of what passed between them, but tried to quiet me about the probable results of this event. They were now considering whether an apology should be accepted, whether the affair should go before a court of justice, and many other points of that description. I knew my father too well to doubt that he would be averse to see the matter end without a duel, but I held my peace, for I had learned from him before that women should not meddle in such things. For the rest, it did not strike me as if anything had passed between the friends in which my interests were specially concerned. but my father soon communicated to my mother the purport of their further conversation. Narcisse, he said, appeared to be exceedingly affected at the help afforded by me, had embraced him, declared himself my debtor forever, signified that he desired no happiness except what he could share with me, and concluded by entreating that he might presume to ask my hand. All this mamma repeated to me, but subjoined the safe reflection that, as for what was said in the first agitation of mind in such a case, there was little trust to be placed in it. Of course, none, I answered with affected coldness, though all the while I was feeling heaven knows what. Narcisse continued sick for 2 months. Owing to the wound in his right hand, he could not even write. Yet in the meantime he showed me his regard by the most obliging courtesies. All these unusual attentions I combined with what my mother had disclosed to me, and constantly my head was full of fancies. The whole city talked of the occurrence. With me they spoke of it in a peculiar tone. They drew inferences which, greatly as I struggled to avoid them, touched me very close. What had formerly been habitude and trifling was now grown seriousness and inclination. The anxiety in which I lived was the more violent, the more carefully I studied to conceal it from everyone. The idea of losing him frightened me. The possibility of any closer union made me tremble. For a half-prudent girl, there is really something awful in the thought of marriage. By such incessant agitations I was once more led to recollect myself. The gaudy imagery of a thoughtless life, which used to hover day and night before my eyes, was at once blown away. My soul again began to awaken, but the greatly interrupted intimacy with my invisible friend was not so easy to renew. We still continued at a frigid distance. It was again something, but little to the times of old. A duel had been fought and the captain severely wounded before I ever heard of it. The public feeling was, in all senses, strong on the side of my lover, who at length again appeared upon the scene. But, first of all, he came with his head tied up and his arm in a sling to visit us. How my heart beat while he was there! The whole family was present. General thanks and compliments were all that passed on either side. Narcisse, however, found an opportunity to show some secret tokens of his love to me, by which means my inquietude was but increased. After his recovery he visited us throughout the winter on the former footing, and in spite of all the soft, private marks of tenderness which he contrived to give me, the whole affair remained unsettled, undiscussed. In this manner was I kept in constant practice. I could trust my thoughts to no mortal, and from God I was too far removed. Him I had quite forgotten those 4 wild years. I now again began to think of him occasionally, but our acquaintance had grown cool. There were visits of mere ceremony, these, and as, moreover, in waiting on him, I used to dress in fine apparel, to set before him self-complacently my virtue, honour, and superiorities to others, he did not seem to notice me, or know me in that finery. The courtier would have been exceedingly distressed if the prince who held his fortune in his hands had treated him in this way. But for me, I did not sorrow at it. I had what I required, health and conveniences. If God should please to think of me, well. If not, I reckoned I had done my duty. This, in truth, I did not think at that period, yet it was the true figure of my soul. But to change and purify my feelings, preparations were already made. The spring came on. Narcisse once visited me unannounced, and at a time when I happened to be quite alone. He appeared in the character of lover, and asked me if I could bestow on him my heart, and, so soon as he should obtain some lucrative and honourable place, my hand along with it. He had been received into our service, but at first they kept him back, and would not rapidly promote him, because they dreaded his ambition. Having some little fortune of his own, he was left with a slender salary. Notwithstanding my regard for him, I knew that he was not a man to treat with altogether frankly. I drew up, therefore, and referred him to my father. About my father he did not seem to doubt, but wished first to be at one with me, now and here. I at last said yes, but stipulated as an indispensable condition that my parents should concur. He then spoke formally with both of them. They signified their satisfaction. Mutual promises were given, on the faith of his advancement, which it was expected would be speedy. Sisters and aunts were informed of this arrangement, and the strictest secrecy enjoined on them. Thus had my lover become my bridegroom, and great was the difference between the two. If one could change the lovers of all honourable maidens into bridegrooms, it would be a kindness to our sex, even though marriage should not follow the connection. The love between two persons does not lessen by the change, but it becomes more reasonable. Innumerable little follies, all coquetries and caprices, disappear. If the bridegroom tells us that we please him better in a morning cap than in the finest headdress, no discreet young woman will disturb herself about her hairdressing. And nothing is more natural than that he, too, should think solidly and rather wish to form a housewife for himself than a gaudy doll for others. And thus it is in every province of the business. Should a young woman of this kind be fortunate enough to have a bridegroom who possesses understanding and acquirements, she learns from him more than universities and foreign lands can teach. She not only willingly receives instruction when he offers it, but she endeavours to elicit more and more from him. Love makes much that was impossible possible. By degrees, too, that subjection, so necessary and so graceful for the female sex, begins. The bridegroom does not govern like the husband, he only asks. But his mistress seeks to discover what he wants, and to offer it before he asks it. So did experience teach me what I would not for much have missed. I was happy, truly happy as woman could be in the world, that is to say, for a while. Amid these quiet joys a summer passed away. Narcissus gave not the slightest reason to complain of him. He daily became more dear to me. My whole soul was his. This he well knew, and knew also how to prize it. Meanwhile, from seeming trifles something rose, which by and by grew hurtful to our union. Narcisse behaved to me as to a bride, and never dared to ask of me such favours as were yet forbidden us. But about the boundaries of virtue and decorum we were of very different opinions. I meant to walk securely, and so never granted him the smallest freedom which the whole world might not have witnessed. He, used to dainties, thought this diet very strict. On this point there was continual variance. He praised my modesty, and sought to undermine my resolution. The serious of my old French teacher now occurred to me, as well as the defence which I had once suggested in regard to it. With God I had again become a little more acquainted. He had given me a bridegroom whom I loved, and for this I felt some thankfulness. Earthly love itself concentrated my soul, and put its powers in motion. Nor did it contradict my intercourse with God. I naturally complained to him of what alarmed me, but I did not perceive that I myself was wishing and desiring it. In my own eyes I was strong. I did not pray, "Lead us not into temptation." My thoughts were far beyond temptation. In this flimsy tinsel work of virtue I came to God. He did not drive me back. On the smallest movement toward him, he left a soft impression in my soul, and this impression caused me always to return. Except Narcisse, the world was altogether dead to me. Excepting him, there was nothing in it that had any charm. Even my love for dress was but the wish to please him. If I knew that he was not to see me, I could spend no care upon it. I liked to dance, but if he was not beside me, it seemed as if I could not bear the motion. At a brilliant festival, if he was not invited, I could neither take the trouble of providing new things, nor of putting on the old according to the mode. To me they were alike agreeable, or rather I might say alike burdensome. I used to reckon such an evening very fairly spent when I could join myself to any ancient card party, though formerly I had not the smallest taste for such things. And if some old acquaintance came and rallied me about it, I would smile, perhaps for the first time all that night. So likewise it was with promenades and every social entertainment that can be imagined. Him had I chosen from all others. His would I be, and not another's. To me his love was all in all. Thus was I often solitary in the midst of company, and real solitude was generally acceptable to me. But my busy soul could neither sleep nor dream. I felt and thought, and acquired by degrees some faculty to speak about my feelings and my thoughts with God. Then were feelings of another sort unfolded, but these did not contradict the former feelings. My affection to Narcisse accorded with the universal scheme of nature. It nowhere hindered the performance of a duty. They did not contradict each other, yet they were immensely different. Narcisse was the only living form which hovered in my mind, and to which my love was all directed. But the other feeling was not directed toward any form, and yet it was unspeakably agreeable. I no longer have it. I no longer can impart it. My lover, whom I used to trust with all my secrets, did not know of this. I soon discovered that he thought far otherwise. He often gave me writings which opposed, with light and heavy weapons, all that can be called connection with the invisible. I used to read the books because they came from him, but at the end I knew no word of all that had been argued in them. Nor, in regard to sciences and knowledge, was there want of contradiction in our conduct. He did as all men do. He mocked at learned women, and yet he kept continually instructing me. He used to speak with me on all subjects, law excepted, and while constantly procuring books of every kind for me, he frequently repeated the uncertain precept that a lady ought to keep the knowledge she might have more secret than the Calvinists his creed in Catholic countries. And while I, by natural consequence, endeavoured not to show myself more wise or learned than formerly before the world, Narcisse himself was commonly the first who yielded to the vanity of speaking about me and my superiorities. A nobleman of high repute, and at that time valued for his influence, his talents and accomplishments, was living at our court with great applause. He bestowed especial notice on Narcisse, whom he kept continually about him. They once had an argument about the virtue of women. Narcisse repeated to me what had passed between them. I was not wanting with my observations, and my friend required of me a written essay on the subject. I could write French fluently enough. I had laid a good foundation with my teacher. My correspondence with Narcisse was likewise carried out in French. Except in French books, there was then no elegant instruction to be had. My essay pleased the Count. I was obliged to let him have some little songs which I had lately been composing. In short, Narcisse appeared to revel without stint in the renown of his beloved, and the story, to his great contentment, ended with a French epistle in heroic verse, which the Count transmitted to him on departing, in which their argument was mentioned, and my friend reminded of his happiness in being destined, after all his doubts and errors, to learn most certainly what virtue was, in the arms of a virtuous and charming wife. He showed this poem first of all to me, and then to almost everyone, each thinking of the matter what he pleased. Thus did he act in several cases. Every stranger whom he valued must be made acquainted in our house. A noble family was staying for a season in the place, to profit by the skill of our physician. In this house, too, Narcisse was looked on as a son. He introduced me there. We found among these worthy persons the most pleasant entertainment for mind and heart. Even the common pastimes of society appeared less empty here than elsewhere. All knew how matters stood with us. They treated us as circumstances would allow, and left the main relation unalluded to. I mention this one family, because in the after period of my life it had a powerful influence upon me. Almost a year of our connection had elapsed, and along with it our spring was over. The summer came, and all grew drier and more earnest. By several unexpected deaths some offices fell vacant, which Narcisse might make pretensions to. The instant was at hand when my whole destiny must be decided, and while Narcisse and all our friends were making every effort to efface some impressions which obstructed him at court, and to obtain for him the wished-for situation, I turned with my request to my invisible friend. I was received so kindly that I gladly came again. I confessed without disguise my wish that Narcisse might obtain the place, but my prayer was not importunate, and I did not require that it should happen for the sake of my petition. The place was obtained by a far inferior competitor. I was dreadfully troubled at this news. I hastened to my room, the door of which I locked behind me. The first fit of grief went off in a shower of tears. The next thought was, yet it was not by chance that it happened, and instantly I formed the resolution to be well content with it, seeing even this apparent evil would be for my true advantage. The softest emotions then pressed in upon me, and divided all the clouds of sorrow. I felt that, with help like this, there was nothing one might not endure. At dinner I appeared quite cheerful, to the great astonishment of all the house. Narcisse had less internal force than I, and I was called upon to comfort him. In his family, too, he had many crosses to encounter, some of which afflicted him considerably. And such true confidence subsisting between us, he entrusted me with all. His negotiations for entering on foreign service were not more fortunate. All this I felt deeply on his account and mine. All this, too, I ultimately carried to the place where my petitions had already been so well received. The softer these experiences were, the oftener did I endeavour to renew them. I hoped continually to meet with comfort where I had so often met with it. Yet I did not always meet with it. I was as one that goes to warm him in the sunshine, while there is something standing in the way that makes a shadow. What is this? I asked myself. I traced the matter zealously, and soon perceived that it all depended on the situation of my soul. If this was not turned in the straightest direction toward God, I still continued cold. I did not feel his counter-influence. I could obtain no answer. The second question was, what hinders this direction? Here I was in a wide field. I perplexed myself in an inquiry which lasted nearly all the second year of my attachment to Narcisse. I might have ended the investigation sooner, for it was not long till I had got upon the proper trace. But I would not confess it, and I sought 1,000 outlets. I very soon discovered that the straight direction of my soul was marred by foolish dissipations and employment with unworthy things. The how and the where were clear enough to me. Yet by what means could I help myself or extricate my mind from the calls of a world where everything was either cold indifference or hot insanity? Gladly would I have left things standing as they were, and lived from day to day, floating down with the stream like other people whom I saw quite happy. But I durst not. My inmost feelings contradicted me too often. Yet if I determined to renounce society and alter my relations to others, it was not in my power. I was hemmed in as by a ring drawn around me. Certain connections I could not dissolve, and in the matter which lay nearest to my heart, fatalities accumulated and oppressed me more and more. I often went to bed with tears, and after a sleepless night arose again with tears. I required some strong support, and God would not vouchsafe it me while I was running with the cap and bells. I proceeded now to estimate my doings, all and each. Dancing and play were first put upon their trial. Never was there anything spoken, thought, or written for or against these practices, which I did not examine, talk of, read, weigh, reject, aggravate, and plague myself about. If I gave up these habits, I was certain that Narcisse would be offended, for he dreaded exceedingly the ridicule which any look of straight-laced conscientiousness gives one in the eyes of the world. And doing what I now looked upon as folly, noxious folly, out of no taste of my own, but merely to gratify him, it all grew woefully irksome to me. Without disagreeable prolixities and repetitions, it is not in my power to represent what pains I took in trying so to counteract those occupations which distracted my attention and disturbed my peace of mind, that my heart, in spite of them, might still be open to the influences of the invisible being. But at last, with pain, I was compelled to admit that in this way the quarrel could not be composed. For no sooner had I clothed myself in the garment of folly, than it came to be something more than a mask, than the foolishness pierced and penetrated me through and through. May I here overstep the province of a mere historical detail, and offer one or two remarks on what was then taking place within me? What could it be which so changed my tastes and feelings, that in my 22nd year, nay, earlier, I lost all relish for the recreations with which people of that age are harmlessly delighted? Why were they not harmless for me? I may answer, just because they were not harmless, because I was not, like others of my years, unacquainted with my soul. No, I knew, from experiences which had reached me unsought, that there are loftier emotions, which afford us a contentment such as it is vain to seek in the amusements of the world, and that in these higher joys there is also kept a secret treasure for strengthening the spirit in misfortune. But the pleasures of society, the dissipations of youth, must needs have had a powerful charm for me, since it was not in my power to engage in them without participation, to act among them as if they were not there. How many things could I now do, if I liked, with entire coldness, which then dazzled and confounded me, nay, threatened to obtain the mastery over me? Here there could no medium be observed. Either those delicious amusements, or my nourishing and quickening internal emotions, must be given up. But in my soul the strife had, without my own consciousness, already been decided. Even if there still was anything within me that longed for earthly pleasures, I had now become unfitted for enjoying them. Much as a man might hanker after wine, all desire of drinking would forsake him, if he should be placed among full barrels in a cellar, where the foul air was like to suffocate him. Free air is more than wine. This I felt but too keenly. And from the first it would have cost me little studying to prefer the good to the delightful, if the fear of losing the affection of Narcisse had not restrained me. But at last, when after many thousand struggles, and thoughts continually renewed, I began to cast a steady eye upon the bond which held me to him, I discovered that it was but weak, that it might be torn asunder. I at once perceived it to be only as a glass bell, which shut me up in the exhausted airless space. One bold stroke to break the bell in pieces, and thou art delivered. No sooner thought than tried. I drew off the mask, and on all occasions acted as my heart directed. Narcisse I still cordially loved. but the thermometer, which formerly had stood in hot water, was now hanging in the natural air. It could rise no higher than the warmth of the atmosphere directed. Unhappily it cooled very much. Narcisse drew back and began to assume a distant air. This was at his option, but my thermometer descended as he drew back. Our family observed this, questioned me, and seemed to be surprised. I explained to them with stout defiance that heretofore I had made abundant sacrifices, that I was ready, still further and to the end of my life, to share all crosses that befell him, but that I required full freedom in my conduct, that my doings and avoidings must depend upon my own conviction, that indeed I would never bigotedly cleave to my own opinion, but on the other hand would willingly be reasoned with. Yet as it concerned my own happiness, the decision must proceed from myself, and be liable to no manner of constraint. The greatest physician could not move me by his reasonings to take an article of food, which perhaps was altogether wholesome and agreeable to many, so soon as my experience had shown that on all occasions it was noxious to me. As I might produce coffee, for an instance, and just as little, nay, still less, would I have any sort of conduct which misled me, preached up and demonstrated upon me as morally profitable. End of section 4. Section 5 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2. By Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. Confessions of a Fair Saint. Continuation. Having so long prepared myself in silence, these debates were rather pleasant than vexatious to me. I gave vent to my soul. I felt the whole worth of my determination. I yielded not a hair's breadth, and those to whom I owed no filial respect were sharply handled and dispatched. In the family I soon prevailed. My mother from her youth had entertained these sentiments, though in her they had never reached maturity, for no necessity had pressed upon her and exalted her courage to achieve her purpose. She rejoiced in beholding her silent wishes fulfilled through me. My younger sisters seemed to join themselves with me. The second was attentive and quiet. Our aunt had the most to object. The arguments which she employed appeared to her irrefragable, and they were irrefragable, being altogether commonplace. At last I was obliged to show her that she had no voice in the affair in any sense, and after this she seldom signified that she persisted in her views. She was indeed the only person that observed this transaction close at hand, without in some degree experiencing its influence. I do not calumniate her when I say that she had no character and the most limited ideas. My father had acted altogether in his own way. He spoke not much, but often, with me on the matter. His arguments were rational, and being his arguments, they could not be impugned. It was only the deep feeling of my right that gave me strength to dispute against him. But the scenes soon changed. I was forced to make appeal to his heart. Straitened by his understanding, I came out with the most pathetic pleadings. I gave free course to my tongue and to my tears. I showed him how much I loved Narcisse, how much constraint I had for 2 years been enduring, how certain I was of being in the right, that I was ready to testify that certainty by the loss of my beloved bridegroom and prospective happiness, nay, if it were necessary, by the loss of all that I possessed on earth, that I would rather leave my native country, my parents and my friends, and beg my bread in foreign lands, than act against these dictates of my conscience. He concealed his emotion. He said nothing on the subject for a while, and at last he openly declared in my favour. During all this time Narcisse forbore to visit us, and my father now gave up the weekly club where he was used to meet him. The business made a noise at court and in the town. People talked about it, as is common in such cases, which the public takes a vehement interest in, because its sentence has usurped an influence on the resolutions of weak minds. I knew enough about the world to understand that one's conduct is often censured by the very persons who would have advised it, had one consulted them. And independently of this, with my internal composure, I should have looked on all such transitory speculations just as if they had not been. On the other hand, I hindered not myself from yielding to my inclination for Narcisse. To me he had become invisible, and to him my feelings had not altered. I loved him tenderly, as it were anew, and much more steadfastly than before. If he chose to leave my conscience undisturbed, then I was his. Wanting this condition, I would have refused a kingdom with him. For several months I bore these feelings and these thoughts about with me. and finding at last that I was calm and strong enough to go peacefully and firmly to work, I wrote him a polite but not a tender note, inquiring why he never came to see me. As I knew his manner of avoiding to explain himself in little matters, but of silently doing what seemed good to him, I purposely urged him in the present instance. I got a long and, as it seemed to me, pitiful reply, in vague style and unmeaning phrases, stating that, without a better place, he could not fix himself and offer me his hand, that I best knew how hard it had fared with him hitherto, that as he was afraid lest a fruitless intercourse, so long continued, might prove hurtful to my reputation, I would give him leave to continue at his present distance. So soon as it was in his power to make me happy, he would look upon the word which he had given me as sacred. I answered him on the spot that as our intercourse was known to all the world, it might perhaps be rather late to spare my reputation, for which at any rate my conscience and my innocence were the surest pledges. However, that I hereby freely gave him back his word, and hoped the change would prove a happy one for him. The same hour I received a short reply, which was in all essential particulars entirely synonymous with the first. He adhered to his former statement that so soon as he obtained a situation, he would ask me if I pleased to share his fortune with him. This I interpreted as meaning simply nothing. I signified to my relations and acquaintances that the affair was altogether settled, and it was so in fact. Having, 9 months afterward, obtained the much-desired preferment, he offered me his hand, but under the condition that, as the wife of a man who must keep house like other people, I should alter my opinions. I returned him many thanks, and hastened with my heart and mind away from this transaction, as one hastens from the playhouse when the curtain falls. And as he, a short time afterward, had found a rich and advantageous match, a thing now easy for him, and as I now knew him to be happy in the way he liked, my own tranquillity was quite complete. I must not pass in silence the fact that several times before he got a place, and after it, there were respectable proposals made to me, which however I declined without the smallest hesitation, much as my father and my mother could have wished for more compliance on my part. At length, after a stormy March and April, the loveliest May weather seemed to be allotted me. With good health I enjoyed an indescribable composure of mind. Look around me as I pleased, my loss appeared a gain to me. Young and full of sensibility, I thought the universe 1,000 times more beautiful than formerly, when I required to have society and play, that in the fair garden tedium might not overtake me. And now, as I did not conceal my piety, I likewise took heart to own my love for the sciences and arts. I drew, painted, read, and found enough of people to support me. Instead of the great world which I had left, or rather which had left me, a smaller one formed about me, which was infinitely richer and more entertaining. I had a turn for social life, and I do not deny that on giving up my old acquaintances I trembled at the thought of solitude. I now found myself abundantly, perhaps excessively, indemnified. My acquaintances ere long were very numerous, not at home only, but likewise among people at a distance. My story had been noised abroad, and many persons felt a curiosity to see the woman who had valued God above her bridegroom. There was a certain pious tone to be observed at that time generally over Germany. In the families of several counts and princes, a care for the welfare of the soul had been awakened, nor were there wanting noble men who showed a like attention, while in the inferior classes sentiments of this kind were diffused on every side. The noble family whom I mentioned above now drew me nearer to them. They had in the meanwhile gathered strength, several of their relations having settled in the town. These estimable persons courted my familiarity as I did theirs. They had high connections. I became acquainted in their house with a great part of the princes, counts, and lords of the empire. My sentiments were not concealed from anyone. They might be honoured or be tolerated. I obtained my object. None attacked me. There was yet another way by which I was again led back into the world. About this period a stepbrother of my father, who till now had never visited the house except in passing, stayed with us for a considerable time. He had left the service of his court, where he enjoyed great influence and honour, simply because all matters were not managed quite according to his mind. His intellect was just, his character was rigid. In these points he was very like my father, only the latter had withal a certain touch of softness, which enabled him with greater ease to yield a little in affairs, and though not to do, yet to permit, some things against his own conviction, and then to evaporate his anger at them, either in silence by himself or in confidence amid his family. My uncle was a great deal younger, and his independence of spirit had been favoured by his outward circumstances. His mother had been very rich, and he still had large possessions to expect from her near and distant relatives. So he needed no foreign increase. Whereas my father, with his moderate fortune, was bound to his place by the consideration of his salary. My uncle had become still more unbending from domestic sufferings. He had early lost an amiable wife and a hopeful son, and from that time he appeared to wish to push away from him everything that did not hang upon his individual will. In our family it was whispered now and then with some complacency that probably he would not wed again, and so we children might anticipate inheriting his fortune. I paid small regard to this, but the demeanour of the rest was not a little modified by their hopes. In his own imperturbable firmness of character, my uncle had grown into the habit of never contradicting anyone in conversation. On the other hand, he listened with a friendly air to everyone's opinion, and would himself elucidate and strengthen it by instances and reasons of his own. All who did not know him fancied that he thought as they did, for he was possessed of a preponderating intellect, and could transport himself into the mental state of any man, and imitate his manner of conceiving. With me he did not prosper quite so well, for here the question was about emotions, of which he had not any glimpse. And with whatever tolerance and sympathy and rationality he spoke about my sentiments, it was palpable to me that he had not the slightest notion of what formed the ground of all my conduct. With all his secrecy, we by and by found out the aim of his unusual stay with us. He had, as we at length discovered, cast his eyes upon our youngest sister, with the view of giving her in marriage and rendering her happy as he pleased. And certainly, considering her personal and mental attractions, particularly when a handsome fortune was laid into the scale along with them, she might pretend to the first matches. His feelings towards me he likewise showed us pantomimically, by procuring me a post of canoness, the income of which I very soon began to draw. My sister was not so contented with his care as I. She now disclosed to me a tender secret, which hitherto she had very wisely kept back, fearing, as in truth it happened, that I would by all means counsel her against connection with a man who was not suited to her. I did my utmost, and succeeded. The purpose of my uncle was too serious and too distinct. The prospect for my sister, with her worldly views, was too delightful to be thwarted by a passion which her own understanding disapproved. She mustered force to give it up. On her ceasing to resist the gentle guidance of my uncle, the foundation of his plan was quickly laid. She was appointed maid of honour at a neighbouring court, where he could commit her to the oversight and the instructions of a lady, his friend, who presided there as governess with great applause. I accompanied her to the place of her new abode. Both of us had reason to be satisfied with the reception we met with, and frequently I could not help, in secret, smiling at the character which now as canoness, as young and pious canoness, I was enacting in the world. In earlier times a situation such as this would have confused me dreadfully, perhaps have turned my head. But now, in the midst of all the splendours that surrounded me, I felt extremely cool. With great quietness I let them frizzle me, and deck me out for hours, and thought no more of it than that my place required me to wear that gala livery. In the thronged saloons I spoke with all and each, though no shape or character among them made any impression on me. On returning to my house, nearly all the feeling I brought back with me was that of tired limbs. Yet my understanding drew advantage from the multitude of persons whom I saw, and I became acquainted with some ladies, patterns of every virtue, of a noble and good demeanour, particularly with the governess under whom my sister was to have the happiness of being formed. At my return, however, the consequences of this journey in regard to health were found to be less favourable. With the greatest temperance, the strictest diet, I had not been, as I used to be, completely mistress of my time and strength. Food, motion, rising and going to sleep, dressing and visiting, had not depended, as at home, on my own conveniency and will. In the circle of social life you cannot stop without a breach of courtesy. All that was needful I had willingly performed, because I looked upon it as my duty, because I knew that it would soon be over, and because I felt myself completely healthy. Yet this unusual, restless life must have had more effect upon me than I was aware of. Scarcely had I reached home, and cheered my parents with a comfortable narrative, when I was attacked by a hemorrhage, which, although it did not prove dangerous or lasting, yet left a weakness after it, perceptible for many a day. Here, then, I had another lesson to repeat. I did it joyfully. Nothing bound me to the world, and I was convinced that here the true good was never to be found. So I waited in the cheerfullest and meekest state, and after having abdicated life, I was retained in it. A new trial was awaiting me. My mother took a painful and oppressive ailment, which she had to bear 5 years before she paid the debt of nature. All this time we were sharply proved. Often, when her terror grew too strong, she would have us all summoned, in the night, to her bed, that so at least she might be busied, if not bettered, by our presence. The load grew heavier, nay, scarcely to be borne, when my father too became unwell. From his youth he had frequently had violent headaches, which, however, at longest never used to last beyond 36 hours. But now they were continual, and when they mounted to a high degree of pain, his moanings tore my very heart. It was in these tempestuous seasons that I chiefly felt my bodily weakness, because it kept me from my holiest and dearest duties, or rendered the performance of them hard to an extreme degree. It was now that I could try whether the path which I had chosen was the path of fantasy or truth, whether I had merely thought as others showed me, or the object of my trust had a reality. To my unspeakable support I always found the latter. The straight direction of my heart to God, the fellowship of the beloved ones, I had sought and found, and this was what made all things light to me. As a traveller in the dark, my soul, when all was pressing on me from without, hastened to the place of refuge, and never did it return empty. In later times, some champions of religion, who seem to be animated more by zeal than feeling for it, have required of their brethren to produce examples of prayers actually heard, apparently as wishing to have seal and signature, that so they might proceed juridically in the matter. How unknown must the true feeling be to these persons! How few real experiences can they themselves have made! I can say that I never returned empty when in straits and depression I called on God. This is saying infinitely much. More I must not and cannot say. Important as each experience was at the critical moment for myself, the recital of them would be flat, improbable, and insignificant, were I to specify the separate cases. Happy was I that 1,000 little incidents in combination proved, as clearly as the drawing of my breath proved me to be living, that I was not without God in the world. He was near to me, I was before him. This is what, with a diligent avoidance of all theological systematic terms, I can with the greatest truth declare. Much do I wish that, in those times too, I had been entirely without system. But which of us arrives early at the happiness of being conscious of his individual self, in its own pure combination, without extraneous forms? I was in earnest with religion. I timidly trusted in the judgments of others. I entirely gave in to the Hallian system of conversion, but my nature would by no means tally with it. According to this scheme of doctrine, the alteration of the heart must begin with a deep terror on account of sin. The heart in this agony must recognize, in a less or greater degree, the punishment which it has merited, must get a foretaste of hell, and so embitter the delight of sin. At last it feels a very palpable assurance of grace, which, however, in its progress often fades away, and must again be sought with earnest prayer. Of all this, no jot or tittle happened with me. When I sought God sincerely, he let himself be found of me, and did not reproach me about bygone things. On looking back, I saw well enough where I had been unworthy, where I still was so. But the confession of my faults was altogether without terror. Not for a moment did the fear of hell occur to me. Nay, the very notion of a wicked spirit, and a place of punishment and torment after death, could nowise gain admission into the circle of my thoughts. I considered the men who lived without God, whose hearts were shut against the trust in and the love of the invisible, as already so unhappy that a hell and external pains appeared to promise rather an alleviation than an increase of their misery. I had but to look upon the persons in this world who in their breasts gave scope to hateful feelings, who hardened their hearts against the good of whatever kind, and strove to force the evil on themselves and others, who shut their eyes by day, that so they might deny the shining of the sun. How unutterably wretched did these persons seem to me! Who could have formed a hell to make their situation worse? This mood of mind continued in me without change for 60 years. It maintained itself through many trials, even at the moving deathbed of my beloved mother. I was frank enough on this occasion not to hide my comfortable frame of mind from certain pious but rigorously orthodox people, and I had to suffer many a friendly admonition on that score. They reckoned they were just in season, for explaining with what earnestness one should be diligent to lay a right foundation in the days of health and youth. In earnestness I, too, determined not to fail. For the moment I allowed myself to be convinced, and fain would I have grown for life distressed and full of fears. But what was my surprise on finding that I absolutely could not? When I thought of God, I was cheerful and contented. Even at the painful end of my dear mother, I did not shudder at the thought of death. Yet I learned many and far other things than my uncalled teachers thought of in these solemn hours. By degrees I grew to doubt the dictates of so many famous people, and retained my own sentiments in silence. A certain lady of my friends, to whom I had at first disclosed too much, insisted always on interfering with my business. Of her, too, I was obliged to rid myself. I at last firmly told her that she might spare herself this labour, as I did not need her counsel, that I knew my God, and would have no guide but him. She was greatly offended. I believe she never quite forgave me. Such determination to withdraw from the advices and the influence of my friends in spiritual matters produced the consequence that also in my temporal affairs I gained sufficient courage to obey my own persuasions. But for the assistance of my faithful, invisible leader, I could not have prospered here. I am still gratefully astonished at his wise and happy guidance. No one knew how matters stood with me. Even I myself did not know. The wicked and inexplicable thing, which separates us from the being to whom we owe our life, and in whom all that deserves the name of life must find its nourishment. The thing which we call sin I yet knew nothing of. In my intercourse with my invisible friend, I felt the sweetest enjoyment of all my powers. My desire of constantly enjoying this felicity was so predominant that I abandoned without hesitation whatever marred our intercourse. And here experience was my best teacher. But it was with me as with sick persons who have no medicine and try to help themselves by diet. Something is accomplished, but far from enough. I could not always live in solitude, though in it I found the best preservative against the dissipation of my thoughts. On returning to the tumult, the impression it produced upon me was the deeper for my previous loneliness. My most peculiar advantage lay in this, that love for quiet was my ruling passion, and that in the end I still drew back to it. I perceived, as in a kind of twilight, my weakness and my misery, and tried to save myself by avoiding danger and exposure. For 7 years I had used my dietetic scheme. I held myself not wicked, and I thought my state desirable. But for some peculiar circumstances and occurrences I had remained in this position. It was by a curious path that I got farther. Contrary to the advice of all my friends, I entered on a new connection. Their objections at first made me pause. I turned to my invisible leader, and as he permitted me, I went forward without fear. A man of spirit, heart, and talents had bought a property beside us. Among the strangers whom I grew acquainted with were this person and his family. In our manners, domestic economy, and habits we accorded well, and thus we soon approximated to each other. Philo, as I proposed to call him, was already middle-aged. In certain matters he was highly serviceable to my father, whose strength was now decaying. He soon became the friend of the family, and finding in me, as he was pleased to say, a person free alike from the extravagance and emptiness of the great world, and from the narrowness and aridness of the still world in the country, he courted intimacy with me, and ere long we were in one another's confidence. To me he was very pleasing and useful. Though I did not feel the smallest inclination or capacity for mingling in public business, or seeking any influence on it, yet I liked to hear about such matters, liked to know whatever happened far and near. Of worldly things I loved to get a clear though unconcerned perception. Feeling, sympathy, affection I reserved for God, for my people, and my friends. The latter were, if I may say so, jealous of Philo in my new connection with him. In more than one sense they were right in warning me about it. I suffered much in secret, for even I could not consider their remonstrances as altogether empty or selfish. I had been accustomed from of old to give a reason for my views and conduct, but in this case my conviction would not follow. I prayed to God that here, as elsewhere, he would warn, restrain, and guide me. And as my heart on this did not dissuade me, I went forward on my way with comfort. Philo, on the whole, had a remote resemblance to Narcisse. Only a pious education had more enlivened and concentrated his feelings. he had less vanity, more character. And in business, if Narcisse was delicate, exact, persevering, indefatigable, the other was clear, sharp, quick, and capable of working with incredible ease. By means of him I learned the secret history of almost every noble personage with whose exterior I had got acquainted in society. It was pleasant for me to behold the tumult off my watchtower from afar. Philo could now hide nothing from me. He confided to me by degrees his own concerns, both inward and outward. I was in fear because of him, for I foresaw certain circumstances and entanglements, and the mischief came more speedily than I had looked for. There were some confessions he had still kept back, and even at last he told me only what enabled me to guess the worst. What an effect had this upon my heart! I attained experiences which to me were altogether new. With infinite sorrow I beheld an Agathon, who, educated in the groves of Delphi, still owed his school fees, which he was now obliged to pay with their accumulated interest. And this Agathon was my especial friend. My sympathy was lively and complete. I suffered with him. Both of us were in the strangest state. After having long occupied myself with the temper of his mind, I at last turned round to contemplate my own. The thought, "Thou art no better than he," rose like a little cloud before me, and gradually expanded till it darkened all my soul. I now not only thought myself no better than he, I felt this, and felt it as I should not wish to do again, nor was it any transitory mood. For more than a year I was compelled to feel that, had not an unseen hand restrained me, I might have become a Girard, a Cartouche, a Damien, or any wretch you can imagine. The tendencies to this I traced too clearly in my heart. Heavens, what a discovery! If hitherto I had never been able, in the faintest degree, to recognize in myself the reality of sin by experience, its possibility was now become apparent to me by anticipations in the frightfulest manner. And yet I knew not evil, I but feared it. I felt that I might be guilty, and could not accuse myself of being so. Deeply as I was convinced that such a temperament of soul, as I now saw mine to be, could never be adapted for that union with the invisible being which I hoped for after death, I did not in the smallest fear that I should finally be separated from him. With all the wickedness which I discovered in my heart, I still loved him. I hated what I felt, nay, wished to hate it still more earnestly. My whole desire was, to be delivered from this sickness, and this tendency to sickness, and I was persuaded that the great physician would at length vouchsafe his help. The sole question was, what medicine will cure this malady? The practice of virtue? This I could not for a moment think. For 10 years I had already practised more than mere virtue, and the horrors now first discovered had, all the while, lain hidden at the bottom of my soul. Might they not have broken out with me, as they did with David when he looked on Bathsheba? Yet was not he a friend of God? And was not I assured in my inmost heart that God was my friend? Was it then an unavoidable infirmity of human nature? Must we just content ourselves in feeling and acknowledging the sovereignty of inclination? And, with the best will, is there nothing left for us but to abhor the fault we have committed, and on the like occasion to commit it again? From systems of morality I could obtain no comfort. Neither their severity, by which they try to bend our inclinations, nor their attractiveness, by which they try to place our inclinations on the side of virtue, gave me any satisfaction. The fundamental notions which I had imbibed from intercourse with my invisible friend were of far higher value to me. Once, while I was studying the songs composed by David after that tremendous fall, it struck me very much that he traced his indwelling corruption even in the substance out of which he had been shaped, yet that he wished to be freed from sin, and that he earnestly entreated for a pure heart. But how was this to be attained? The answer from Scripture I was well aware of. That the blood of Jesus cleanseth us from all sin was a Bible truth which I had long known. But now for the first time I observed that as yet I had never understood this oft-repeated saying. The questions, what does it mean, how is it to be, were day and night working out their answers in me. At last I thought I saw, as by a gleam of light, that what I sought was to be found in the incarnation of the everlasting Word, by whom all things, even we ourselves, were made. That the Eternal descended as an inhabitant to the depths in which we dwell, which he surveys and comprehends, that he passed through our lot from stage to stage, from conception and birth to the grave, that by this marvellous circuit he again mounted to those shining heights whither we too must rise in order to be happy. All this was revealed to me as in a dawning remoteness. Oh, why must we, in speaking of such things, make use of figures which can only indicate external situations? Where is there in his eyes aught high or deep, aught dark or clear? It is we only that have an under and upper, a night and day, and even for this did he become like us, since otherwise we could have had no part in him. But how shall we obtain a share in this priceless benefit? By faith, the Scripture says. And what is faith? To consider the account of an event as true, what help can this afford me? I must be enabled to appropriate its effects, its consequences. This appropriating faith must be a state of mind peculiar and to the natural man unknown. Now, gracious Father, grant me faith, so prayed I once, in the deepest heaviness of heart. I was leaning on a little table where I sat. My tear-stained countenance was hidden in my hands. I was now in the condition in which we seldom are, but in which we are required to be if God is to regard our prayers. Oh, that I could but paint what I felt then! A sudden force drew my soul to the cross where Jesus once expired. It was a sudden force, a pull, I cannot name it otherwise, such as leads our soul to an absent loved one. An approximation which perhaps is far more real and true than we imagine. So did my soul approach the Son of Man who died upon the cross, and that instant did I know what faith was. "This is faith," said I, and started up as if half frightened. I now endeavoured to get certain of my feeling, of my view, and shortly I became convinced that my soul had acquired a power of soaring upwards which was altogether new to it. Words fail us in describing such emotions. I could most distinctly separate them from all fantasy. They were entirely without fantasy, without image, yet they gave us just such certainty of their referring to some object as our imagination gives us when it paints the features of an absent lover. When the first rapture was over, I observed that my present condition of mind had formerly been known to me, only I had never felt it in such strength. I had never held it fast, never made it mine. I believe, indeed, every human soul at intervals feels something of it. Doubtless it is this which teaches every mortal that there is a God. With such faculty, wont from of old to visit me now and then, I had hitherto been well content, and had not, by a singular arrangement of events, that unexpected sorrow weighed upon me for a 12-month, had not my own ability and strength on that occasion altogether lost credit with me, I perhaps might have remained content with such a state of matters all my days. But now, since that great moment, I had, as it were, got wings. I could mount aloft above what used to threaten me, as the bird can fly singing and with ease across the fiercest stream, while the little dog stands anxiously baying on the bank. My joy was indescribable, and though I did not mention it to anyone, my people soon observed an unaccustomed cheerfulness in me, and could not understand the reason of my joy. Had I but forever held my peace, and tried to nourish this serene temper in my soul, had I not allowed myself to be misled by circumstances so as to reveal my secret, I might then have been saved once more a long and tedious circuit. As in the previous 10 years of my Christian course, this necessary force had not existed in my soul, I had just been in the case of other worthy people, had helped myself by keeping my fancy always full of images, which had some reference to God, a practice so far truly useful, for noxious images and their baneful consequences are by that means kept away. Often, too, our spirit seizes one or other of these spiritual images, and mounts with it a little way upward, like a young bird fluttering from twig to twig. Images and impressions pointing toward God are presented to us by the institutions of the Church, by organs, bells, singing, and particularly by the preaching of our pastors. Of these I used to be unspeakably desirous. No weather, no bodily weakness could keep me from church. The sound of the Sunday bells was the only thing that rendered me impatient on a sick bed. Our head court chaplain, a gifted man, I heard with great pleasure. His colleagues too I liked, and I could pick the golden apple of the word from the common fruit, with which on earthen platters it was mingled. With public ordinances, all sorts of private exercises were combined, and these too only nourished fancy and a finer kind of sense. I was so accustomed to this track, I reverenced it so much, that even now no higher one occurred to me, for my soul has only feelers and not eyes. It gropes but does not see. Ah, that it could get eyes and look! Now again, therefore, I went with a longing mind to sermon. But alas, what happened? I no longer found what I was wont to find. These preachers were blunting their teeth on the shell, while I enjoyed the kernel. I soon grew weary of them, and I had already been so spoiled that I could not be content with the little they afforded me. I required images, I wanted impressions from without, and reckoned it a pure spiritual desire that I felt. Philo's parents had been in connection with the Herrnhuter community. In his library were many writings of Count Zinzendorf's. He had spoken with me more than once very candidly and clearly on the subject, inviting me to turn over one or two of these treatises, if it were but for the sake of studying a psychological phenomenon. I looked upon the Count and those that followed him as very heterodox, and so the Ebersdorf hymn book, which my friend had pressed upon me, lay unread. However, in this total destitution of external excitements for my soul, I opened the hymn book, as it were, by chance, and found in it, to my astonishment, some songs which actually, though under a fantastic form, appeared to shadow what I felt. The originality and simplicity of their expression drew me on. It seemed to be peculiar emotions expressed in a peculiar way. No school technology suggested any notion of formality or commonplace. I was persuaded that these people felt as I did. I was very happy to lay hold of here and there a stanza in their songs, to fix it in my memory and carry it about with me for days. Since the moment when the truth had been revealed to me, some 3 months had in this way passed on. At last I came to the resolution of disclosing everything to Philo, and asking him to let me have those writings, about which I had now become immoderately curious. Accordingly I did so, notwithstanding there was something in my heart which earnestly dissuaded me. I circumstantially related to him all the story, and as he was himself a leading person in it, and my narrative conveyed the sharpest reprimand on him, he felt surprised and moved to an extreme degree. He melted into tears. I rejoiced, believing that in his mind also a full and fundamental change had taken place. He provided me with all the writings I could require, and now I had excess of nourishment for my imagination. I made rapid progress in the Zinzendorfic mode of thought and speech, and be it not supposed that I am yet incapable of prizing the peculiar turn and manner of the Count. I willingly do him justice. He is no empty fantast. He speaks of mighty truths, and mostly in a bold figurative style. The people who despise him know not either how to value or discriminate his qualities. At that time I became exceedingly attached to him. Had I been mistress of myself, I would certainly have left my friends and country and gone to join him. We should infallibly have understood each other, and should hardly have agreed together long. Thanks to my better genius, that now kept me so confined by my domestic duties, I reckoned it a distant journey if I visited the garden. The charge of my aged weakly father afforded me employment enough, and in hours of recreation I had fancy to procure me pastime. The only mortal whom I saw was Philo. He was highly valued by my father, but with me his intimacy had been cooled a little by the late explanation. Its influence on him had not penetrated deep, and as some attempts to talk in my dialect had not succeeded with him, he avoided touching on this subject, and the rather as his extensive knowledge put it always in his power to introduce new topics in his conversation. I was thus a Herrnhut sister on my own footing. I had especially to hide this new turn of my temper and my inclinations from the head court chaplain, whom, as my father confessor, I had much cause to honour, and whose high merits his extreme aversion to the Herrnhut community did not diminish, in my eyes, even then. Unhappily, this worthy person had to suffer many troubles on account of me and others. Several years ago he had become acquainted with an upright, pious gentleman residing in a distant quarter, and had long continued in unbroken correspondence with him, as with one who truly sought God. How painful was it to the spiritual leader when this gentleman subsequently joined himself to the community of Herrnhut, where he lived for a long while. How delightful, on the other hand, when at length he quarrelled with the brethren, determined to settle in our neighbourhood, and seemed once more to yield himself completely to the guidance of his ancient friend. The stranger was presented as in triumph by the upper pastor to all the chosen lambs of his fold. To our house alone he was not introduced, because my father did not now see company. The gentleman obtained no little approbation. He combined the polish of the court with the winning manner of the brethren, and having also many fine qualities by nature, he soon became the favourite saint with all who knew him, a result at which the chaplain was exceedingly contented. But alas, it was merely in externals that the gentleman had split with the community. In his heart he was entirely a Herrnhuter. He was in truth concerned for the reality of the matter, but yet the gimcracks, which the Count had stuck round it, were at the same time quite adapted to his taste. Besides, he had now become accustomed to this mode of speaking and conceiving, and if he had to hide it carefully from his old friend, the gladder was he, in any knot of trusty persons, to come forth with his couplets, litanies, and little figures, in which, as might have been supposed, he met with great applause. I knew nothing of the whole affair, and wandered quietly along in my separate path. For a good while we continued mutually unknown. Once in a leisure hour I happened to visit a lady who was sick. I found several acquaintances with her, and soon perceived that my appearance had cut short their conversation. I affected not to notice anything, but saw ere long, with great surprise, some Herrnhut figures stuck upon the wall in elegant frames. Quickly comprehending what had passed before my entrance, I expressed my pleasure at the sight in a few suitable verses. Conceive the wonder of my friends. We explained ourselves. Instantly we were agreed, and in each other's confidence. I often henceforth sought opportunities of going out. Unhappily I found such only once in the 3 or 4 weeks. Yet I grew acquainted with our gentleman apostle, and by degrees with all the body. I visited their meetings when I could. With my social disposition, it was quite delightful for me to communicate to others, and to hear from them, the feelings which, till now, I had conceived and harboured by myself. But I was not so completely taken with my friends as not to see that few of them could really feel the sense of those affecting words and emblems, and that from these they drew as little benefit as formerly they did from the symbolic language of the Church. Yet notwithstanding I went on with them, not letting this disturb me. I thought I was not called to search and try the hearts of others. Had not I too, by long continued innocent exercisings of that sort, been prepared for something better? I had my share of profit from our meetings. In speaking, I insisted on attending to the sense and spirit, which in things so delicate is rather apt to be disguised by words than indicated by them. And for the rest I left with silent tolerance, each to act according to his own conviction. End of section 5. Section 6 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Confessions of a Fair Saint. Conclusion. These quiet times of secret social joy were shortly followed by storms of open bickering and contradiction. Contentions which excited great commotion, I might almost say occasioned not a little scandal, in court and town. The period was now arrived when our chaplain, that stout gainsayer of the Herrnhut brethren, must discover to his deep, but I trust sanctified humiliation, that his best and once most zealous hearers were now all leaning to the side of that community. He was excessively provoked. In the first moments he forgot all moderation, and could not, even if he had inclined it, retract afterward. Violent debates took place, in which happily I was not mentioned, both as being an accidental member of those hated meetings, and then because, in respect of certain civic matters, our zealous preacher could not safely disoblige either my father or my friend. With silent satisfaction I continued neutral. It was irksome to me to converse about such feelings and objects, even with well-affected people, when they could not penetrate the deepest sense, and lingered merely on the surface. But to strive with adversaries about things on which even friends could scarcely understand each other seemed to me unprofitable, nay, pernicious. For I soon perceived that many amiable noblemen, who on this occurrence could not shut their hearts to enmity and hatred, had rapidly passed over to injustice, and in order to defend an outward form, had almost sacrificed their most substantial duties. Far as the worthy clergyman might, in the present case, be wrong, much as others tried to irritate me at him, I could never hesitate to give him my sincere respect. I knew him well. I could candidly transport myself into his way of looking at these matters. I have never seen a man without his weaknesses. Only in distinguished men they strike us more. We wish, and will at all rates have it, that persons privileged as they are should at the same time pay no tribute, no tax whatever. I honoured him as a superior man, and hoped to use the influence of my calm neutrality to bring about, if not a peace, at least a truce. I know not what my efforts might have done, but God concluded the affair more briefly, and took the chaplain to himself. On his coffin all wept, who had lately been striving with him about words. His uprightness, his fear of God, no one had ever doubted. I too was ere long forced to lay aside this Herrnhut doll work, which, by means of these contentions, now appeared before me in a rather different light. Our uncle had in silence executed his intentions with my sister. He offered her a young man of rank and fortune as a bridegroom, and showed by a rich dowry what might be expected of himself. My father joyfully consented. My sister was free and forewarned. She did not hesitate to change her state. The bridal was appointed at my uncle's castle. Family and friends were all invited, and we came together in the cheerfullest mood. For the first time in my life, the aspect of a house excited admiration in me. I had often heard of my uncle's taste, of his Italian architect, of his collections and his library. But comparing this with what I had already seen, I had formed a very vague and fluctuating picture of it in my thoughts. Great accordingly was my surprise at the earnest and harmonious impression which I felt on entering the house, and which every hall and chamber deepened. If elsewhere pomp and decoration had but dissipated my attention, I felt here concentrated and drawn back upon myself. In like manner the preparatives for these solemnities and festivals produced a silent pleasure, by their air of dignity and splendour, and to me it seemed as inconceivable that one man could have invented and arranged all this, as that more than one could have worked together in so high a spirit. Yet, withal, the landlord and his people were entirely natural. Not a trace of stiffness or of empty form was to be seen. The wedding itself was managed in a striking way. An exquisite strain of vocal music came upon us by surprise, and the clergyman went through the ceremony with a singular solemnity. I was standing by Philo at the time, and instead of a congratulation he whispered in my ear, "When I saw your sister give away her hand, I felt as if a stream of boiling water had been poured over me." "Why so?" I inquired. "It is always the way with me," said he, "when I see two people joined." I laughed at him, but I have often since had cause to recollect his words. The revel of the party, among whom were many young people, looked particularly glittering and airy, as everything around us was dignified and serious. The furniture, plate, tableware, and table ornaments accorded with the general whole, and if in other houses you would say the architect was of the school of the confectioner, it here appeared as if even our confectioner and butler had taken lessons from the architect. We stayed together several days, and our intelligent and gifted landlord had variedly provided for the entertainment of his guests. I did not in the present case repeat the melancholy proof which has so often in my life been forced upon me, how unhappily a large mixed company are situated, when, altogether left to themselves, they have to select the most general and vapid pastimes, that the fools of the party may not want amusement, however it may fare with those that are not such. My uncle had arranged it altogether differently. 2 or 3 marshals, if I may call them so, had been appointed by him. One of them had charge of providing entertainment for the young. Dances, excursions, little games were of his invention and under his direction, and as young people take delight in being out of doors, and do not fear the influences of the air, the garden and garden hall had been assigned to them, while some additional pavilions and galleries had been erected and appended to the latter, formed of boards and canvas merely, but in such proportions, so elegant and noble, they reminded one of nothing but stone and marble. How rare is a festivity in which the person who invites the guests feels also that it is his duty to provide for their conveniences and wants of every kind. Hunting and card parties, short promenades, opportunities for trustful private conversations were afforded the elder persons, and whoever wished to go earliest to bed was sure to be lodged the farthest from noise. By this happy order the space we lived in appeared to be a little world, and yet, considered narrowly, the castle was not large. Without an accurate knowledge of it, and without the spirit of its owner, it would have been impossible to entertain so many people here, and quarter each according to his humour. As the aspect of a well-formed person pleases us, so also does a fair establishment, by means of which the presence of a rational, intelligent mind is manifested. We feel a joy in entering even a cleanly house, though it may be tasteless in its structure and its decorations, because it shows us the presence of a person cultivated in at least one sense. Doubly pleasing is it, therefore, when from a human dwelling the spirit of a higher, though merely sensual culture speaks to us. All this was vividly impressed on my observation at my uncle's castle. I had heard and read much of art. Philo, too, was a lover of pictures, and had a fine collection. I myself had often practised drawing, but I had been too deeply occupied with my emotions, striving exclusively after the one thing needful, which alone I was bent on carrying to perfection. And then such objects of art as I had hitherto seen appeared, like all other worldly objects, to distract my thoughts. But now, for the first time, outward things had led me back upon myself. I now first perceived the difference between the natural charm of the nightingale's song and that of a four-voiced anthem pealed from the expressive organs of men. My joy over this discovery I did not hide from my uncle, who, when all the rest were settled at their posts, was wont to come and talk with me in private. He spoke with great modesty of what he possessed and had produced here, with great decision of the views in which it had been gathered and arranged. And I could easily observe that he spoke with a forbearance toward me, seeming in his usual way to rate the excellence which he himself possessed below that other excellence, which in my way of thinking was the best and properest. If we can conceive it possible, he once observed, that the Creator of the world himself assumed the form of his creature, and lived in that manner for a time upon earth, this creature must appear to us of infinite perfection, because susceptible of such a combination with its Maker. Hence in our idea of man there can be no inconsistency with our idea of God. And if we often feel a certain disagreement with him and remoteness from him, it is but the more on that account our duty, not like advocates of the wicked spirit, to keep our eyes continually upon the nakedness and weakness of our nature, but rather to seek out every property and beauty by which our pretension to a similarity with the divinity may be made good. I smiled and answered, "Do not make me blush, dear uncle, by your complaisance in talking in my language. What you have to say is of such importance to me that I wish to hear it in your own most peculiar style, and then what parts of it I cannot quite appropriate I will endeavour to translate." "I may continue," he replied, "in my own most peculiar way, without any alteration of my tone. Man's highest merit always is, as much as possible to rule external circumstances, and as little as possible to let himself be ruled by them. Life lies before us, as a huge quarry lies before the architect. He deserves not the name of architect, except when, out of this fortuitous mass, he can combine, with the greatest economy and fitness and durability, some form, the pattern of which originated in his spirit. All things without us, nay, I may add, all things on us, are mere elements. But deep within us lies the creative force, which out of these can produce what they were meant to be, and which leaves us neither sleep nor rest, till in one way or another, without us or on us, that same have been produced. You, my dear niece, have, it may be, chosen the better part. You have striven to bring your moral being, your earnest, lovely nature, into accordance with itself and with the highest. But neither ought we to be blamed when we strive to get acquainted with the sentient man in all his comprehensiveness, and to bring about an active harmony among his powers. By such discoursing we in time grew more familiar, and I begged of him to speak with me as with himself, omitting every sort of condescension. "Do not think," replied my uncle, "that I flatter you when I commend your mode of thinking and acting. I reverence the individual who understands distinctly what it is he wishes, who unweariedly advances, who knows the means conducive to his object, and can seize and use them. How far his object may be great or little, may merit praise or censure, is the next consideration with me. Believe me, love, most part of all the misery and mischief, of all that is denominated evil in the world, arises from the fact that men are too remiss to get a proper knowledge of their aims, and when they do know them, to work intensely in attaining them. They seem to me like people who have taken up a notion that they must and will erect a tower, and who yet expend on the foundation not more stones and labour than would be sufficient for a hut. If you, my friend, whose highest want it was to perfect and unfold your moral nature, had, instead of those bold and noble sacrifices, merely trimmed between your duties to yourself and to your family, your bridegroom, or perhaps your husband, you must have lived in constant contradiction with your feelings, and never could have had a peaceful moment. You employ the word sacrifice, I answered here, and I have often thought that to a higher purpose, as to a divinity, we offer up by way of sacrifice a thing of smaller value, feeling like persons who should willingly and gladly bring a favourite lamb to the altar for the health of a beloved father. Whatever it may be, said he, reason or feeling, that commands us to give up the one thing for the other, to choose the one before the other, decision and perseverance are, in my opinion, the noblest qualities of man. You cannot have the ware and the money both at the same time, and he who always hankers for the ware without having heart to give the money for it is no better off than he who repents him of the purchase when the ware is in his hands. But I am far from blaming men on this account. It is not they that are to blame. It is the difficult, entangled situation they are in. They know not how to guide themselves in its perplexities. Thus, for instance, you will on the average find fewer bad economists in the country than in towns, and fewer again in small towns than in great. And why? Man is intended for a limited condition. Objects that are simple, near, determinate, he comprehends, and he becomes accustomed to employ such means as are at hand. But on entering a wider field, he now knows neither what he would nor what he should, and it amounts to quite the same whether his attention is distracted by the multitude of objects or is overpowered by their magnitude and dignity. It is always a misfortune for him when he is induced to struggle after anything with which he cannot connect himself by some regular exertion of his powers. Certainly, pursued he, without earnestness there is nothing to be done in life. Yet among the people whom we name cultivated men, little earnestness is to be found. In labours and employments, in arts, nay, even in recreations, they proceed, if I may say so, with a sort of self-defence. They live, as they read a heap of newspapers, only to have done with it. They remind one of that young Englishman at Rome, who said, with a contented air one evening in some company, that today he had dispatched 6 churches and 2 galleries. They wish to know and learn a multitude of things, and precisely those they have the least concern with. And they never see that hunger is not stilled by snapping at the air. When I become acquainted with a man, my first inquiry is, with what does he employ himself, and how, and with what degree of perseverance? The answer regulates the interest I shall take in him for life. My dear uncle, I replied, you are perhaps too rigorous. You perhaps withdraw your helping hand from here and there a worthy man to whom you might be useful. Can it be imputed as a fault, said he, to one who has so long and vainly laboured on them and about them? How much we have to suffer in our youth from men who think they are inviting us to a delightful pleasure party, when they undertake to introduce us to the Danaïdes or Sisyphus. Heaven be praised! I have rid myself of these people. If one of them unfortunately comes within my sphere, I forthwith, in the politest manner, compliment him out again. It is from such persons that you hear the bitterest complaints about the miserable course of things, the aridity of science, the levity of artists, the emptiness of poets, and much more of that sort. They do not recollect that they, and the many like them, are the very persons who would never read a book which had been written just as they require it. That true poetry is alien to them, that even an excellent work of art can never gain their approbation except by means of prejudice. But let us now break off, for this is not the time to rail or to complain. He directed my attention to the different pictures hanging on the wall. My eye dwelt on those whose look was beautiful or subject striking. This he permitted for a while. At last he said, "Bestow a little notice on the spirit manifested in these other works. Good minds delight to trace the finger of the deity in nature. Why not likewise pay some small regard to the hand of his imitator?" He then led my observation to some unobtrusive figures, endeavouring to make me understand that it was the history of art alone which could give us an idea of the worth and dignity of any work of art, that we should know the weary steps of mere handicraft and mechanism, over which the man of talents has struggled in the course of centuries, before we can conceive how it is possible for the man of genius to move with airy freedom on the pinnacle whose very aspect makes us giddy. With this view he had formed a beautiful series of works, and whilst he explained it, I could not help conceiving that I saw before me a similitude of moral culture. When I expressed my thought to him, he answered, "You are altogether right, and we see from this that those do not act well who, in a solitary, exclusive manner, follow moral cultivation by itself. On the contrary, it will be found that he whose spirit strives for a development of that kind has likewise every reason, at the same time, to improve his finer sentient powers, that so he may not run the risk of sinking from his moral height by giving way to the enticements of a lawless fancy, and degrading his moral nature by allowing it to take delight in tasteless baubles, if not in something worse. I did not suspect him of levelling at me, but I felt myself struck when I reflected how many insipidities there might be in the songs that used to edify me, and how little favour the figures which had joined themselves to my religious ideas would have found in the eyes of my uncle. Philo, in the meantime, had frequently been busied in the library. He now took me along with him. We admired the selection as well as the multitude of books. They had been collected on my uncle's general principle. There were none to be found among them but such as either lead to correct knowledge or teach right arrangement, such as either give us fit materials or further the concordance of our spirit. In the course of my life I had read very largely. In certain branches there was almost no work unknown to me. The more pleasant was it here to speak about the general survey of the whole, to mark deficiencies, and not, as elsewhere, see nothing but a hampered confusion or a boundless expansion. Here, too, we became acquainted with a very interesting, quiet man. He was a physician and a naturalist. He seemed rather one of the penates than of the inmates. He showed us the museum, which, like the library, was fixed in glass cases to the walls of the chambers, adorning and ennobling the space, which it did not crowd. On this occasion I recalled with joy the days of my youth, and showed my father many of the things he had been wont to lay upon the sick bed of his little child, just opening its little eyes to look into the world then. At the same time the physician, in our present and following conversations, did not scruple to avow how near he approximated to me in respect of my religious sentiments. He warmly praised my uncle for his tolerance, and his esteem of all that testified or forwarded the worth and unity of human nature, admitting also that he called for a similar return from others, and would shun and condemn nothing else so heartily as individual pretension and narrow exclusiveness. Since the nuptials of my sister, joy had sparkled in the eyes of our uncle. He often spoke with me of what he meant to do for her and for her children. He had several fine estates. He managed them himself, and hoped to leave them in the best condition to his nephews. Regarding the small estate where we at present were, he appeared to entertain peculiar thoughts. "I will leave it to none," said he, "but to a person who can understand and value and enjoy what it contains, and who feels how loudly every man of wealth and rank, especially in Germany, is called on to exhibit something like a model to others." Most of his guests were now gone. We too were making ready for departure, thinking we had seen the final scene of this solemnity, when his attention in affording us some dignified enjoyment produced a new surprise. We had mentioned to him the delight which the chorus of voices, suddenly commencing without accompaniment of any instrument, had given us at my sister's marriage. We hinted at the same time how pleasant it would be were such a thing repeated. But he seemed to pay no heed to us. The livelier was our surprise when he said one evening, "The music of the dance has died away. Our transitory youthful friends have left us. The happy pair themselves have a more serious look than they had some days ago." To part at such a time, when perhaps we shall never meet again, certainly never without changes, exalts us to a solemn mood, which I know not how to entertain more nobly than by the music you were lately signifying a desire to have repeated. The chorus, which had in the meanwhile gathered strength, and by secret practice more expertness, was accordingly made to sing to us a series of 4 and of 8 voiced melodies, which, if I may say so, gave a real foretaste of bliss. Till then I had only known the pious mode of singing, as good souls practice it, frequently with hoarse pipes, imagining, like wild birds, that they are praising God, while they procure a pleasant feeling to themselves. Or perhaps I had listened to the vain music of concerts, in which you are at best invited to admire the talent of the singer, and very seldom have even a transient enjoyment. Now, however, I was listening to music which, as it originated in the deepest feeling of the most accomplished human beings, was by suitable and practised organs in harmonious unity made again to address the deepest and best feelings of man, and to impress him at that moment with a lively sense of his likeness to the Deity. They were all devotional songs in the Latin language. They sat like jewels in the golden ring of a polished intellectual conversation, and without pretending to edify, they elevated me and made me happy in the most spiritual manner. At our departure he presented all of us with handsome gifts. To me he gave the cross of my order, more beautifully and artfully worked and enamelled than I had ever seen it before. It was hung upon a large brilliant, by which also it was fastened to the chain. This he gave me, he said, as the noblest stone in the cabinet of a collector. My sister, with her husband, went to their estates, the rest of us to our abodes, appearing to ourselves, so far as outward circumstances were concerned, to have returned to quite an everyday existence. We had been, as it were, dropped from a palace of the fairies down upon the common earth, and were again obliged to help ourselves as we best could. The singular experiences which this new circle had afforded left a fine impression on my mind. This, however, did not long continue in its first vivacity, though my uncle tried to nourish and renew it by sending me certain of his best and most pleasing works of art, changing them from time to time with others which I had not seen. I had been so much accustomed to be busied with myself in regulating the concerns of my heart and temper, and conversing on these matters with persons of a like mind, that I could not long study any work of art attentively without being turned by it back upon myself. I was used to look at a picture or copper plate merely as the letters of a book. Fine printing pleases well, but who would read a book for the beauty of the printing? In like manner I required of each pictorial form that it should tell me something, should instruct, affect, improve me. And after all my uncle's letters to expound his works of art, say what he would, I continued in my former humour. Yet not only my peculiar disposition, but external incidents and changes in our family, still farther drew me back from contemplations of that nature. Nay, for some time even from myself. I had to suffer and to do more than my slender strength seemed fit for. My maiden sister had till now been as a right arm to me. Healthy, strong, unspeakably good-natured, she had managed all the housekeeping, I myself being busied with the personal nursing of our aged father. She was seized with a catarrh, which changed to a disorder of the lungs. In 3 weeks she was lying in her coffin. Her death inflicted wounds on me, the scars of which I am not yet willing to examine. I was lying sick before they buried her. The old ailment in my breast appeared to be awakening. I coughed with violence, and was so hoarse I could not speak beyond a whisper. My married sister, out of fright and grief, was brought to bed before her time. Our old father thought he was about to lose at once his children and the hope of their posterity. His natural tears increased my sorrow. I prayed to God that he would give me back a sufferable state of health. I asked him but to spare my life till my father should die. I recovered. I was what I reckoned well, being able to discharge my duties, though with pain. My sister was again with child. Many cares which in such cases are committed to the mother, in the present instance fell to me. She was not altogether happy with her husband. This was to be hidden from our father. I was often made judge of their disputes, in which I could decide with the greater safety, as my brother trusted in me, and the two were really worthy persons, only each of them, instead of humouring, endeavoured to convince the other, and, out of eagerness to live in constant harmony, never could agree. I now learned to mingle seriously in worldly matters, and to practise what of old I had but sung. My sister bore a son. The frailty of my father did not hinder him from travelling to her. The sight of the child exceedingly enlivened and cheered him. At the christening, contrary to his custom, he seemed as if inspired. Nay, I might say like a genius with two faces. With the one he looked joyfully forward to those regions which he soon hoped to enter, with the other to the new, hopeful, earthly life which had arisen in the boy descended from him. On our journey home he never wearied talking to me of the child, its form, its health, and his wish that the gifts of this new denizen of earth might be rightly cultivated. His reflections on the subject lasted when we had arrived at home. It was not till some days afterward that I observed a kind of fever in him, which displayed itself, without shivering, in a sort of languid heat commencing after dinner. He did not yield, however. He went out as usual in the mornings, faithfully attending to the duties of his office, till at last continuous serious symptoms kept him within doors. I shall never forget with what distinctness, clearness, and repose of mind he settled in the greatest order the concerns of his house, nay, the arrangements of his funeral, as he would have done a business of some other person. With a cheerfulness which he never used to show, and which now mounted to a lively joy, he said to me, "Where is the fear of death which I once felt? Shall I shrink at departing? I have a gracious God. The grave awakens no terror in me. I have an eternal life." To recall the circumstances of his death, which shortly followed, forms one of the most pleasing entertainments of my solitude. The visible workings of a higher power in that solemn time no one shall ever argue from me. The death of my beloved father altogether changed my mode of life. From the strictest obedience, the narrowest confinement, I passed at once into the greatest freedom. I enjoyed it like a sort of food from which one has long abstained. Formerly I very seldom spent 2 hours from home. Now I very seldom lived a day there. My friends, whom I had been allowed to visit only by hurried snatches, wished now to have my company without interruption, as I did to have theirs. I was often asked to dinner. At walks and pleasure jaunts I never failed. But when once the circle had been fairly run, I saw that the invaluable happiness of liberty consisted not in doing what one pleases and what circumstances may invite to, but in being able, without hindrance or restraint, to do in the direct way what one regards as right and proper. And in this instance I was old enough to reach a valuable truth, without smarting for my ignorance. One pleasure I could not deny myself. It was, as soon as might be, to renew and strengthen my connection with the Herrnhut brethren. I hastened accordingly to visit one of their establishments at no great distance, but here I by no means found what I had been anticipating. I was frank enough to signify my disappointment, which they tried to soften by alleging that the present settlement was nothing to a full and fitly organized community. This I did not take upon me to deny, yet in my thought the genuine spirit of the matter might have displayed itself in a small body as well as in a great one. One of their bishops, who was present, a personal disciple of the Count, took considerable pains with me. He spoke English perfectly, and as I too understood a little of it, he reckoned this a token that we both belonged to one class. I, however, reckoned nothing of the kind. His conversation did not in the least satisfy me. He had been a cutler, was a native of Moravia. His mode of thought still savoured of the artisan. With Herr von L., who had been a major in the French service, I got upon a better footing. Yet I could never bring myself to the submissiveness he showed to his superiors. Nay, I felt as if you had given me a box on the ear, when I saw the major's wife, and other women more or less like ladies, take the bishop's hand and kiss it. Meanwhile a journey into Holland was proposed, which, however, doubtless for my good, did not take place. My sister had been delivered of a daughter, and now it was the turn of us women to exult, and consider how the little creature should be bred like one of us. The husband, on the other hand, was not so satisfied, when in the following year another daughter saw the light. With his large estates he wanted to have boys about him, who in future might assist him in his management. My health was feeble. I kept myself in peace, and by a quiet mode of life, in tolerable equilibrium. I was not afraid of death, nay, I wished to die, yet I secretly perceived that God was granting time for me to prove my soul, and to advance still nearer to himself. In my many sleepless nights, especially, I have at times felt something which I cannot undertake to describe. It was as if my soul were thinking separately from the body. She looked upon the body as a foreign substance, as we look upon a garment. She pictured with extreme vivacity events and times long past, and felt, by means of this, events that were to follow. Those times are all gone by. What follows likewise will go by. The body too will fall to pieces like a vesture. But I, the well-known I am. The thought is great, exalted, and consoling. Yet an excellent friend, with whom I every day became more intimate, instructed me to dwell on it as little as I could. This was the physician whom I met in my uncle's house, and who had since accurately informed himself about the temper of my body and my spirit. He showed me how much these feelings, when we cherish them within us independently of outward objects, tend, as it were, to excavate us, and to undermine the whole foundation of our being. To be active, he would say, is the primary vocation of man. all the intervals in which he is obliged to rest he should employ in gaining clearer knowledge of external things, for this will in its turn facilitate activity. This friend was acquainted with my custom of looking on my body as an outward object. He knew also that I pretty well understood my constitution, my disorder, and the medicines of use for it. Nay, that by continual sufferings of my own or other people's, I had really grown into a kind of half-doctor. He now carried forward my attention from the human body, and the drugs which act upon it, to the kindred objects of creation. He led me up and down as in the paradise of the first man. Only, if I may continue my comparison, allowing me to trace, in dim remoteness, the Creator walking in the garden in the cool of the evening. How gladly did I now see God in nature, when I bore him with such certainty within my heart! How interesting to me was his handiwork! How thankful did I feel that he had pleased to quicken me with the breath of his mouth! We again had hopes that my sister would present us with a boy. Her husband waited anxiously for that event, but did not live to see it. He died in consequence of an unlucky fall from horseback, and my sister followed him soon after she had brought into the world a lovely boy. The 4 orphans they had left I could not look at but with sadness. So many healthy people had been called away before poor sickly me. Might I not also have blights to witness among these fair and hopeful blossoms? I knew the world sufficiently to understand what dangers threatened the precarious breeding of a child, especially a child of quality. And it seemed as if, since the period of my youth, these dangers had increased. I felt that, weakly as I was, I could not be of much, perhaps of any, service to the little ones, and I rejoiced the more on finding that my uncle, as indeed might have been looked for, had determined to devote his whole attention to the education of these amiable creatures. And this they doubtless merited in every sense. They were handsome, and with great diversities all promised to be well-conditioned, reasonable persons. Since my worthy doctor had suggested it, I loved to trace out family likenesses among our relatives and children. My father had carefully preserved the portraits of his ancestors, and got his own and those of his descendants drawn by tolerable masters. Nor had my mother and her people been forgotten. We accurately knew the characters of all the family, and as we had frequently compared them with each other, we now endeavoured to discover in the children the same peculiarities outward or inward. My sister's eldest son, we thought, resembled his paternal grandfather, of whom there was a fine youthful picture in my uncle's collection. He had been a brave soldier, and in this point, too, the boy took after him, liking arms above all things, and busying himself with them whenever he paid me a visit. For my father had left a very pretty armoury, and the boy got no rest till I had given him a pair of pistols and a fowling piece, and he had learned the proper way of using them. At the same time, in his conduct or bearing, there was nothing like rudeness. Far from that, he was always meek and sensible. The eldest daughter had attracted my especial love, of which perhaps the reason was that she resembled me, and of all the 4 seemed to like me best. But I may well admit that, the more closely I observed her as she grew, the more she shamed me. I could not look on her without a sentiment of admiration, nay, I may almost say of reverence. You would scarcely have seen a nobler form, a more peaceful spirit, an activity so equable and universal. No moment of her life was she unoccupied, and every occupation in her hands became dignified. All seemed indifferent to her, so that she could but accomplish what was proper in the place and time. And in the same manner she could patiently continue unemployed when there was nothing to be done. This activity without need of occupation I have never elsewhere met with. In particular, her conduct to the suffering and destitute was, from her earliest youth, inimitable. For my part, I freely confess I never had the gift to make a business of beneficence. I was not niggardly to the poor, nay, I often gave too largely for my means, yet this was little more than buying myself off, and a person needed to be made for me if I was to bestow attention on him. Directly the reverse was the conduct of my niece. I never saw her give a poor man money. Whatever she obtained from me for this purpose, she failed not in the first place to change for some necessary article. Never did she seem more lovely in my eyes than when rummaging my clothes presses. She was always sure to light on something which I did not wear and did not need. To sew these old cast-off articles together, and put them on some ragged child, she thought her highest happiness. Her sister's turn of mind appeared already different. She had much of her mother. She promised to become very elegant and beautiful, and she now bids fair to keep her promise. She is greatly taken up with her exterior. From her earliest years she could decorate and carry herself in a way that struck you. I still remember with what ecstasy, when quite a little creature, she saw herself in a mirror, decked in certain precious pearls, once my mother's, which she had by chance discovered, and made me try upon her. Reflecting on these diverse inclinations, it was pleasant for me to consider how my property would, after my decease, be shared among them, and again called into use. I saw the fowling pieces of my father once more travelling around the fields on my nephew's shoulder, and birds once more falling from his hunting pouch. I saw my whole wardrobe issuing from the church, at Easter confirmation, on the persons of tidy little girls, while the best pieces of it were employed to decorate some virtuous burgher maiden on her marriage day. In furnishing such children and poor little girls, Natalia had a singular delight, though, as I must here remark, she showed not the smallest love, or, if I may say it, smallest need, of a dependence upon any visible or invisible being, such as I had in my youth so strongly manifested. When I also thought that the younger sister, on that same day, would wear my jewels and pearls at court, I could see with peace my possessions, like my body, given back to the elements. The children waxed apace. To my comfort, they are healthy, handsome, clever creatures. That my uncle keeps them from me I endure without repining. When staying in the neighbourhood or even in town, they seldom see me. A singular personage, regarded as a French clergyman, though no one rightly knows his history, has been entrusted with the oversight of all these children. He has them taught in various places. They are put to board now here, now there. At first I could perceive no plan whatever in this mode of education, till at last our doctor told me the abbé had convinced my uncle that, in order to accomplish anything by education, we must first become acquainted with the pupil's tendencies and wishes. That, these once ascertained, he ought to be transported to a situation where he may, as speedily as possible, content the former and attain the latter, and so, if he have been mistaken, may still in time perceive his error, and at last, having found what suits him, may hold the faster by it, may the more diligently fashion himself according to it. I wish this strange experiment may prosper. With such excellent natures it is, perhaps, possible. But there is one peculiarity in these instructors which I never shall approve of. They study to exclude the children from whatever might awaken them to an acquaintance with themselves and with the invisible, sole, faithful friend. I often take it ill of my uncle that on this account he considers me dangerous for the little ones. Thus in practice there is no man tolerant. Many assure us that they willingly leave each to take his own way, yet all endeavour to seclude from action every one that does not think as they do. This removal of the children troubles me the more I am convinced of the reality of my belief. How can it fail to have a heavenly origin, an actual object, when in practice it is so effectual? Is it not by practice alone that we prove our own existence? Why then may we not, by a like mode, prove to ourselves the influence of that power who gives us all good things? That I am still advancing, never retrograding, that my conduct is approximating more and more to the image I have formed of perfection, that I every day feel more facility in doing what I reckon proper, even while the weakness of my body so obstructs me. Can all this be accounted for upon the principles of human nature, whose corruption I have so clearly seen into? For me, at least, it cannot. I scarcely remember a commandment. To me there is nothing that assumes the aspect of law. It is an impulse that leads me and guides me always aright. I freely follow my emotions, and know as little of constraint as of repentance. God be praised that I know to whom I am indebted for such happiness, and that I cannot think of it without humility. There is no danger I should ever become proud of what I myself can do or can forbear to do. I have seen too well what a monster might be formed and nursed in every human bosom, did not higher influence restrain us. End of section 6. Section 7 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Chapter 1. Spring had come in all its brilliancy. A storm that had been lowering all day went fiercely down upon the hills. The rain drew back into the country. The sun came forth in all its splendour, and upon the dark vapour rose the lordly rainbow. Wilhelm was riding toward it. The sight made him sad. "Ah," said he within himself, "must it be that the fairest hues of life appear to us only on a ground of black? And must drops fall if we are to be enraptured? A bright day is like a dull day, if we look at it unmoved. And what can move us but some silent hope that the inborn inclination of our soul shall not always be without an object? The recital of a noble action moves us. The sight of everything harmonious moves us. We feel then as if we were not altogether in a foreign land. We fancy we are nearer the home toward which our best and inmost wishes impatiently strive." Meanwhile a pedestrian overtook him, and walking with a stout step by the side of the horse, began to keep him company. After a few common words, he looked at the rider and said, "If I am not mistaken, I must have already seen you somewhere." "I too remember you," said Wilhelm. "Had we not some time ago a pleasant sail together?" "Right," replied the other. Wilhelm looked at him more narrowly, then, after a pause, observed, "I do not know what alteration has occurred in you. Last time we met I took you for a Lutheran country clergyman. You now seem to me more like a Catholic priest." "Today at least you are not wrong," replied the other, taking off his hat and showing him the tonsure. "Where is your company gone? Did you stay long with them?" "Longer than was good. On looking back upon the period which I passed in their society, it seems as if I looked into an endless void. Nothing of it has remained with me." "Here you are mistaken," said the stranger. "Everything that happens to us leaves some trace behind it. Everything contributes imperceptibly to form us. Yet often it is dangerous to take a strict account of that. For either we grow proud and negligent, or downcast and dispirited, and both are equally injurious in their consequences. The safe plan is, always simply to do the task that lies nearest us, and this in the present case," added he with a smile, "is to hasten to our quarters." Wilhelm asked how far Lothario's house was distant. The stranger answered that it lay behind the hill. "Perhaps I shall meet you there," continued he. "I have merely a small affair to manage in the neighbourhood. Farewell till then." And with this he struck into a steep path that seemed to lead more speedily across the hill. "Yes, the man is right," said Wilhelm to himself as he proceeded. "We should think of what is nearest. And for me, at present, there is nothing nearer than the mournful errand I have come to do. Let me see if I can still repeat the speech which is to put that cruel man to shame." He then began reciting to himself this piece of oratory. Not a syllable was wanting, and the more his recollection served him, the higher grew his passion and his courage. Aurelia's sorrows and her death were vividly present to his soul. "Spirit of my friend," exclaimed he, "hover around me, and if thou canst, give some sign to me that thou art softened, art appeased." Amid such words and meditations he had reached the summit of the hill, and near the foot of its declivity he now beheld a curious building which he at once took to be Lothario's dwelling. An old irregular castle with several turrets and peaked roofs appeared to have been the primitive erection, but the new additions to it, placed near the main structure, looked still more irregular. A part of them stood close upon the main edifice, others at some distance were combined with it by galleries and covered passages. All external symmetry, every shade of architectural beauty, appeared to have been sacrificed to the convenience of the interior. No trace of wall or trench was to be seen, none of avenues or artificial gardens. A fruit and potherb garden reached to the very buildings, and little patches of a like sort showed themselves even in the intermediate spaces. A cheerful village lay at no great distance. The fields and gardens everywhere appeared in the highest state of cultivation. Sunk in his own impassioned feelings, Wilhelm rode along, not thinking much of what he saw. He put up his horse at an inn, and not without emotion hastened to the castle. An old serving man received him at the door, and signified with much good nature that today it would be difficult to get admission to his lordship, who was occupied in writing letters, and had already refused some people that had business with him. Our friend became more importunate. The old man was at last obliged to yield, and announce him. He returned and conducted Wilhelm to a spacious ancient hall, desiring him to be so good as wait, since perhaps it might be some time before his lordship could appear. Our friend walked up and down unrestfully, casting now and then a look at the knights and dames whose ancient figures hung around him on the walls. He repeated the beginning of his speech. It seemed, in presence of these ruffs and coats of mail, to answer even better. Every time there rose any stir, he put himself in posture to receive his man with dignity, meaning first to hand him the letter, then assail him with the weapons of reproach. More than once mistaken, he was now beginning to be really vexed and out of tune, when at last a handsome man in boots and light surtout stepped in from a side door. "What good news have you for me?" said he to Wilhelm, with a friendly voice. "Pardon me that I have made you wait." So speaking, he kept folding a letter which he held in his hand. Wilhelm, not without embarrassment, delivered him Aurelia's paper, and replied, "I bring you the last words of a friend, which you will not read without emotion." Lothario took it and returned to his chamber with it, whereas Wilhelm through the open door could very easily observe he addressed and sealed some letters before opening Aurelia's. He appeared to have perused it once or twice, and Wilhelm, though his feelings signified that the pathetic speech would sort but ill with such a cool reception, girded up his mind, went forward to the threshold, and was just about beginning his address, when a tapestry door of the cabinet opened and the clergyman came in. "I have got the strangest message you can think of," cried Lothario to him. "Pardon me," continued he, addressing Wilhelm, "if I am not in a mood for speaking further with you at this moment. You remain with us tonight. You, Abbé, see the stranger properly attended to." With these words he made his guest a bow. The clergyman took Wilhelm by the hand, who followed, not without reluctance. They walked along some curious passages in silence, and at last reached a very pretty chamber. The abbé led him in, and then left him, making no excuses. Ere long an active boy appeared. He introduced himself as Wilhelm's valet, and brought up his supper. In waiting he had much to say about the order of the house, about their breakfasting and dining, labours and amusements, interspersing many things in commendation of Lothario. Pleasant as the boy was, Wilhelm endeavoured to get rid of him as soon as possible. He wished to be alone, for he felt exceedingly oppressed and straitened in his new position. He reproached himself with having executed his intention so ill, with having done his errand only half. One moment he proposed to undertake next morning what he had neglected tonight. The next he saw that, by Lothario's presence, he would be attuned to quite a different set of feelings. The house, too, where he was, seemed very strange to him. He could not be at home in his position. Intending to undress, he opened his travelling bag. With his night clothes he took out the spirit's veil, which Mignon had packed in along with them. The sight of it increased the sadness of his humour. "Flee, youth, flee!" cried he. "What means this mystic word? What am I to flee, or whither? It were better had the spirit called to me, 'Return to thyself.'" He cast his eyes on some English copper plates hung round the room in frames. Most of them he looked at with indifference. At last he met with one in which a ship was represented sinking in a tempest. A father with his lovely daughters was awaiting death from the intrusive billows. One of the maidens had a kind of likeness to the Amazon. An indescribable compassion seized our friend. He felt an irresistible necessity to vent his feelings. Tears filled his eyes, he wept, and did not recover his composure till slumber overpowered him. Strange dreams arose upon him toward morning. He was in a garden which in boyhood he had often visited. He looked with pleasure at the well-known alleys, hedges, flower-beds. Mariana met him. He spoke to her with love and tenderness, recollecting nothing of any bygone grievance. Ere long his father joined them, in his weekday dress. With a look of frankness that was rare in him, he bade his son fetch 2 seats from the garden-house, then took Mariana by the hand and led her into a grove. Wilhelm hastened to the garden-house, but found it altogether empty. Only at a window in the farther side he saw Aurelia standing. He went forward and addressed her, but she turned not round, and though he placed himself beside her, he could never see her face. He looked out from the window. In an unknown garden there were several people, some of whom he recognized. Frau Melina, seated under a tree, was playing with a rose which she had in her hand. Laertes stood beside her, counting money from the one hand to the other. Mignon and Felix were lying on the grass, the former on her back, the latter on his face. Philina came and clapped her hands above the children. Mignon lay unmoved. Felix started up and fled. At first he laughed while running as Philina followed. Then he screamed in terror when he saw the harper coming after him with large, slow steps. Felix ran directly to a pond. Wilhelm hastened after him. Too late, the child was lying in the water. Wilhelm stood as if rooted to the spot. The fair Amazon appeared on the other side of the pond. She stretched her right hand toward the child and walked along the shore. The child came through the water, by the course her finger pointed to. He followed her as she went round. At last she reached her hand to him and pulled him out. Wilhelm had come nearer. The child was all in flames. Fiery drops were falling from his body. Wilhelm's agony was greater than ever, but instantly the Amazon took a white veil from her head and covered up the child with it. The fire was at once quenched. But when she lifted up the veil, 2 boys sprang out from under it, and frolicsomely sported to and fro, while Wilhelm and the Amazon proceeded hand in hand across the garden, and noticed in the distance Mariana and his father, walking in an alley, which was formed of lofty trees, and seemed to go quite round the garden. He turned his steps to them, and with his beautiful attendant was moving through the garden, when suddenly the fair-haired Friedrich came across their path, and kept them back with loud laughter and 1,000 tricks. Still, however, they insisted on proceeding, and Friedrich hastened off, running toward Mariana and the father. These seemed to flee before him. He pursued the faster till Wilhelm saw them hovering down the alley almost as on wings. Nature and inclination called on him to go and help them, but the hand of the Amazon detained him. How gladly did he let himself be held! With this mingled feeling he awoke, and found his chamber shining with the morning beams. Chapter 2. Our friend was called to breakfast by the boy. He found the abbé waiting in the hall. Lothario, it appeared, had ridden out. The abbé was not very talkative, but rather wore a thoughtful look. He inquired about Aurelia's death, and listened to our friend's recital of it with apparent sympathy. "Ah," cried he, "the man that discerns, with lively clearness, what infinite operations art and nature must have joined in before a cultivated human being can be formed. The man that himself as much as possible takes interest in the culture of his fellow men, is ready to despair when he sees how lightly mortals will destroy themselves, will blamelessly or blamably expose themselves to be destroyed. When I think of these things, life itself appears to me so uncertain a gift that I could praise the man who does not value it beyond its worth." Scarcely had he spoken when the door flew violently up. A young lady came rushing in. She pushed away the old servant, who attempted to restrain her. She made right to the abbé and seized him by the arm. Her tears and sobs would hardly let her speak these words. "Where is he? Where have you put him? 'Tis a frightful treachery. Confess it now. I know what you are doing. I will after him, will know where you have sent him." "Be calm, my child," replied the abbé with assumed composure. "Come with me to your room. You shall know it all. Only you must have the strength to listen, if you ask me to relate." He offered her his hand, as if he meant to lead her out. "I will not return to my room," cried she. "I hate the walls where you have kept me prisoner so long. I know it already. The colonel has challenged him. He is gone to meet his enemy. Perhaps this very moment he... Once or twice I thought I heard the sound of shots. I tell you, order out a coach and come along with me, or I will fill the house and all the village with my screaming." Weeping bitterly, she hastened to the window. The abbé held her back, and sought in vain to soothe her. They heard a sound of wheels. She threw up the window, exclaiming, "He is dead! They are bringing home his body." "He is coming out," replied the abbé. "You perceive he lives." "He is wounded," said she wildly, "else he would have come on horseback. They are holding him. The wound is dangerous." She ran to the door and down the stairs. The abbé hastened after her, and Wilhelm, following, observed the fair one meet her lover, who had now dismounted. Lothario leaned on his attendant, whom Wilhelm at once knew as his ancient patron, Jarno. The wounded man spoke very tenderly and kindly to the tearful damsel. He rested on her shoulder, and came slowly up the steps, saluted Wilhelm as he passed, and was conducted to his cabinet. Jarno soon returned, and going up to Wilhelm, "It appears," said he, "you are predestined everywhere to find a theatre and actors. We have here commenced a play which is not altogether pleasant." "I rejoice to find you," answered Wilhelm, "in so strange an hour. I am astonished, frightened, and your presence already quiets my mind. Tell me, is there danger? Is the Baron badly wounded?" "I imagine not," said Jarno. It was not long till the young surgeon entered from the cabinet. "Now what say you?" cried Jarno to him. "That it is a dangerous piece of work," replied the other, putting several instruments into his leathern pouch. Wilhelm looked at the band, which was hanging from the pouch. He fancied he knew it. Bright, contrary colours, a curious pattern, gold and silver wrought in singular figures, marked this band from all the bands in the world. Wilhelm was convinced he beheld the very pouch of the ancient surgeon who had dressed his wounds in the green of the forest. And the hope, so long deferred, of again finding traces of the lovely Amazon, struck like a flame through all his soul. "Where did you get that pouch?" cried he. "To whom did it belong before you? I beg of you, tell me." "I bought it at an auction," said the other. "What is it to me whom it belonged to?" So speaking, he went out, and Jarno said, "If there would come but one word of truth from our young doctor's mouth." "Then he did not buy the pouch?" said Wilhelm. "Just as little as Lothario is in danger," said the other. Wilhelm stood, immersed in many reflections. Jarno asked how he had fared of late. Wilhelm sketched an outline of his history, and when he at last came to speak of Aurelia's death and his message to the place, his auditor exclaimed, "Well, it is strange, most strange." The abbé entered from Lothario's chamber, beckoned Jarno to go in instead of him, and said to Wilhelm, "The Baron bids me ask you to remain with us a day or two, to share his hospitality, and in the present circumstances contribute to his solacement. If you need to give any notice to your people, your letter shall be instantly dispatched. Meanwhile, to make you understand this curious incident, of which you have been witness, I must tell you something, which indeed is no secret. The Baron had a small adventure with a lady, which excited more than usual attention, the lady having taken him for a rival, and wishing to enjoy her victory too ostentatiously. After a time he no longer found the same delight in her society, which he of course forsook, but being of a violent temper, she could not bear her fate with patience. Meeting at a ball, they had an open quarrel. She thought herself irreparably injured, and would be revenged. No knight stepped forth to do battle for her, till her husband, whom for years she had not lived with, heard of the affair and took it up. He challenged the Baron, and today he has wounded him. Yet, as I hear, the gallant colonel has himself come still worse off." From this hour our friend was treated in the house as if he had belonged to it. Chapter 3. At times they had read a little to the patient. Wilhelm joyfully performed this service. Lydia stirred not from Lothario's bed. Her care for him absorbed her whole attention. But today the patient himself seemed occupied with thought. He bade them lay aside their book. "Today," said he, "I feel through my whole heart how foolishly we let our time pass on. How many things have I proposed to do, how many have I planned, yet how we loiter in our noblest purposes. I have just read over the scheme of the changes which I mean to make in my estates, and it is chiefly, I may say, on their account that I rejoice at the bullet's not having gone a deadlier road." Lydia looked at him with tenderness, with tears in her eyes, as if to ask if she, if his friends, could not pretend to any interest in his wish to live. Jarno answered, "Changes such as you project require to be considered well on every side before they are resolved on." "Long considerations," said Lothario, "are commonly a proof that we have not the point to be determined clearly in our eye. Precipitate proceedings, that we do not know it. I see distinctly that in managing my property there are several particulars in which the services of my dependents cannot be remitted, certain rights which I must rigidly insist on. But I also see that there are other articles, advantageous to me, but by no means indispensable, which might admit of relaxation. Do I not profit by my lands far better than my father did? Is not my income still increasing? And shall I alone enjoy this growing benefit? Shall not those who labour with and for me partake, in their degree, of the advantages which expanding knowledge, which a period of improvement, are procuring for us?" "'Tis human nature," cried Jarno. "I do not blame myself when I detect this selfish quality among the rest. Every man desires to gather all things round him, to shape and manage them according to his own pleasure. The money which he himself does not expend, he seldom reckons well expended." "Certainly," observed Lothario, "much of the capital might be abated if we consumed the interest less capriciously." "The only thing I shall mention," said the other, "the only reason I can urge against your now proceeding with those alterations, which, for a time at least, must cause you loss, is, that you yourself are still in debt, and that the payment presses hard on you. My advice is, therefore, to postpone your plan till you are altogether free, and in the meanwhile leave it at the mercy of a bullet or the fall of a tile to annihilate the whole result of my existence and activity. Oh, my friend, it is ever thus. It is ever the besetting fault of cultivated men that they wish to spend their whole resources on some idea, scarcely any part of them on tangible existing objects. Why was it that I contracted debts, that I quarrelled with my uncle, that I left my sisters to themselves so long? Purely for the sake of an idea. In America I fancied I might accomplish something. Overseas I hoped to become useful and essential. If any task was not begirt with 1,000 dangers, I considered it trivial, unworthy of me. How differently do matters now appear! How precious, how important seems the duty which is nearest me, whatever it may be. I recollect the letter which you sent me from the Western world, said Jarno. It contains the words, I will return, and in my house, amid my fields, among my people, I will say, here or nowhere is America. Yes, my friend, and I am still repeating it, and still repining at myself that I am not so busy here as I was there. For certain equable, continuous modes of life, there is nothing more than judgment necessary, and we study to attain nothing more, so that we become unable to discern what extraordinary services each vulgar day requires of us, or if we do discern them, we find abundance of excuses for not doing them. A judicious man is valuable to himself, but of little value for the general whole. We will not, said Jarno, bear too hard upon judgment. Let us grant that, whenever extraordinary things are done, they are generally foolish. Yes, and just because they are not done according to the proper plan. My brother-in-law, you see, is giving up his fortune, so far as in his power, to the community of Herrnhut. He reckons that by doing so he is advancing the salvation of his soul. Had he sacrificed a small portion of his revenue, he might have rendered many people happy, might have made for them and for himself a heaven upon earth. Our sacrifices are rarely of an active kind. We, as it were, abandon what we give away. It is not from resolution, but despair that we renounce our property. In these days, I confess it, the image of the Count is hovering constantly before me. I have firmly resolved on doing from conviction what a crazy fear is forcing upon him. I will not wait for being cured. Here are the papers. They require only to be properly drawn out. Take the lawyer with you. Our guest will help. What I want you know as well as I. Recovering or dying, I will stand by it and say, here or nowhere is Herrnhut. When he mentioned dying, Lydia sank before his bed. She hung upon his arm and wept bitterly. The surgeon entered. Jarno gave our friend the papers and made Lydia leave the room. For heaven's sake, what is this about the Count? Cried Wilhelm, when they reached the hall and were alone. What Count is it that means to join the Herrnhuters? One whom you know very well, said Jarno. You yourself are the ghost who have frightened the unhappy wiseacre into piety. You are the villain who have brought his pretty wife to such a state that she inclines accompanying him. And she is Lothario's sister, cried our friend. No other, and Lothario knows the whole. Oh, let me fly, cried Wilhelm. How shall I appear before him? What can he say to me? That no man should cast a stone at his brother, that when one composes long speeches with a view to shame his neighbours, he should speak them to a looking-glass. Do you know that too? And many things besides, said Jarno with a smile. But in the present case, continued he, you shall not get away from me so easily as you did last time. You need not now be apprehensive of my bounty money. I have ceased to be a soldier. When I was one, you might have thought more charitably of me. Since you saw me, many things have altered. My prince, my only friend and benefactor, being dead, I have now withdrawn from busy life and its concerns. I used to have a pleasure in advancing what was reasonable. When I met with any despicable thing, I hesitated not to call it so. And men have never done with talking of my restless head and wicked tongue. The herd of people dread sound understanding more than anything. They ought to dread stupidity, if they had any notion what was really dreadful. Understanding is unpleasant, they must have it pushed aside. Stupidity is but pernicious, they can let it stay. Well, be it so. I need to live. I will by and by communicate my plans to you. If you incline, you shall partake in them. But tell me first how things have gone with you. I feel that you are changed. How is it with your ancient maggot of producing something beautiful and good in the society of gypsies? Do not speak of it, cried Wilhelm. I have been already punished for it. People talk about the stage, but none that has been upon it can form the smallest notion of it. How utterly these men are unacquainted with themselves, how thoughtlessly they carry on their trade, how boundless their pretensions are, no mortal can conceive. Each would be not only first, but sole. Each wishes to exclude the rest, and does not see that even with them he can scarcely accomplish anything. Each thinks himself a man of marvellous originality, yet with a ravening appetite for novelty, he cannot walk a footstep from the beaten track. How vehemently they counterwork each other! It is only the pitifullest self-love, the narrowest views of interest, that unite them. Of reciprocal accommodation they have no idea. Backbiting and sudden spitefulness maintain a constant jealousy among them. In their lives they are either rakes or simpletons. Each claims the loftiest respect, each writhes under the slightest blame. All this he knew already, he will tell you. Why then did he not do it? Ever needy, ever unconfiding, they seem as if their greatest fear were reason and good taste, their highest care to secure the majesty of their self-will. Wilhelm drew breath, intending to proceed with his eulogium, when an immoderate laugh from Jarno interrupted him. "Poor actors," cried he, threw himself into a chair and laughed away. "Poor dear actors!" "Do you know, my friend," continued he, recovering from his fit, "that you have been describing not the playhouse but the world, that out of all ranks I could find you characters and doings in abundance to suit your cruel pencil? Pardon me, it makes me laugh again, that you should think these amiable qualities existed on the boards alone." Wilhelm checked his feelings. Jarno's extravagant, untimely laughter had in truth offended him. "It is scarcely hiding your misanthropy," said he, "when you maintain that faults like these are universal. And it shows your unacquaintance with the world, when you impute them to the theatre in such a heinous light. I pardon in the player every fault that springs from self-deception and the desire to please. If he seem not something to himself and others, he is nothing. To seem is his vocation. He must prize his moment of applause, for he gets no other recompense. He must try to glitter. He is there to do so." "You will give me leave at least to smile in my turn," answered Wilhelm. "I should never have believed that you could be so merciful, so tolerant." "I swear to you I am serious, fully and deliberately serious. All faults of the man I can pardon in the player. No fault of the player can I pardon in the man. Do not set me upon chanting my lament about the latter. It might have a sharper sound than yours." The surgeon entered from the cabinet, and to the question how his patient was, he answered with a lively air of complacence, "Extremely well, indeed. I hope soon to see him quite recovered." He hastened through the hall, not waiting Wilhelm's speech, who was preparing to inquire again with greater importunity about the leathern case. His anxiety to gain some tidings of his Amazon inspired him with confidence in Jarno. He disclosed his case to him, and begged his help. "You that know so many things," said he, "can you not discover this?" Jarno reflected for a moment. Then, turning to his friend, "Be calm," said he, "give no one any hint of it. We shall come upon the fair one's footsteps, never fear. At present I am anxious only for Lothario. The case is dangerous. The kindliness and comfortable talking of the doctor tells me so. We should be quit of Lydia, for here she does no good. But how to set about the task I know not. Tonight I am looking for our old physician. We shall then take further counsel." Chapter 4. The physician came. It was the good old little doctor whom we know already, and to whom we were obliged for the communication of the pious manuscript. First of all he visited the wounded man, with whose condition he appeared to be by no means satisfied. He had next a long interview with Jarno, but they made no allusion to the subject of it when they came to supper. Wilhelm saluted him in the kindest manner, and inquired about the harper. "We have still hopes of bringing round the hapless creature," answered the physician. "He formed a dreary item in your limited and singular way of life," said Jarno. "How has it fared with him? Tell me." Having satisfied Jarno's curiosity, the physician thus proceeded. "I have never seen another man so strangely circumstanced. For many years he has not felt the smallest interest in anything without him, scarcely paid the smallest notice to it. Wrapped up in himself, he has looked at nothing but his own hollow, empty me, which seemed to him like an immeasurable abyss. It was really touching when he spoke to us of this mournful state. 'Before me,' he cried, 'I see nothing. Behind me nothing but an endless night, in which I live in the most horrid solitude. There is no feeling in me but the feeling of my guilt, and this appears but like a dim, formless spirit far before me. Yet here there is no height, no depth, no forwards, no backwards. No words can express this never-changing state. Often in the agony of this sameness I exclaim with violence, "Forever, forever!" and this dark, incomprehensible word is clear and plain to the gloom of my condition. No ray of divinity illuminates this night. I shed all my tears by myself and for myself. Nothing is more horrible to me than friendship and love, for they alone excite in me the wish that the apparitions which surround me might be real. But these two spectres also have arisen from the abyss to plague me, and at length to tear from me the precious consciousness of my existence, unearthly though it be. You should hear him speak, continued the physician, when in hours of confidence he thus alleviates his heart. I have listened to him often with the deepest feelings. When pressed by anything, and as it were compelled for an instant to confess that a space of time has passed, he looks astounded, then again refers the alteration to the things about him, considering it as an appearance of appearances, and so rejecting the idea of progress in duration. One night he sung a song about his grey hairs. We all sat round him weeping. "Oh, get it for me," cried Wilhelm. "But have you not discovered any trace of what he calls his crime?" inquired Jarno, nor found out the reason of his wearing such a singular garb, of his conduct at the burning of the house, of his rage against the child? It is only by conjectures that we can approximate to any knowledge of his fate. To question him directly contradicts our principle. Observing easily that he was of the Catholic religion, we thought perhaps confession might afford him some assuagement. But he shrinks away with the strangest gestures every time we try to introduce the priest to him. However, not to leave your curiosity respecting him entirely unsatisfied, I may communicate our suppositions on the subject. In his youth we think he must have been a clergyman, hence probably his wish to keep his beard and long cloak. The joys of love appear to have remained for many years unknown to him. Late in life, as we conceive, some aberration with a lady very nearly related to him. Then her death, the consequence of an unlucky creature's birth, have altogether crazed his brain. His chief delusion is a fancy that he brings misfortune everywhere along with him, and that death, to be unwittingly occasioned by a boy, is constantly impending over him. At first he was afraid of Mignon, not knowing that she was a girl. Then Felix frightened him, and as with all his misery he has a boundless love of life, this may perhaps have been the origin of his aversion to the child. "What hopes have you of his recovery?" inquired our friend. "It advances slowly," answered the physician. "Yet it does advance. He continues his appointed occupations. We have now accustomed him to read the newspapers. He always looks for them with eagerness." "I am curious about his songs," said Jarno. "Of these I can engage to get you several," replied the doctor. "Our parson's eldest son, who frequently writes down his father's sermons, has, unnoticed by the harper, marked on paper many stanzas of his singing, out of which some songs have gradually been pieced together." Next morning Jarno met our friend and said to him, "We have to ask a kindness of you. Lydia must for some time be removed. Her violent, unreasonable love and passionateness hinder the Baron's recovery. His wound requires rest and calmness, though with his healthy temperament it is not dangerous. You see how Lydia tortures him with her tempestuous anxieties, her ungovernable terrors, her never-drying tears, and... Enough," he added with a smile, after pausing for a moment. "Our doctor expressly requires that she must quit us for a while. We have got her to believe that a lady, one of her most intimate friends, is at present in the neighbourhood, wishing and expecting instantly to see her. She has been prevailed upon to undertake a journey to our lawyer's, which is but 2 leagues off. This man is in the secret. He will woefully lament that Fräulein Theresa should have just left him again. He will seem to think she may still be overtaken. Lydia will hasten after her, and if you prosper, will be led from place to place. At last, if she insist on turning back, you must not contradict her, but the night will help you. The coachman is a cunning knave, and we shall speak with him before he goes. You are to travel with her in the coach, to talk to her, and manage the adventure." "It is a strange and dubious commission that you give me," answered Wilhelm. "How painful is the sight of true love injured, and I am to be the instrument of injuring it. I have never cheated any person so, for it has always seemed to me that if we once begin deceiving with a view to good and useful purposes, we run the risk of carrying it to excess." "Yet you cannot manage children otherwise," said Jarno. "With children it may do," said Wilhelm, "for we love them tenderly and take an open charge of them. But with our equals, in behalf of whom our heart is not so sure to call upon us for forbearance, it might frequently be dangerous. Yet do not think," he added, after pausing for a moment, "that I purpose to decline the task on this account. Honouring your judgment as I do, feeling such attachment to your noble friend, such eagerness to forward his recovery by whatever means, I willingly forget myself and my opinions. It is not enough that we can risk our life to serve a friend. In the hour of need we should also yield him our convictions. Our dearest passions, our best wishes, we are bound to sacrifice in helping him. I undertake the charge, though it is easy to foresee the pain I shall have to suffer from the tears, from the despair of Lydia." "And for this no small reward awaits you," answered Jarno. "Fräulein Teresa, whom you get acquainted with, is a lady such as you will rarely see. She puts many a man to shame. I may say she is a genuine Amazon, while others are but pretty counterfeits that wander up and down the world in that ambiguous dress." Wilhelm was struck. He almost fancied that in Teresa he would find his Amazon again, especially as Jarno, whom he importuned to tell him more, broke off abruptly and went away. The new, near hope of once more seeing that beloved and honoured being awoke 1,000 feelings in his heart. He now looked upon the task which had been given him as the intervention of a special providence. The thought that he was minded treacherously to carry off a helpless girl from the object of her sincerest, warmest love dwelt but a moment in his mind, as the shadow of a bird flits over the sunshiny earth. The coach was at the door. Lydia lingered for a moment as she was about to mount. "Salute your lord again for me," said she to the old servant. "Tell him that I shall be home before night." Tears were standing in her eyes as she again looked back when the carriage started. She then turned round to Wilhelm, made an effort to compose herself, and said, "In Fräulein Teresa you will find a very interesting person. I wonder what it is that brings her hither. For, you must know, Lothario and she once passionately loved each other. In spite of the distance, he often used to visit her. I was staying with her then. I thought they would have lived and died for one another. But all at once it went to wreck, no creature could discover why. He had seen me, and I must confess that I was envious of Teresa's fortune, that I scarcely hid my love from him, that when he suddenly appeared to choose me in her stead, I could not but accept of him. She behaved to me beyond my wishes, though it almost seemed as if I had robbed her of this precious lover. But how many thousand tears and pains that love of his has cost me! At first we met only now and then, and by stealth at some appointed place. But I could not long endure that kind of life. In his presence only I was happy, wholly happy. Far from him my eyes were never dry, my pulse was never calm. Once he stayed away for several days. I was altogether in despair. I ordered out my carriage and surprised him here. He received me tenderly, and had not this unlucky quarrel happened, I should have led a heavenly life with him. But since the time he began to be in danger and in pain, I shall not say what I have suffered. At this moment I am bitterly reproaching myself that I could leave him for a single day." Wilhelm was proceeding to inquire about Teresa when they reached the lawyer's house. This gentleman came forward to the coach, lamenting woefully that Fräulein Teresa was already gone. He invited them to breakfast, signifying, however, that the lady might be overtaken in the nearest village. They determined upon following her. The coachman did not loiter. They had soon passed several villages and yet come up with nobody. Lydia now gave orders for returning. The coachman drove along, as if he did not understand her. As she insisted with redoubled vehemence, Wilhelm called to him and gave the promised token. The coachman answered that it was not necessary to go back by the same road. He knew a shorter and at the same time greatly easier one. He turned aside across a wood and over large commons. At last, no object that they could recognize appearing, he confessed that unfortunately he had lost his way, declaring at the same time that he would soon get right again, as he saw a little town before him. Night came on. The coachman managed so discreetly that he asked everywhere, and nowhere waited for an answer. He drove along all night. Lydia never closed an eye. In the moonshine she was constantly detecting similarities, which as constantly turned out to be dissimilar. In the morning things around seemed known to her, and but more strange on that account. The coach drew up before a neat little country house. A young lady stepped out and opened the carriage door. Lydia looked at her with a stare of wonder, looked round, looked at her again, and fainted in the arms of Wilhelm. Chapter 5. Wilhelm was conducted to a little upper room. The house was new, as small nearly as it could be, and extremely orderly and clean. In Teresa, who had welcomed him and Lydia at the coach, he had not found his Amazon. She was another and an altogether different woman. Handsome and but of middle stature, she moved about with great alertness, and it seemed as if her clear, blue, open eyes let nothing that occurred escape them. She entered Wilhelm's room, inquiring if he wanted anything. "Pardon me," said she, "for having lodged you in a chamber which the smell of paint still renders disagreeable. My little dwelling is but just made ready. You are hand-selling this room, which is appointed for my guests. Would that you had come on some more pleasant errand. Poor Lydia is like to be a dull companion. In other points also you will have much to pardon. My cook has run away from me at this unseasonable time, and a serving man has bruised his hand. The case might happen I had to manage everything myself, and if it were so, why then we should just put up with it. One is plagued so with nobody as with one's servants. None of them will serve you, scarcely even serve himself." She said a good deal more on different matters. In general, she seemed to like speaking. Wilhelm inquired for Lydia, if he might not see her, and endeavoured to excuse himself. "It will have no effect at present," said Teresa. "Time excuses as it comforts. Words in both cases are of little effect. Lydia will not see you. Keep him from my sight," she cried when I was leaving her. I could almost despair of human nature. Such an honourable countenance, so frank a manner, and this secret guile. Lothario she has quite forgiven. In a letter to the poor girl he declares, "My friends persuaded me, my friends compelled me." Among these she reckons you, and she condemns you with the rest. "She does me too much honour in so blaming me," said Wilhelm. "I have no pretension to the friendship of that noble gentleman. On this occasion I am but a guiltless instrument. I will not praise what I have done. It is enough that I could do it. It concerned the health, it concerned the life, of a man whom I value more than any one I ever knew before. Oh, what a man is he, Fräulein, and what men are they that live about him! In their society, I for the first time, I may well say, carried on a conversation. For the first time was the inmost sense of my words returned to me, more rich, more full, more comprehensive, from another's mouth. What I had been groping for was rendered clear to me. What I had been thinking I was taught to see. Unfortunately, this enjoyment was disturbed, at first by numerous anxieties and whims, and then by this unpleasant task. I undertook it with submission, for I reckoned it my duty, even though I sacrificed my feelings, to comply with the request of this gifted company of men. While he spoke, Teresa had been looking at him with a very friendly air. Oh, how sweet is it to hear one's own opinion uttered by a stranger tongue! We are never properly ourselves until another thinks entirely as we do. My own opinion of Lothario is perfectly the same as yours. It is not every one that does him justice, and therefore all that know him better are enthusiastic in esteem of him. The painful sentiment that mingles with the memory of him in my heart cannot hinder me from thinking of him daily." A sigh heaved her bosom as she spoke thus, and a lovely tear glittered in her right eye. "Think not," continued she, "that I am so weak, so easy to be moved. It is but the eye that weeps. There was a little wart upon the under eyelid. They have happily removed it, but the eye has been weak ever since. The smallest cause brings a tear into it. Here sat the little wart. You cannot see a vestige of it now." He saw no vestige, but he saw into her eye. It was clear as crystal. He almost imagined he could see to the very bottom of her soul. "We have now," said she, "pronounced the watchword of our friendship. Let us get entirely acquainted as fast as possible. The history of every person paints his character. I will tell you what my life has been. Do you, too, place a little trust in me, and let us be united even when the distance parts us. The world is so waste and empty, when we figure only towns and hills and rivers in it. But to know of someone here and there whom we accord with, who is living on with us, even in silence, this makes our earthly ball a peopled garden." She hastened off, engaging soon to take him out to walk. Her presence had affected him agreeably. He wished to be informed of her relation to Lothario. He was called. She came to meet him from her room. While they descended, necessarily one by one, the straight and even steepish stairs, she said, "All this might have been larger and grander had I chosen to accept the office of your generous friend. But to continue worthy of him, I must study to retain the qualities which gave me merit in his eyes. Where is the steward?" asked she, stepping from the bottom of the stairs. "You must not think," continued she, "that I am rich enough to need a steward. The few acres of my own little property I myself can manage well enough. The steward is my new neighbour's, who has bought a fine estate beside us, every point of which I am acquainted with. The good old gentleman is lying ill of gout. His men are strangers here. I willingly assist in settling them." They took a walk through fields, meadows, and some orchards. Everywhere Teresa kept instructing the steward. Nothing so minute but she could give account of it. And Wilhelm had reason to wonder at her knowledge, her precision, the prompt dexterity with which she suggested means for ends. She loitered nowhere, always hastened to the leading points, and thus her task was quickly over. "Salute your master," said she as she sent away the man. "I mean to visit him as soon as possible and wish him a complete recovery. There now," she added with a smile as soon as he was gone, "I might soon be rich. My good neighbour, I believe, would not be disinclined to offer me his hand." "The old man with the gout," cried Wilhelm. "I know not how, at your years, you could bring yourself to make so desperate a determination." "Nor am I tempted to it," said Teresa. "Whoever can administer what he possesses has enough, and to be wealthy is a burdensome affair unless you understand it." Wilhelm testified his admiration at her skill in husbandry concerns. "Decided inclination, early opportunity, external impulse, and continued occupation in a useful business," said she, "make many things, which were at first far harder, possible in life. When you have learned what causes stimulated me in this pursuit, you will cease to wonder at the talent you now think strange." On returning home she sent him to her little garden. Here he could scarcely turn himself, so narrow were the walks, so thickly was it sown and planted. On looking over to the court, he could not help smiling. The firewood was lying there, as accurately sawed, split, and piled, as if it had been part of the building, and had been intended to continue permanently there. The tubs and implements, all clean, were standing in their places. The house was painted white and red. It was really pleasant to behold. Whatever can be done by handicraft, which knows not beautiful proportions, but labours for convenience, cheerfulness, and durability, appeared united in this spot. They served him up dinner in his own room. He had time enough for meditating. Especially it struck him that he should have got acquainted with another person of so interesting a character, who had been so closely related to Lothario. "It is just," said he to himself, "that a man so gifted should attract round him gifted women. How far the influence of manliness and dignity extends! Would that others did not come so woefully short, compared with him. Yes, confess thy fear. When thou meetest with thy Amazon, this woman of women, in spite of all thy hopes and dreaming, thou wilt find her, in the end, to thy humiliation and thy shame, his bride." End of section 7. Section 8 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Chapter 6. Wilhelm had passed a restless afternoon, not altogether without tedium, when toward evening his door opened, and a handsome hunter boy stepped forward with a bow. "Shall we have a walk?" said the youth, and in the instant Wilhelm recognized Teresa by her lovely eyes. "Pardon me this masquerade," said she, "for now, alas, it is nothing more. But as I am going to tell you of the time when I so enjoyed the world, I will recall those days by every method to my fancy. Come along, even the place where we have rested so often from our hunts and promenades shall help me." They went accordingly. On their way Teresa said to her attendant, "It is not fair that I alone should speak. You already know enough of me, I nothing about you. Tell me, in the meanwhile, something of yourself, that I may gather courage to submit to you my history and situation." "Alas," said Wilhelm, "I have nothing to relate but error on the back of error, deviation following deviation. And I know none from whom I would more gladly hide my present and my past embarrassments than from yourself. Your look, the scene you move in, your whole temperament and manner, prove to me that you have reason to rejoice in your bygone life. that you have travelled by a fair, clear path in constant progress, that you have lost no time, that you have nothing to reproach yourself withal." Teresa answered with a smile, "Let us see if you will think so after you have heard my history." They walked along. Among some general remarks, Teresa asked him, "Are you free?" "I think I am," said he, "and yet I do not wish it." "Good," said she, "that indicates a complicated story. You also will have something to relate." Conversing thus, they ascended the hill and placed themselves beside a lofty oak, which spread its shade far out on every side. "Here," said she, "beneath this German tree, will I disclose to you the history of a German maiden. Listen to me patiently. My father was a wealthy nobleman of this province, a cheerful, clear-sighted, active, able man, a tender father, an upright friend, an excellent economist. I knew but one fault in him: he was too compliant to a wife who did not know his worth. Alas, that I should have to say so of my mother. Her nature was the opposite of his. She was quick and changeful, without affection either for her home or for me, her only child. Extravagant, but beautiful, sprightly, full of talent, the delight of a circle she had gathered round her. Her society, in truth, was never large, nor did it long continue the same. It consisted principally of men, for no woman could like to be near her. Still less could she endure the merit or the praise of any woman. I resembled my father both in form and disposition. As the duckling with its first footsteps seeks the water, so from my earliest youth the kitchen, the storeroom, the granaries, the fields were my selected element. Cleanliness and order in the house seemed, even while I was playing in it, to be my peculiar instinct, my peculiar object. This tendency gave my father pleasure, and he directed, step by step, my childish endeavour into the suitablest employments. On the contrary, my mother did not like me, and she never for a moment hid it. I waxed in stature. With my years increased my turn for occupation and my father's love to me. When we were by ourselves, when walking through the fields, when I was helping to examine his accounts, it was then I could see how glad he was. While gazing on his eyes, I felt as if I had been looking in upon myself, for it was in the eyes that I completely resembled him. But in the presence of my mother he lost this energy, this aspect. He excused me mildly when she blamed me unjustly and violently. He took my part, not as if he would protect me, but as if he would extenuate the demerit of my good qualities. To none of her caprices did he set himself in opposition. She began to be immensely taken with a passion for the stage. A theatre was soon got up, of men of all shapes and ages, crowding to display themselves along with her upon the boards. She had abundance. Of women, on the other hand, there was often a scarcity. Lydia, a pretty girl who had been brought up with me, and who promised from the first to be extremely beautiful, had to undertake the secondary parts. The mothers and the aunts were represented by an ancient chambermaid, while the leading heroines, lovers, and shepherdesses of every kind were seized on by my mother. I cannot tell you how ridiculous it seemed to me to see the people, every one of whom I knew full well, standing on their scaffold, and pretending, after they had dressed themselves in other clothes, to pass for something else than what they were. In my eyes they were never anything but Lydia and my mother, this baron and that secretary, whether they appeared as counts and princes or as peasants. And I could not understand how they meant to make me think that they were sad or happy, that they were indifferent or in love, liberal or avaricious, when I well knew the contrary to be the case. Accordingly, I very seldom stayed among the audience. I always snuffed their candles, that I might not be entirely without employment. I prepared the supper, and next morning, before they rose, I used to have their wardrobe all sorted, which commonly the night before they had left in a chaotic state. To my mother this activity appeared quite proper, but her love I could not gain. She despised me, and I know for certain that she more than once exclaimed with bitterness, "If the mother could be as uncertain as the father, you would scarcely take this housemaid for my daughter." Such treatment, I confess, at length entirely estranged me from her. I viewed her conduct as the conduct of a person unconnected with me, and being used to watch our servants like a falcon, for this, be it said in passing, is the ground of all true housekeeping, the proceedings of my mother and her friends at the same time naturally forced themselves upon my observation. It was easy to perceive that she did not look on all men alike. I gave sharper heed, and soon found out that Lydia was her confidant, and had herself, by this opportunity, become acquainted with a passion which, from her earliest youth, she had so often represented. I was aware of all their meetings, but I held my tongue, hinting nothing to my father, whom I was afraid of troubling. At last, however, I was obliged to speak. Many of their enterprises could not be accomplished without corrupting the servants. These now began to grow refractory. They despised my father's regulations, disregarded my commands. The disorders which arose from this I could not tolerate. I discovered all, complained of all to my father. He listened to me calmly. "Good girl," replied he with a smile, "I know it all. Be quiet, bear it patiently, for it is on thy account alone that I endure it." I was not quiet. I had not patience. I in secret blamed my father, for I did not think that any reason should induce him to endure such things. I called for regularity from all the servants. I was bent on driving matters to extremity. My mother had been rich before her marriage, yet she squandered more than she had a right to, and this, as I observed, occasioned many conferences between my parents. For a long time the evil was not helped, till at last the passions of my mother brought it to a head. Her first gallant became unfaithful in a glaring manner. The house, the neighbourhood, her whole condition grew offensive to her. She insisted on removing to a different estate. There she was too solitary. She insisted on removing to the town. There she felt herself eclipsed among the crowd. Of much that passed between my father and her I know nothing. However, he at last determined, under stipulations which I did not learn, to consent that she should take a journey, which she had been meditating, to the south of France. We were now free. We lived as if in heaven. I do believe my father could not be a loser, had he purchased her absence by a considerable sum. All our useless domestics were dismissed, and fortune seemed to smile on our undertakings. We had some extremely prosperous years. All things succeeded to our wish. But alas, this pleasing state was not of long continuance. Altogether unexpectedly my father had a shock of palsy. It lamed his right side, and deprived him of the proper use of speech. We had to guess at everything that he required, for he never could pronounce the word that he intended. There were times when this was dreadfully afflicting to us. He would require expressly to be left alone with me. With earnest gestures he would signify that every one should go away, and when we saw ourselves alone, he could not speak the word he meant. His impatience mounted to the highest pitch. His situation touched me to the inmost heart. Thus much seemed certain. He had something which he wished to tell me, which especially concerned my interest. What longing did I feel to know it! At other times I could discover all things in his eyes, but now it was in vain. Even his eyes no longer spoke. Only this was clear: he wanted nothing, he desired nothing. He was striving to discover something to me, which unhappily I did not learn. His malady revisited him. He grew entirely inactive, incapable of motion, and a short time afterward he died. I know not how it had got rooted in my thoughts, that somewhere he had hid a treasure which he wished at death to leave me rather than my mother. I searched about for traces of it while he lived, but I could meet with none. At his death a seal was put on everything. I wrote to my mother, offering to continue in the house and manage for her. She refused, and I was obliged to leave the place. A mutual testament was now produced. It gave my mother the possession and the use of all, and I was left, at least throughout her life, dependent on her. It was now that I conceived I rightly understood my father's beckonings. I pitied him for having been so weak. He had let himself be forced to do unjustly to me even after he was dead. Certain of my friends maintained that it was little better than if he had disinherited me. They called upon me to attack the will by law, but this I never could resolve on doing. I reverenced my father's memory too much. I trusted in destiny. I trusted in myself. There was a lady in the neighbourhood possessed of large property, with whom I had always been on good terms. She gladly received me. I engaged to superintend her household, and ere long the task grew very easy to me. She lived regularly, she loved order in everything, and I faithfully assisted her in struggling with her steward and domestics. I am neither of a niggardly nor grudging temper, but we women are disposed to insist, more earnestly than men, that nothing shall be wasted. Embezzlement of all sorts is intolerable to us. We require that each enjoy exactly in so far as right entitles him. Here I was in my element once more. I mourned my father's death in silence. My protectress was content with me. One small circumstance alone disturbed my peace. Lydia returned. My mother had been harsh enough to cast the poor girl off, after having altogether spoilt her. Lydia had learned with her mistress to consider passions as her occupation. She was wont to curb herself in nothing. On her unexpected reappearance, the lady whom I lived with took her in. She wished to help me, but could train herself to nothing. About this time the relatives and future heirs of my protectress often visited the house, to recreate themselves with hunting. Lothario was frequently among them. It was not long till I had noticed, though without the smallest reference to myself, how far he was superior to the rest. He was courteous toward all, and Lydia seemed ere long to have attracted his attention to her. Constantly engaged in something, I was seldom with the company. While he was there I did not talk so much as usual, for I will confess it, lively conversation, from of old, had been to me the finest season of existence. With my father I was wont to talk of everything that happened. What you do not speak of you will seldom accurately think of. No man had I ever heard with greater pleasure than I did Lothario, when he told us of his travels and campaigns. The world appeared to lie before him clear and open, as to me the district was in which I lived and managed. We were not entertained with marvellous personal adventures, the extravagant half-truths of a shallow traveller, who is always painting out himself, and not the country he has undertaken to describe. Lothario did not tell us his adventures. He led us to the place itself. I have seldom felt so pure a satisfaction. But still higher was my pleasure when I heard him talk one evening about women. The subject happened to be introduced. Some ladies of the neighbourhood had come to see us, and were speaking in the common style about the cultivation of the female mind. Our sex, they said, was treated unjustly. Every sort of higher education men insisted on retaining for themselves. They admitted us to no science, they required us either to be dolls or family drudges. To all this Lothario said not much, but when the party was a little thinned, he gave us his opinion more explicitly. "It is very strange," cried he, "that men are blamed for their proceedings here. They have placed woman on the highest station she is capable of occupying. And where is there any station higher than the ordering of the house? While the husband has to vex himself with outward matters, while he has wealth to gather and secure, while perhaps he takes part in the administration of the state, and everywhere depends on circumstances, ruling nothing, I may say, while he conceives that he is ruling much, compelled to be but politic where he would willingly be reasonable, to dissemble where he would be open, to be false where he would be upright, while thus for the sake of an object which he never reaches, he must every moment sacrifice the first of objects, harmony with himself. A reasonable housewife is actually governing in the interior of her family, has the comfort and activity of every person in it to provide for and make possible. What is the highest happiness of mortals, if not to execute what we consider right and good, to be really masters of the means conducive to our aims? And where should or can our nearest aims be, but in the interior of our home? All those indispensable and still to be renewed supplies, where do we expect, do we require, to find them, if not in the place where we rise and where we go to sleep, where kitchen and cellar and every species of accommodation for ourselves and ours is to be always ready? What unvarying activity is needed to conduct this constantly recurring series in unbroken living order? How few are the men to whom it is given to return regularly like a star, to command their day as they command their night, to form for themselves their household instruments, to sow and to reap, to gain and to expand, and to travel round their circle with perpetual success and peace and love. It is when a woman has attained this inward mastery that she truly makes the husband whom she loves a master. Her attention will acquire all sorts of knowledge. Her activity will turn them all to profit. Thus is she dependent upon no one, and she procures her husband genuine independence, that which is interior and domestic. Whatever he possesses he beholds secured, what he earns well employed, and thus he can direct his mind to lofty objects. And if fortune favours, he may act in the state the same character which so well becomes his wife at home. He then described to us the kind of wife he wished. I reddened, for he was describing me as I looked and lived. I silently enjoyed my triumph, and the more as I perceived from all the circumstances that he had not meant me individually, that indeed he did not know me. I cannot recollect a more delightful feeling in my life than this, when a man whom I so highly valued gave the preference, not to my person, but to my inmost nature. What a recompense did I consider it! what encouragement did it afford me! So soon as they were gone, my worthy benefactress with a smile observed to me, "Pity that men often think and speak of what they will never execute, else here were a special match, the exact thing for my dear Teresa." I made sport of her remark, and added that indeed men's understanding gave its vote for household wives, but that their heart and imagination longed for other qualities, and that we household people could not stand a rivalry with beautiful and lovely women. This was spoken for the ear of Lydia. She did not hide from us that Lothario had made a deep impression on her heart, and in reality he seemed at each new visit to grow more and more attentive to her. She was poor and not of rank. She could not think of marriage, but she was unable to resist the dear delight of charming and of being charmed. I had never loved, nor did I love at present, but though it was unspeakably agreeable to see in what light my turn of mind was viewed, how high it was ranked by such a man, I will confess I still was not altogether satisfied. I now wished that he should be acquainted with me, and should take a personal interest in me. This wish arose without the smallest settled thought of anything that could result from it. The greatest service I did my benefactress was in bringing into order the extensive forests which belonged to her. In this precious property, whose value, time, and circumstances were continually increasing, matters still went on according to the old routine, without regularity, without plan, no end to theft and fraud. Many hills were standing bare, and equal growth was nowhere to be found but in the oldest cuttings. I personally visited the whole of them, with an experienced forester. I got the woods correctly measured. I set men to hew, to sow, to plant. In a short time all things were in progress. That I might mount more readily on horseback, and also walk on foot with less obstruction, I had a suit of men's clothes made for me. I was present in many places, I was feared in all. Hearing that our young friends with Lothario were purposing to have another hunt, it came into my head, for the first time in my life, to make a figure, or, that I may not do myself injustice, to pass in the eyes of this noble gentleman for what I was. I put on my men's clothes, took my gun upon my shoulder, and went forward with our hunters to await the party on our marches. They came. Lothario did not know me. A nephew of the lady introduced me to him as a clever forester, joked about my youth, and carried on his jesting in my praise, till at last Lothario recognized me. The nephew seconded my project, as if we had concocted it together. He circumstantially and gratefully described what I had done for the estates of his aunt, and consequently for himself. Lothario listened with attention. He talked with me, inquired concerning all particulars of the estates and district. I, of course, was glad to have such an opportunity of showing him my knowledge. I stood my ordeal very well. I submitted certain projects of improvement to him, which he sanctioned, telling me of similar examples, and strengthening my arguments by the connection which he gave them. My satisfaction grew more perfect every moment. Happily, however, I merely wished that he should be acquainted with me, not that he should love me. We came home, and I observed more clearly than before that the attention he showed Lydia seemed expressive of a secret attachment. I had reached my object, yet I was not at rest. From that day he showed a true respect for me, a fine trust in me. In company he usually spoke to me, asked my opinion, and appeared to be persuaded that, in household matters, nothing was unknown to me. His sympathy excited me extremely. Even when the conversation was of general finance and political economy, he used to lead me to take part in it. And in his absence I endeavoured to acquire more knowledge of our province, nay, of all the empire. The task was easy for me. It was but repeating on the great scale what I knew so accurately on the small. From this period he visited our house oftener. We talked, I may say, of everything. Yet in some degree our conversation always in the end grew economical, if even but in a secondary sense. What immense effects a man, by the continuous application of his powers, his time, his money, even by means which seem but small, may bring about, was frequently and largely spoken of. I did not withstand the tendency which drew me toward him, and alas, I felt too soon how deep, how cordial, how pure and genuine was my love, as I believed it more and more apparent that Lydia, and not myself, was the occasion of these visits. She at least was most vividly persuaded so. She made me her confidant, and this again in some degree consoled me. For in truth what she explained so much to her advantage, I reckoned nowise of importance. There was not a trace of any serious lasting union being meditated, but the more distinctly did I see the wish of the impassioned girl to be his at any price. Thus did matters stand when the lady of the house surprised me with an unexpected message. "Lothario," said she, "offers you his hand, and desires through life to have you ever at his side." She enlarged upon my qualities, and told me, what I liked sufficiently to hear, that in me Lothario was persuaded he had found the person whom he had so long been seeking for. The height of happiness was now attained for me. My hand was asked by a man for whom I had the greatest value, beside whom, and along with whom, I might expect a full, expanded, free, and profitable employment of my inborn tendency, of my talent perfected by practice. The sum of my existence seemed to have enlarged itself into infinitude. I gave my consent. He himself came and spoke with me in private. He held out his hand to me. He looked into my eyes, he clasped me in his arms, and pressed a kiss upon my lips. It was the first and the last. He confided to me all his circumstances, told me how much his American campaign had cost him, what debts he had accumulated on his property, that on this score he had in some measure quarrelled with his granduncle, that the worthy gentleman intended to relieve him, though truly in his own peculiar way, being minded to provide him with a rich wife, whereas a man of sense would choose a household wife at all events, that, however, by his sister's influence, he hoped his noble relative would be persuaded. He set before me the condition of his fortune, his plans, his prospects, and requested my cooperation. Till his uncle should consent, our promise was to be a secret. Scarcely was he gone when Lydia asked me whether he had spoken of her. I answered no, and tired her with a long detail of economical affairs. She was restless, out of humour, and his conduct when he came again did not improve her situation. "But the sun, I see, is bending to the place of rest. Well for you, my friend. You would otherwise have had to hear this story, which I often enough go over by myself, in all its most minute particulars. Let me hasten. We are coming to an epoch on which it is not good to linger. By Lothario I was made acquainted with his noble sister, and she at a convenient time contrived to introduce me to the uncle. I gained the old man. He consented to our wishes, and I returned with happy tidings to my benefactress. The affair was now no secret in the house. Lydia heard of it. She thought the thing impossible. When she could no longer doubt of it, she vanished all at once. We knew not whither she had gone. Our marriage day was coming near. I had often asked him for his portrait. Just as he was going off, I reminded him that he had promised it. He said, "You have never given me the case you want to have it fitted into." This was true. I had got a present from a female friend on which I set no ordinary value. Her name, worked from her own hair, was fastened on the outer glass. Within there was a vacant piece of ivory, on which her portrait was to have been painted, when a sudden death snatched her from me. Lothario's love had cheered me at the time her death lay heavy on my spirits, and I wished to have the void which she had left me in her present filled by the picture of my friend. I ran to my chamber, fetched my jewel-box, and opened it in his presence. Scarcely had he looked into it when he noticed a medallion with the portrait of a lady. He took it in his hand, considered it attentively, and asked me hastily whose face it was. "My mother's," answered I. "I could have sworn," said he, "that it was the portrait of a Madame Saint-Alban, whom I met some years ago in Switzerland." "It is the same," replied I, smiling, "and so you have unwittingly become acquainted with your stepmother. Saint-Alban is the name my mother has assumed for travelling with. She passes under it in France at present." "I am the miserablest man alive," exclaimed he, as he threw the portrait back into the box, covered his eyes with his hand, and hurried from the room. He sprang on horseback. I ran to the balcony and called out after him. He turned, waved his hand to me, went speedily away, and I have never seen him more. The sun went down. Teresa gazed with unaverted looks upon the splendour, and both her fine eyes filled with tears. Teresa spoke not. She laid her hand upon her new friend's hands. He kissed it with emotion. She dried her tears and rose. "Let us return and see that all is right," said she. The conversation was not lively by the way. They entered the garden door and noticed Lydia sitting on a bench. She rose, withdrew before them, and walked in. She had a paper in her hand. 2 little girls were by her. "I see," observed Teresa, "she is still carrying her only comfort, Lothario's letter, with her. He promises that she shall live with him again so soon as he is well. He begs of her till then to stay in peace with me. On these words she hangs, With these lines she solaces herself, but with his friends she is extremely angry. Meanwhile the two children had approached. They courtesied to Teresa and gave her an account of all that had occurred while she was absent. "You see here another part of my employment," said Teresa. "Lothario's sister and I have made a league. We educate some little ones in common. Such as promise to be lively, serviceable housewives I can take charge of, she of such as show a finer and more quiet talent. It is right to provide for the happiness of future husbands, both in household and in intellectual matters. When you become acquainted with my noble friend, a new era in your life will open. Her beauty, her goodness, make her worthy of the reverence of the world." Wilhelm did not venture to confess that unhappily the lovely Countess was already known to him, that his transient connection with her would occasion him perpetual sorrow. He was well pleased that Teresa let the conversation drop, that some business called for her within. He was now alone. The intelligence which he had just received of the young and lovely Countess being driven to replace, by deeds of benevolence, her own lost comfort, made him very sad. He felt that with her it was but a need of self-oblivion, an attempt to supply, by the hopes of happiness to others, the want of a cheerful enjoyment of existence in herself. He thought Teresa happy, since, even in that unexpected melancholy alteration which had taken place in her prospects, there was no alteration needed in herself. "How fortunate beyond all others," cried he, "is the man who, in order to adjust himself to fate, is not required to cast away his whole preceding life." Teresa came into his room and begged pardon for disturbing him. "My whole library," said she, "is in the wall-press here. They are rather books which I do not throw aside than which I have taken up. Lydia wants a pious book. There are one or two of that sort among them. Persons who throughout the whole 12 months are worldly think it necessary to be godly at a time of straits. All moral and religious matters they regard as physic, which is to be taken with aversion when they are unwell. In a clergyman, a moralist, they see nothing but a doctor, whom they cannot soon enough get rid of. Now, I confess, I look upon religion as a kind of diet, which can only be so when I make a constant practice of it, when throughout the whole 12 months I never lose it out of sight." She searched among the books. She found some edifying works, as they are called. "It was of my mother," said Teresa, "that poor Lydia learned to have recourse to books like these. While her gallant continued faithful, plays and novels were her life. His departure brought religious writings once more into credit. I, for my share, cannot understand," continued she, "how men have made themselves believe that God speaks to us through books and histories. The man to whom the universe does not reveal directly what relation it has to him, whose heart does not tell him what he owes to himself and others, that man will scarcely learn it out of books, which generally do little more than give our errors names." She left our friend alone. He passed his evening in examining the little library. It had in truth been gathered quite at random. Teresa, for the few days Wilhelm spent with her, continued still the same. She related to him at different times the consequence of that singular incident with great minuteness. Day and hour, place and name were present to her memory. We shall here compress into a word or two so much of it as will be necessary for the information of our readers. The reason of Lothario's quick departure was, unhappily, too easy to explain. He had met Teresa's mother on her journey. Her charms attracted him. She was no niggard of them, and this luckless transitory aberration came at length to shut him out from being united to a lady whom nature seemed to have expressly made for him. As for Teresa, she continued in the pure circle of her duties. They learned that Lydia had been living in the neighbourhood in secret. She was happy that the marriage, though for unknown causes, had not been completed. She endeavoured to renew her intimacy with Lothario, and more, as it seemed, out of desperation than affection, by surprise than with consideration, from tedium than of purpose, he had met her wishes. Teresa was not uneasy on this account. She waived all further claims, and if he had even been her husband, she would probably have had sufficient spirit to endure a matter of this kind, if it had not troubled her domestic order. At least she often used to say that a wife who properly conducted her economy should take no umbrage at such little fancies of her husband, but be always certain that he would return. Ere long Teresa's mother had deranged her fortune. The losses fell upon the daughter, whose share of the effects in consequence was small. The old lady, who had been Teresa's benefactress, died, leaving her a little property in land and a handsome sum by way of legacy. Teresa soon contrived to make herself at home in this new narrow circle. Lothario offered her a better property, Jarno endeavouring to negotiate the business, but she refused it. "I will show," said she, "in this little that I deserved to share the great with him, but I keep this before me, that, should accident embarrass me, on my own account or that of others, I will betake myself without the smallest hesitation to my generous friend." There is nothing less liable to be concealed and unemployed than well-directed practical activity. Scarcely had she settled in her little property when her acquaintance and advice began to be desired by many of her neighbours, and the proprietor of the adjacent lands gave her plainly enough to understand that it depended on herself alone whether she would take his hand and be heiress of the greater part of his estates. She had already mentioned the matter to our friend. She often jested with him about marriages, suitable and unsuitable. "Nothing," said she once, "gives a greater loose to people's tongue than when a marriage happens which they can denominate unsuitable. And yet the unsuitable are far more common than the suitable, for alas, with most marriages it is not long till things assume a very piteous look. The confusion of ranks by marriage can be called unsuitable only when the one party is unable to participate in the manner of existence which is native, habitual, and which at length grows absolutely necessary, to the other. The different classes have different ways of living, which they cannot change or communicate to one another. And this is the reason why connections such as these, in general, were better not to be formed. Yet exceptions, and exceptions of the happiest kind, are possible. Thus, too, the marriage of a young woman with a man advanced in life is generally unsuitable. Yet I have seen some such turn out extremely well. For me, I know but of one kind of marriage that would be entirely unsuitable, that in which I should be called upon to make a show and manage ceremonies. I would rather give my hand to the son of any honest farmer in the neighbourhood." Wilhelm at length made ready for returning. He requested of Teresa to obtain for him a parting word with Lydia. The impassioned girl at last consented. He said some kindly things to her, to which she answered, "The first burst of anguish I have conquered. Lothario will be ever dear to me. But for those friends of his, I know them, and it grieves me that they are about him. The abbé, for a whim's sake, could leave a person in extreme need, or even plunge one into it. The doctor would have all things go on like clockwork. Jarno has no heart, and you, at least no force of character. Just go on. Let these three people use you as their tool. They will have many an execution to commit to you. For a long time, as I know well, my presence has been hateful to them. I had not found out their secret, but I had observed that they had one. Why these bolted rooms, these strange passages? Why can no one ever reach the central tower? Why did they banish me, whenever they could, to my own chamber? I will confess, jealousy at first incited me to these discoveries. I feared some lucky rival might be hid there. I have now laid aside that suspicion. I am well convinced that Lothario loves me, that he means honourably by me, but I am quite as well convinced that his false and artful friends betray him. If you would really do him service, if you would ever be forgiven for the injury which I have suffered from you, free him from the hands of these men. But what am I expecting? Give this letter to him, repeat what it contains, that I will love him forever, that I depend upon his word." "Ah," cried she, rising and throwing herself with tears upon Teresa's neck, "he is surrounded by my foes. They will endeavour to persuade him that I have sacrificed nothing for his sake. Oh, Lothario may well believe that he is worthy of any sacrifice, without needing to be grateful for it." Wilhelm's parting with Teresa was more cheerful. She wished they might soon meet again. "Me you wholly know," said she. "I alone have talked while we have been together. It will be your duty next time to repay my candour." During his return he kept contemplating this new and bright phenomenon with the liveliest recollection. What confidence had she inspired him with? He thought of Mignon and Felix, and how happy they might be if under her direction. Then he thought of himself, and felt what pleasure it would be to live beside a being so entirely serene and clear. As he approached Lothario's castle, he observed, with more than usual interest, the central tower and the many passages and side buildings. He resolved to question Jarno or the abbé on the subject by the earliest opportunity. Chapter 7. On arriving at the castle, Wilhelm found its noble owner in the way of full recovery. The doctor and the abbé had gone off. Jarno alone was there. It was not long till the patient now and then could ride, sometimes by himself, sometimes with his friends. His conversation was at once courteous and earnest, instructive and enlivening. You could often notice in it traces of a tender sensibility, although he strove to hide it and almost seemed to blame it when, in spite of him, it came to view. One evening while at table he was silent, though his look was very cheerful. "Today," said Jarno, "you have met with an adventure, and no doubt you relished it." "I give you credit for your penetration," said Lothario. "Yes, I have met with a very pleasing adventure. At another time perhaps I should not have considered it so charming as today, when it came upon me so attractively. Toward night I rode out beyond the river, through the hamlets, by a path which I had often visited in former years. My bodily ailings must have reduced me more than I supposed. I felt weak, but as my strength was reawakening, I was, as it were, new-born. All objects seemed to wear the hues they had in earlier times. All looked graceful, lovely, charming, as they have not looked to me for many years. I easily observed that it was mere debility, yet I continued to enjoy it. I rode softly onward, and could now conceive how men may grow to like diseases which attune us to those sweet emotions. You know perhaps what used of old so frequently to lead me that way?" "If I mistake not," answered Jarno, "it was a little love concern you were engaged in with a farmer's daughter." "It might be called a great one," said Lothario, "for we loved each other deeply, seriously, and for a long time. Today it happened, everything combined to represent before me in its liveliest colour the earliest season of our love. The boys were again shaking maybugs from the trees. The ashen grove had not grown larger since the day I saw her first. It was now long since I had met with Margaret. She is married at a distance, and I had heard by chance that she was come with her children some weeks ago to pay a visit to her father." "This ride, then, was not altogether accidental?" "I will not deny," replied Lothario, "that I wished to meet her. On coming near the house, I saw her father sitting at the door. A child of probably a year old was standing by him. As I approached, a female gave a hasty look from an upper window, and a minute afterward I heard some person tripping downstairs. I thought surely it was she, and I will confess I was flattering myself that she had recognized me, and was hastening to meet me. But what was my surprise and disappointment, when she bounded from the door, seized the child, to whom the horses had come pretty close, and took it in. It gave me a painful twinge. My vanity, however, was a little solaced when I thought I saw a tint of redness on her neck and on the ear, which were uncovered. I drew up, and while speaking with the father, glanced sideways over all the windows, to observe if she would not appear at some of them, but no trace of her was visible. Ask I would not, so I rode away. My displeasure was a little mollified by wonder. Though I had not seen the face, it appeared to me that she was scarcely changed, and 10 years are a pretty space. Nay, she looked even younger, quite as slim, as light of foot. Her neck, if possible, was lovelier than before, her cheeks as quick at blushing. Yet she was the mother of 6 children, perhaps of more. This apparition suited the enchantment which surrounded me so well, that I rode along with feelings grown still younger, and I did not turn till I was at the forest, when the sun was going down. Strongly as the falling dew and the prescription of our doctor called upon me to proceed direct homewards, I could not help again going round by the farmhouse. I observed a woman walking up and down the garden, which is fenced by a light hedge. I rode along the footpath to it, and found myself at no great distance from the person whom I wanted. Though the evening sun was glancing in my eyes, I saw that she was busy with the hedge, which only slightly covered her. I thought I recognized my mistress. On coming up I halted, not without a palpitation at the heart. Some high twigs of wild roses, which a soft air was blowing to and fro, made her figure indistinct to me. I spoke to her, asked her how she was. She answered in an undertone, "Quite well." In the meantime I perceived a child behind the hedge, engaged in plucking roses, and I took the opportunity of asking where her other children were. "It is not my child," said she, "that were rather early." And at this moment it happened that the twigs were blown aside, and her face could be distinctly seen. I knew not what to make of the affair. It was my mistress, and it was not. Almost younger, almost lovelier than she used to be 10 years before. "Are you not the farmer's daughter?" inquired I, half confused. "No," said she, "I am her cousin." "You resemble one another wonderfully," added I. "Yes, so says everyone that knew her half a score of years ago." I continued putting various questions to her. My mistake was pleasant to me even after I had found it out. I could not leave this living image of bygone blessedness that stood before me. The child, meanwhile, had gone away. It had wandered to the pond in search of flowers. She took her leave and hastened after it. I had now, however, learned that my former love was really in her father's house. While riding forward, I employed myself in guessing whether it had been her cousin or she that had secured the child from harm. I more than once, in thought, repeated all the circumstances of the incident. I can remember few things that have affected me more gratefully. But I feel that I am still unwell. We must ask the doctor to deliver us from the remains of this pathetic humour. With confidential narratives of pretty love adventures, it often happens as with ghost stories. When the first is told, the others follow of themselves. Our little party, in recalling other times, found numerous passages of this description. Lothario had the most to tell. Jarno's histories were all of one peculiar character. What Wilhelm could disclose we already know. He was apprehensive that they might mention his adventure with the Countess, but it was not hinted at, not even in the remotest manner. "It is true," observed Lothario, "there can scarcely any feeling in the world be more agreeable than when the heart, after a pause of indifference, again opens to love for some new object. Yet I would forever have renounced that happiness, had fate been pleased to unite me with Teresa. We are not always youths, we ought not always to be children. To the man who knows the world, who understands what he should do in it, what he should hope from it, nothing can be more desirable than meeting with a wife who will everywhere cooperate with him, who will everywhere prepare his way for him, whose diligence takes up what his must leave, whose occupation spreads itself on every side, while his must travel forward on its single path. What a heaven had I figured for myself beside Teresa! Not the heaven of an enthusiastic bliss, but of a sure life on earth, order in prosperity, courage in adversity, care for the smallest, and a spirit capable of comprehending and managing the greatest. Oh, I saw in her the qualities which, when developed, make such women as we find in history, whose excellence appears to us far preferable to that of men. This clearness of view, this expertness in all emergencies, this sureness in details, which brings the whole so accurately out, although they never seem to think of it. You may well forgive me," added he, and turning to Wilhelm with a smile, "that I forsook Aurelia for Teresa. With the one I could expect a calm and cheerful life, with the other not a happy hour." "I will confess," said Wilhelm, "that in coming hither I had no small anger in my heart against you, that I proposed to censure with severity your conduct to Aurelia." "It was really censurable," said Lothario. "I should not have exchanged my friendship for her with the sentiment of love. I should not, in place of the respect which she deserved, have intruded an attachment she was neither calculated to excite nor to maintain. Alas, she was not lovely when she loved, the greatest misery that can befall a woman." "Well, it is past," said Wilhelm. "We cannot always shun the things we blame. In spite of us, our feelings and our actions sometimes strangely swerve from their natural and right direction. Yet there are certain duties which we never should lose sight of. Peace be to the ashes of our friend. Without censuring ourselves or her, let us with sympathizing hearts strew flowers upon her grave. But at the grave in which the hapless mother sleeps, let me ask why you acknowledge not the child, a son whom any father might rejoice in, and whom you appear entirely to overlook. With your pure and tender nature, how can you altogether cast away the instinct of a parent? All this while you have not spent one syllable upon that precious creature, of whose attractions I could say so much." "Whom do you speak of?" asked Lothario. "I do not understand you." "Of whom but of your son, Aurelia's son, the lovely child, to whose good fortune there is nothing wanting, but that a tender father should acknowledge and receive him." "You mistake, my friend," exclaimed Lothario. "Aurelia never had a son, at least by me. I know of no child, or I would with joy acknowledge it. And even in the present case I will gladly look upon the little creature as a relic of her, and take charge of educating it. But did she ever give you to believe that the boy was hers, was mine?" "I cannot recollect that I ever heard a word from her expressly on the subject, but we took it up so, and I never for a moment doubted it." "I can give you something like a clue to this perplexity," said Jarno. "An old woman, whom you must have noticed often, gave Aurelia the child. She accepted it with passion, hoping to alleviate her sorrows by its presence, and in truth it gave her many a comfortable hour. This discovery awoke anxieties in Wilhelm. He thought of his dear Mignon and his beautiful Felix with the liveliest distinctness. He expressed his wish to remove them both from the state in which they were. "We shall soon arrange it," said Lothario. "The little girl may be committed to Teresa. She cannot be in better hands. As for the boy, I think you should yourself take charge of him. What in us the women leave uncultivated, children cultivate when we retain them near us." "But first, I think," said Jarno, "you will once for all renounce the stage, as you have no talent for it." Our friend was struck. He had to curb himself, for Jarno's harsh sentence had not a little wounded his self-love. "If you convince me of that," replied he, forcing a smile, "you will do me a service, though it is but a mournful service to rouse one from a pleasing dream." "Without enlarging on the subject," answered Jarno, "I could merely wish you would go and fetch the children. The rest will come in course." "I am ready," answered Wilhelm. "I am restless and curious to see if I can get no further knowledge of the boy. I long to see the little girl who has attached herself so strangely to me." It was agreed that he should lose no time in setting out. Next day he had prepared himself. His horse was saddled. He only waited for Lothario to take leave of him. At the dinner hour they went as usual to table, not waiting for the master of the house. He did not come till late, and then sat down by them. "I could bet," said Jarno, "that today you have again been making trial of your tenderness of heart. You have not been able to withstand the curiosity to see your quondam love." "Guest," replied Lothario. "Let us hear," said Jarno, "how it went. I long to know." "I confess," replied Lothario, "the affair lay nearer my heart than it reasonably ought. So I formed the resolution of again riding out, and actually seeing the person whose renewed young image had affected me with such a pleasing illusion. I alighted at some distance from the house, and sent the horses to a side, that the children who were playing at the door might not be disturbed. I entered the house. By chance she met me just within the threshold. It was herself, and I recognized her, notwithstanding the striking change. She had grown stouter and seemed to be larger. Her gracefulness was shaded by a look of staidness. Her vivacity had passed into a calm reflectiveness. Her head, which she once bore so airily and freely, drooped a little. Slight furrows had been traced upon her brow. She cast down her eyes on seeing me, but no blush announced an inward movement of the heart. I held out my hand to her, she gave me hers. I inquired about her husband, he was absent. About her children, she stepped out and called them. All came in and gathered round her. Nothing is more charming than to see a mother with a child upon her arm. Nothing is more reverent than a mother among many children. That I might say something, I asked the name of the youngest. She desired me to walk in and see her father. I agreed. She introduced me to the room, where everything was standing almost just as I had left it. And what seemed stranger still, the fair cousin, her living image, was sitting on the very seat behind the spinning wheel, where I had found my love so often in the self-same form. A little girl, the very figure of her mother, had come after us. And thus I stood in the most curious scene, between the future and the past, as in a grove of oranges, where within a little circle flowers and fruits are living, in successive stages of their growth, beside each other. The cousin went away to fetch us some refreshment. I gave the woman I had loved so much my hand, and said to her, "I feel a true joy in seeing you again." "You are very good to say so," answered she, "but I also can assure you I feel the highest joy. How often have I wished to see you once more in my life! I have wished it in moments which I regarded as my last." She said this with a settled voice, without appearance of emotion, with that natural air which of old delighted me so much. The cousin returned, the father with her, and I leave you to conceive with what feelings I remained, and with what I came away. End of section 8. Section 9 of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Volume 2, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Chapter 8. In his journey to the town, our friend was thinking of the lovely women whom he knew or had heard of. Their curious fortunes, which contained so little happiness, were present to him with a sad distinctness. "Ah," cried he, "poor Mariana! What shall I yet learn of thee? And thou, noble Amazon, glorious protecting spirit, to whom I owe so much, whom I everywhere expect to meet and nowhere see, in what mournful circumstances may I find thee, shouldst thou again appear before me?" On his arrival in the town, there was not one of his acquaintances at home. He hastened to the theatre. He supposed they would be rehearsing. Here, however, all was still. The house seemed empty. One little door alone was open. Passing through it to the stage, he found Aurelia's ancient serving-maid, employed in sewing linen for a new decoration. There was barely light enough to let her work. Felix and Mignon were sitting by her on the floor. They had a book between them, and while Mignon read aloud, Felix was repeating all the words, as if he, too, knew his letters, as if he, too, could read. The children started up and ran to him. He embraced them with the tenderest feelings, and brought them closer to the woman. "Art thou the person," said he to her with an earnest voice, "from whom Aurelia received this child?" She looked up from her work, and turned her face to him. He saw her in full light. He started back in terror. It was old Barbara. "Where is Mariana?" cried he. "Far from here," replied the crone. "And Felix?" "Is the son of that unhappy and too true and tender-hearted girl. May you never feel what you have made us suffer. May the treasure which I now deliver you make you as happy as he made us wretched." She arose to go away. Wilhelm held her fast. "I mean not to escape you," said she. "Let me fetch a paper that will make you glad and sorrowful." She retired, and Wilhelm gazed upon the child with a painful joy. He durst not reckon him his own. "He is thine," cried Mignon, "he is thine," and passed the child to Wilhelm's knee. Barbara came back and handed him a letter. "Here are Mariana's last words," said she. "She is dead," cried he. "Dead," said the old woman. "I wish to spare you all reproaches." Astonished and confounded, Wilhelm broke up the letter. But scarcely had he read the first words of it when a bitter grief took hold of him. He let the letter fall and sank upon a seat. Mignon hurried to him, trying to console him. In the meantime Felix had picked up the letter. He teased his playmate till she yielded, till she knelt beside him and read it over. Felix repeated the words, and Wilhelm was compelled to hear them twice. "If this sheet should ever reach thee, then lament thy ill-starred friend. Thy love has caused her death. The boy, whose birth I survive but a few days, is thine. I die faithful to thee, much as appearances may be against me. With thee I lost everything that bound me to life. I die content, for they have assured me that the child is healthy and will live. Listen to old Barbara. Forgive her. Farewell, and forget me not." What a painful, and yet to his comfort half enigmatic letter! Its contents pierced through his heart, as the children, stuttering and stammering, pronounced and repeated them. "That's what has come of it," said the crone, not waiting till he had recovered. "Thank heaven that, having lost so true a love, you have still left you so fine a child. Your grief will be unequalled when you learn how the poor, good girl stood faithful to you to the end, how miserable she became, and what she sacrificed for your sake." "Let me drain the cup of sorrow and of joy at once," cried Wilhelm. "Convince me, even persuade me, that she was a good girl, that she deserved respect as well as love. Then leave me to my grief for her irreparable loss." "It is not yet time," said Barbara. "I have work to do, and I would not we were seen together. Let it be a secret that Felix is your son. I should have too much abuse to suffer from the company for having formerly deceived them. Mignon will not betray us. She is good and close." "I have known it long, and I said nothing," answered Mignon. "How is it possible?" cried Barbara. "Whence?" cried Wilhelm. "The spirit told it me." "Where? Where?" "In the vault, when the old man drew his knife, it called to me, 'Bring his father,' and I thought it must be thou." "Who called to thee?" "I know not. In my heart, in my head, I was terrified. I trembled, I prayed. Then it called, and I understood it." Wilhelm pressed her to his heart, recommended Felix to her, and retired. He had not observed till then that she was grown much paler and thinner than when he left her. Madame Melina was the first acquaintance he met. She received him in the friendliest manner. "Oh, that you might find everything among us as you wished!" exclaimed she. "I doubt it," answered Wilhelm. "I do not expect it. Confess that they have taken all their measures to dispense with me." "Why would you go away?" replied his friend. "We cannot soon enough convince ourselves," said he, "how very simply we may be dispensed with in the world. What important personages we conceive ourselves to be! We think that it is we alone who animate the circle we move in, that in our absence life, nourishment, and breath will make a general pause, and alas, the void which occurs is scarcely remarked, so soon is it filled up again. Nay, it is often but the place, if not for something better, at least for something more agreeable. And the sorrows of our friends we are not to take into account? For our friends, too, it is well, when they soon recover their composure, when they say each to himself, There where thou art, there where thou remainest, accomplish what thou canst. Be busy, be courteous, and let the present scene delight thee." On a narrower inquiry, he found what he had looked for. The opera had been set up, and was exclusively attracting the attention of the public. His parts had in the meanwhile been distributed between Horatio and Laertes, and both of them were in the habit of eliciting from the spectators far more liberal applause than he had ever been enabled to obtain. Laertes entered, and Madame Melina cried, "Look you here at this lucky fellow. He is soon to be a capitalist, or heaven knows what." Wilhelm, in embracing him, discovered that his coat was superfine. The rest of his apparel was simple, but of the very best materials. "Solve me the riddle," cried our friend. "You are still in time to learn," replied Laertes, "that my running to and fro is now about to be repaid, that a partner in a large commercial house is turning to advantage my acquirements from books or observation, and allowing me a share with him. I would give something could I purchase back my confidence in women. There is a pretty niece in the house, and I see well enough that, if I pleased, I might soon be a made man." "You have not heard," said Frau Melina, "that a marriage has already taken place among ourselves? Serlo is actually wedded to the fair Elmira. Her father would not tolerate their secret correspondence." They talked in this manner about many things that had occurred while he was absent. Nor was it difficult for him to observe that, according to the present temper and constitution of the company, his dismissal had already taken place. He impatiently expected Barbara, who had appointed him to wait for her far in the night. She was to come when all were sleeping. She required as many preparations as if she had been the youngest maiden gliding in to her beloved. Meanwhile he read 100 times the letter she had given him, read with unspeakable delight the word faithful in the hand of his darling, with horror the announcement of her death, whose approaches she appeared to view unmoved. Midnight was past when something rustled at the half-open door, and Barbara came in with a little basket. "I am to tell you the story of our woes," said she, "and I must believe that you will sit unmoved at the recital, that you are waiting for me but to satisfy your curiosity, that you will now, as you did formerly, retire within your cold selfishness, while our hearts are breaking. But look you here. Thus on that happy evening did I bring you the bottle of champagne. Thus did I place the 3 glasses on the table. And as you then began with soft nursery tales to cozen us and lull us to sleep, so will I now with stern truths instruct you and keep you waking." Wilhelm knew not what to say, when the old woman, in fact, let go the cork and filled the 3 glasses to the brim. "Drink," cried she, having emptied a draught at her foaming glass. "Drink ere the spirit of it pass. This 3rd glass shall froth away untasted to the memory of my unhappy Mariana. How red were her lips when she then drank your health! Ah, and now forever pale and cold." "Sibyl! Fury!" cried Wilhelm, springing up and striking the table with his fist. "What evil spirit possesses thee and drives thee? For what dost thou take me, that thou thinkest the simplest narrative of Mariana's death and sorrows will not harrow me enough, but usest these hellish arts to sharpen my torment? If thy insatiable greediness is such that thou must revel at the funeral table, drink and speak. I have loathed thee from of old, and I cannot reckon Mariana guiltless while I even look upon thee, her companion." "Softly, mein Herr," replied the crone. "You shall not ruffle me. Your debts to us are deep and dark. The railing of a debtor does not anger one. But you are right, the simplest narrative will punish you sufficiently. Hear then the struggle and the victory of Mariana striving to continue yours." "Continue mine," replied Wilhelm. "What fable dost thou mean to tell me?" "Interrupt me not," said she. "Hear me, and then give what belief you list. To me it is all one. Did you not, the last night you were with us, find a letter in the room and take it with you?" "I found the letter after I had taken it with me. It was lying in the neckerchief, which, in the warmth of my love, I had seized and carried off." "What did the sheet contain?" the expectation of an angry lover to be better treated on the next than he had been on the preceding evening. And that you kept your word to him I need not be told, for I saw him with my own eyes gliding from your house before daybreak. You may have seen him, but what occurred within, how sadly Mariana passed that night, how fretfully I passed it, you are yet to learn. I will be altogether candid. I will neither hide nor palliate the fact that I persuaded Mariana to yield to the solicitations of a certain Norberg. It was with repugnance that she followed my advice, nay, that she even heard it. He was rich, he seemed attached. I hoped he would be constant. Soon after, he was forced to go upon his journey, and Mariana became acquainted with you. What had I then to abide? What to hinder? What to undergo? Oh, cried she often, hadst thou spared my youth, my innocence, but 4 short weeks, I might have found a worthy object of my love. I had then been worthy of him, and love might have given with a quiet conscience what now I have sold against my will. She entirely abandoned herself to her affection for you. I need not ask if you were happy. Over her understanding I had an unbounded power, for I knew the means of satisfying all her little inclinations. But over her heart I had no control, for she never sanctioned what I did for her, what I counselled her to do, when her heart said nay. It was only to irresistible necessity that she would yield, but ere long the necessity appeared to her extremely pressing. In the first period of her youth she had never known want. By a complication of misfortunes her people lost their fortune. The poor girl had been used to have a number of conveniences, and upon her young spirit certain principles of honour had been stamped, which made her restless without much helping her. She had not the smallest skill in worldly matters. She was innocent in the strictest meaning of the word. She had no idea that one could buy without paying. Nothing frightened her more than being in debt. She always rather liked to give than take. This and this alone was what made it possible that she could be constrained to give herself away, in order to get rid of various little debts which weighed upon her. And couldst not thou, cried Wilhelm in an angry tone, have saved her? Oh, yes, replied the beldame, with hunger and need, with sorrow and privation, but for this I was not disposed. Abominable base procuress, so thou hast sacrificed the hapless creature, offered her up to thy throat, to thy insatiable maw. It were better to compose yourself and cease your reviling, said the dame. If you will revile, go to your high noble houses. There you will meet with many a mother, full of anxious cares to find out for some lovely heavenly maiden, the most odious of men, provided he be the richest. See the poor creature shivering and faltering before her fate, and nowhere finding consolation, till some more experienced female lets her understand that by marriage she acquires the right, in future, to dispose of her heart and person as she pleases. Peace, cried Wilhelm. Dost thou think that one crime can be the excuse of another? To thy story, without further observations. Do you listen then without blaming? Mariana became yours against my will. In this adventure, at least, I have nothing to reproach myself with. Norberg returned. He made haste to visit Mariana. She received him coldly and angrily, would not even admit him to a kiss. I employed all my art in apologizing for her conduct, gave him to understand that her confessor had awakened her conscience, that so long as conscientious scruples lasted, one was bound to respect them. I at last so far succeeded that he went away, I promising to do my utmost for him. He was rich and rude, but there was a touch of goodness in him, and he loved Mariana without limit. He promised to be patient, and I laboured with the greatest ardour not to try him too far. With Mariana I had a stubborn contest. I persuaded her, nay, I may call it forced her, by the threat of leaving her, to write to Norberg and invite him for the night. You came, and by chance picked up his answer in the neckerchief. Your presence broke my game, for scarcely were you gone, when she anew began her lamentation. She swore she would not be unfaithful to you. She was so passionate, so frantic, that I could not help sincerely pitying her. In the end I promised that for this night also I would pacify her lover, and send him off, under some pretence or other. I entreated her to go to bed, but she did not seem to trust me. She kept on her clothes, and at last fell asleep without undressing, agitated and exhausted with weeping as she was. Norberg came. Representing in the blackest hues her conscientious agonies and her repentance, I endeavoured to retain him. He wished to see her, and I went into the room to prepare her. He followed me, and both of us at once came forward to her bed. She awoke, sprang wildly up, and tore herself from our arms. She conjured and begged, she entreated, threatened, and declared she would not yield. She was improvident enough to let fall some words about the true state of her affections, which poor Norberg had to understand in a spiritual sense. At length he left her, and she locked her door. I kept him long with me, and talked with him about her situation. I told him that she was with child, that, poor girl, she should be humoured. He was so delighted with his fatherhood, with his prospect of a boy, that he granted everything she wished. He promised rather to set out and travel for a time than vex his dear and injure her by these internal troubles. With such intentions, at an early hour he glided out, and if you, mein Herr, stood sentry by our house, there was nothing wanting to your happiness but to have looked into the bosom of your rival, whom you thought so favoured and so fortunate, and whose appearance drove you to despair." "Art thou speaking truth?" said Wilhelm. "True," said the crone, "as I still hope to drive you to despair. Yes, certainly you would despair, if I could rightly paint to you the following morning. How cheerfully did she awake! How kindly did she call me in, how warmly thank me, how cordially press me to her bosom. 'Now,' said she, stepping up to her mirror with a smile, 'can I again take pleasure in myself, and in my looks, since once more I am my own, and his, my one beloved friend's. How sweet is it to conquer! How I thank thee for taking charge of me, for having turned thy prudence and thy understanding once at least to my advantage. Stand by me, and devise the means of making me entirely happy.' I assented, would not irritate her. I flattered her hopes, and she caressed me tenderly. If she retired but a moment from the window, I was made to stand and watch, for you, of course, would pass, for she at least would see you. Thus did we spend the restless day. At night, at the accustomed hour, we looked for you with certainty. I was already out waiting at the staircase. I grew weary, and came in to her again. With surprise I found her in her military dress. She looked cheerful and charming beyond what I had ever seen her. 'Do I not deserve,' said she, 'to appear tonight in man's apparel? Have I not struggled bravely? My dearest shall see me as he saw me for the first time. I will press him as tenderly and with greater freedom to my heart than then. For am I not his much more than I was then, when a noble resolution had not freed me? But,' added she, after pausing for a little, 'I have not yet entirely won him. I must still risk the uttermost, in order to be worthy, to be certain of possessing him. I must disclose the whole to him, discover to him all my state, then leave it to himself to keep or to reject me. This scene I am preparing for my friend, preparing for myself, and were his feelings capable of casting me away, I should then belong again entirely to myself. My punishment would bring me consolation. I would suffer all that fate could lay upon me.' With such purposes and hopes, mein Herr, this lovely girl expected you. You came not. Oh, how shall I describe the state of watching and of hope? I see thee still before me. With what love, what heartfelt love, thou spokest of the man whose cruelty thou hadst not yet experienced." "Good, dear Barbara," cried Wilhelm, springing up, and seizing the old woman by the hand, "we have had enough of mummery and preparation. Thy indifferent, thy calm, contented tone betrays thee. Give me back my Mariana. She is living, she is near at hand. Not in vain didst thou choose this late, lonely hour to visit me. Not in vain hast thou prepared me by thy most delicious narrative. Where is she? Where hast thou hidden her? I believe all, I will promise to believe all, so thou but show her to me, so thou give her to my arms. The shadow of her I have seen already. Let me clasp her once more to my bosom. I will kneel before her, I will entreat forgiveness. I will congratulate her upon her victory over herself and thee. I will bring my Felix to her. Come, where hast thou concealed her? Leave me no longer in uncertainty. Thy object is attained. Where hast thou hidden her? Let me light thee with this candle. Let me once more see her fair and kindly face." He had pulled old Barbara from her chair. She stared at him. Tears started into her eyes. Wild pangs of grief took hold of her. "What luckless error," cried she, "leaves you still a moment's hope? Yes, I have hidden her, but beneath the ground. Neither the light of the sun nor any social taper shall again illuminate her kindly face. Take the boy Felix to her grave, and say to him, 'There lies thy mother, whom thy father doomed unheard.' The heart of Mariana beats no longer with impatience to behold you. Not in a neighbouring chamber is she waiting the conclusion of my narrative or fable. The dark chamber has received her, to which no bridegroom follows, from which none comes to meet a lover." She cast herself upon the floor beside a chair, and wept bitterly. Wilhelm now for the first time felt entirely convinced that Mariana was no more. His emotions it is easy to conceive. The old woman rose. "I have nothing more to tell you," cried she, and threw a packet on the table. "Here are some writings that will put your cruelty to shame. Peruse these sheets with unwet eyes, if you can." She glided softly out. Our friend had not the heart to open the pocket-book that night. He had himself presented it to Mariana. He knew that she had carefully preserved in it every letter he had sent her. Next morning he prevailed upon himself. He untied the ribbon. Little notes came forward written with pencil in his own hand, and recalled to him every situation, from the first day of their graceful acquaintance to the last of their stern separation. In particular, it was not without acute anguish that he read a small series of billets which had been addressed to himself, and to which, as he saw from their tenor, Werner had refused admittance. "No one of my letters has yet penetrated to thee. My entreaties, my prayers have not reached thee. Was it thyself that gave these cruel orders? Shall I never see thee more? Yet again I attempt it. I entreat thee, come, oh come! I ask not to retain thee, if I might but once more press thee to my heart. When I used to sit beside thee, holding thy hands, looking in thy eyes, and with the full heart of love and trust to call thee, dear, dear, good Wilhelm, it would please thee so that I had to repeat it over and over. I repeat it once again. Dear, dear, good Wilhelm, be good as thou wert. Come and leave me not to perish in my wretchedness. Thou regardest me as guilty. I am so, but not as thou thinkest. Come, let me have this single comfort, to be altogether known to thee, let what will befall me afterward. Not for my sake alone, for thy own too, I beg of thee to come. I feel the intolerable pains thou art suffering, whilst thou fleest from me. Come, that our separation may be less cruel. Perhaps I was never worthy of thee till this moment, when thou art repelling me to boundless woe. By all that is holy, by all that can touch a human heart, I call upon thee. It involves the safety of a soul. It involves a life, 2 lives, one of which must ever be dear to thee. This too thy suspicion will discredit, yet I will speak it in the hour of death. The child which I carry under my heart is thine. Since I began to love thee, no other man has even pressed my hand. Oh, that thy love, that thy uprightness had been the companions of my youth. Thou wilt not hear me? I must even be silent. But these letters will not die. Perhaps they will speak to thee, when the shroud is covering my lips, and the voice of thy repentance cannot reach my ear. Through my weary life, to the last moment, this will be my only comfort, that, though I cannot call myself blameless, toward thee I am free from blame. Wilhelm could proceed no farther. He resigned himself entirely to his sorrow, which became still more afflicting. When, Laertes entering, he was obliged to hide his feelings. Laertes showed a purse of ducats, and began to count and reckon them, assuring Wilhelm that there could be nothing finer in the world than for a man to feel himself on the way to wealth, that nothing then could trouble or detain him. Wilhelm bethought him of his dream, and smiled, but at the same time he remembered with a shudder that in his vision Mariana had forsaken him to follow his departed father, and that both of them had at last moved about the garden, hovering in the air like spirits. Laertes forced him from his meditations. He brought him to a coffee-house, where immediately on Wilhelm's entrance several persons gathered around him. They were men who had applauded his performance on the stage. They expressed their joy at meeting him, lamenting that, as they had heard, he meant to leave the theatre. They spoke so reasonably and kindly of himself and his acting, of his talent, and their hopes from it, that Wilhelm, not without emotion, cried at last, "Oh, how infinitely precious would such sympathy have been to me some months ago! How instructive, how encouraging! Never had I turned my mind so totally from the concerns of the stage. Never had I gone so far as to despair of the public." "So far as this," said an elderly man who now stepped forward, "we should never go. The public is large. True judgment, true feeling are not quite so rare as one believes. Only the artist ought not to demand an unconditional approval of his work. Unconditional approval is always the least valuable. Conditional you gentlemen are not content with. In life, as in art, I know well, a person must take counsel with himself when he purposes to do or to produce anything. But when it is produced or done, he must listen with attention to the voices of a number. And with a little practice, out of these many votes he will be able to collect a perfect judgment. The few who could well have saved us this trouble, for the most part hold their peace." "This they should not do," said Wilhelm. "I have often heard people who themselves kept silent in regard to works of merit complain and lament that silence was kept." "Today, then, we will speak aloud," cried a young man. "You must dine with us, and we will try to pay off a little of the debt which we have owed to you, and sometimes also to our good Aurelia." This invitation Wilhelm courteously declined. He went to Frau Melina, whom he wished to speak with on the subject of the children, as he meant to take them from her. Old Barbara's secret was not too religiously observed by him. He betrayed himself so soon as he again beheld the lovely Felix. "Oh, my child," cried he, "my dear child!" He lifted him and pressed him to his heart. "Father, what hast thou brought for me?" cried the child. Mignon looked at both, as if she meant to warn them not to blab. "What new phenomenon is this?" said Frau Melina. They got the children sent away, and Wilhelm, thinking that he did not owe old Barbara the strictest secrecy, disclosed the whole affair to Frau Melina. She viewed him with a smile. "Oh, these credulous men!" exclaimed she. "If anything is lying in their path, it is so easy to impose it on them, while in other cases they will neither look to the right nor left, and can value nothing which they have not previously impressed with the stamp of an arbitrary passion." She sighed against her will. If our friend had not been altogether blind, he must have noticed in her conduct an affection for him which had never been entirely subdued. He now spoke with her about the children, how he purposed to keep Felix with him, and to place Mignon in the country. Madame Melina, though sorry at the thought of parting with them, said the plan was good, nay, absolutely necessary. Felix was becoming wild with her, and Mignon seemed to need fresh air and other occupation. She was sickly, and was not yet recovering. "Let it not mislead you," added Frau Melina, "that I have lightly hinted doubts about the boys being really yours. The old woman, it is true, deserves but little confidence. Yet a person who invents untruths for her advantage may likewise speak the truth when truths are profitable to her. Aurelia she had hoodwinked to believe that Felix was Lothario's son, and it is a property of us women that we cordially like the children of our lovers, though we do not know the mothers, or even hate them from the heart." Felix came jumping in. She pressed him to her with a tenderness which was not usual to her. Wilhelm hastened home, and sent for Barbara, who, however, would not undertake to meet him till the twilight. He received her angrily. "There is nothing in the world more shameful," said he, "than establishing one's self on lies and fables. Already thou hast done much mischief with them, and now, when thy word could decide the fortune of my life, now must I stand dubious, not venturing to call the child my own, though to possess him without scruple would form my highest happiness. I cannot look upon thee, scandalous creature, without hatred and contempt." "Your conduct, if I speak with candour," said the old woman, "appears to me intolerable. Even if Felix were not yours, he is the fairest and the loveliest child in nature. One might purchase him at any price, to have him always near one. Is he not worthy your acceptance? Do not I deserve for my care, for the labour I have had with him, a little pension for the small remainder of my life? Oh, you gentlemen who know no want! It is well for you to talk of truth and honour, but how the miserable being whose smallest necessity is unprovided for, who sees in her perplexities no friend, no help, no counsel, how she is to press through the crowd of selfish men, and to starve in silence, you are seldom at the trouble to consider. Did you read Mariana's letters? They are the letters she wrote you at that unhappy season. It was in vain that I attempted to approach you to deliver you these sheets. Your savage brother-in-law had so begirt you that craft and cunning were of no avail. And at last, when he began to threaten me and Mariana with imprisonment, I had then to cease my efforts and renounce all hope. Does not everything agree with what I told you? And does not Norberg's letter put the story altogether out of doubt?" "What letter?" asked he. "Did you not find it in the pocket-book?" said Barbara. "I have not yet read all of them." "Give me the pocket-book. On that paper everything depends. Norberg's luckless billet caused this sorrowful perplexity. Another from his hand may loose the knots, so far as aught may still depend upon unravelling them." She took a letter from the book. Wilhelm recognized that odious writing. He constrained himself, and read. "Tell me, girl, how hast thou got such power over me? I would not have believed that a goddess herself could make a sighing lover of me. Instead of hastening toward me with open arms, thou shrankest back from me. One might have taken it for aversion. Is it fair that I should spend the night with old Barbara, sitting on a trunk, and but 2 doors between me and my pretty Mariana? It is too bad, I tell thee. I have promised to allow thee time to think, not to press thee unrelentingly. I could run mad at every wasted quarter of an hour. Have not I given thee gifts according to my power? Dost thou still doubt of my love? What wilt thou have? Do but tell me, thou shalt want for nothing. Would the devil had the priest that put such stuff into thy head! Why didst thou go to such a churl? There are plenty of them that allow young people somewhat. In short, I tell thee, things must alter. In 2 days I must have an answer, for I am to leave the town, and if thou become not kind and friendly to me, thou shalt never see me more." In this style the letter spun itself to great length, turning, to Wilhelm's painful satisfaction, still about the same point, and testifying for the truth of the account which he had got from Barbara. A second letter clearly proved that Mariana, in the sequel, also had maintained her purpose, and it was not without heartfelt grief that, out of these and other papers, Wilhelm learned the history of the unlucky girl to the very hour of her death. Barbara had gradually tamed rude, regardless Norberg by announcing to him Mariana's death and leaving him in the belief that Felix was his son. Once or twice he had sent her money, which, however, she retained for herself, having talked Aurelia into taking charge of the child. But unhappily this secret source of riches did not long endure. Norberg, by a life of riot, had impaired his fortune, and by repeated love affairs his heart was rendered callous to his supposed firstborn. Probable as all this seemed, beautifully as it all agreed, Wilhelm did not venture to give way to joy. He still appeared to dread a present coming from his evil genius. "Your jealous fears," said Barbara, who guessed his mood of mind, "time alone can cure. Look upon the child as a stranger one. Take stricter heed of him on that account. Observe his gifts, his temper, his capacities, and if you do not by and by discover in him the exact resemblance of yourself, your eyes must certainly be bad. Of this I can assure you. Were I a man, no one should foist a child on me, but it is a happiness for women that in these cases men are not so quick of sight." These things over, Wilhelm and Barbara parted. He was to take Felix with him, she to carry Mignon to Teresa, and afterward to live in any place she pleased, upon a small annuity which he engaged to settle on her. He sent for Mignon to prepare her for the new arrangement. "Master," said she, "keep me with thee. It will do me good and do me ill." He told her that, as she was now grown up, there should be something further done for her instruction. "I am sufficiently instructed," answered she, "to love and grieve." He directed her attention to her health, and showed that she required continuous care, and the direction of a good physician. "Why care for me," said she, "when there are so many things to care for?" After he had laboured greatly to persuade her that he could not take her with him, that he would conduct her to a place where he might often see her, she appeared as if she had not heard a word of it. "Thou wishest not to have me with thee," said she. "Perhaps it is better. Send me to the old harper. The poor man is lonely where he is." Wilhelm tried to show her that the old man was in comfortable circumstances. "Every hour I long for him," replied the child. "I did not see," said Wilhelm, "that thou wert so fond of him when he was living with us." "I was frightened for him when he was awake. I could not bear his eyes, but when he was asleep I liked so well to sit by him. I used to chase the flies from him. I could not look at him enough. Oh, he has stood by me in fearful moments. None knows how much I owe him. Had I known the road, I should have run away to him already." Wilhelm set the circumstances in detail before her. He said that she had always been a reasonable child, and that on this occasion also she might do as she desired. "Reason is cruel," said she. "The heart is better. I will go as thou requirest, only leave me Felix." After much discussion her opinion was not altered, and Wilhelm at last resolved on giving Barbara both the children, and sending them together to Teresa. This was the easier for him, as he still feared to look upon the lovely Felix as his son. He would take him on his arm and carry him about. The child delighted to be held before the glass. Wilhelm also liked, though unavowedly, to hold him there and seek resemblances between their faces. If for a moment any striking similarity appeared between them, he would press the boy in his arms, and then, at once affrighted by the thought that he might be mistaken, he would set him down and let him run away. "Oh," cried he, "if I were to appropriate this priceless treasure, and it were then to be snatched from me, I should be the most unhappy man on earth." The children had been sent away, and Wilhelm was about to take a formal leave of the theatre, when he felt that in reality he had already taken leave, and needed but to go. Mariana was no more, his two guardian spirits had departed, and his thoughts hied after them. The fair boy hovered like a beautiful uncertain vision in the eyes of his imagination. He saw him at Theresa's hand running through the fields and woods, forming his mind and person in the free air, beside a free and cheerful foster-mother. Teresa had become far dearer to him since he figured her in company with Felix. Even while sitting in the theatre, he thought of her with smiles. He was almost in her own case. The stage could now produce no more illusion in him. Serlo and Melina were excessively polite to him when they observed that he was making no pretensions to his former place. A portion of the public wished to see him act again. This he could not accede to, nor in the company did any one desire it, saving Frau Melina. Of this friend he now took leave. He was moved at parting with her. He exclaimed, "Why do we presume to promise anything depending on an unknown future? The most slight engagement we have not power to keep, far less a purpose of importance. I feel ashamed in recollecting what I promised to you all, in that unhappy night, when we were lying plundered, sick and wounded, crammed into a miserable tavern. How did misfortune elevate my courage? What a treasure did I think I had found in my good wishes? And of all this not a jot has taken effect. I leave you as your debtor, and my comfort is that our people prized my promise at its actual worth, and never more took notice of it." "Be not unjust to yourself," said Frau Melina. "If no one acknowledges what you have done for us, I at least will not forget it. Our whole condition had been different if you had not been with us. But it is with our purposes as with our wishes. They seem no longer what they were when they have been accomplished, been fulfilled, and we think we have done, have wished for nothing." "You shall not, by your friendly statement," answered Wilhelm, "put my conscience to peace. I shall always look upon myself as in your debt." "Nay, perhaps you are so," said Madame Melina, "but not in the manner you suppose. We reckon it a shame to fail in the fulfilment of a promise we have uttered with the voice. Oh, my friend, a worthy person by his very presence promises us much. The confidence he elicits, the inclination he inspires, the hopes he awakens, are unbounded. He is and continues in our debt, although he does not know it. Fare you well. If our external circumstances have been happily repaired by your direction, in my mind there is, by your departure, produced a void which will not be filled up again so easily." Before leaving the city, Wilhelm wrote a copious sheet to Werner. He had before exchanged some letters, but not being able to agree, they had at length ceased to write. Now, however, Wilhelm had again approximated to his brother. He was just about to do what Werner had so earnestly desired. He could say, "I am abandoning the stage. I mean to join myself with men whose intercourse, in every sense, must lead me to a sure and suitable activity." He inquired about his property, and it now seemed strange to him that he had never, for so long a time, disturbed himself about it. He knew not that it is the manner of all persons who attach importance to their inward cultivation altogether to neglect their outward circumstances. This had been Wilhelm's case. He now for the first time seemed to notice that, to work effectively, he stood in need of outward means. He entered on his journey this time in a temper altogether different from that of the last. The prospects he had in view were charming. He hoped to meet with something cheerful by the way. Chapter 9. On returning to Lothario's castle, Wilhelm found that changes had occurred. Jarno met him with the tidings that, Lothario's uncle being dead, the Baron had himself set out to take possession of the heritage. "You come in time," said he, "to help the abbé and me. Lothario has commissioned us to purchase some extensive properties of land in this quarter. He has long contemplated the bargain, and we have now got cash and credit just in season. The only point which made us hesitate was that a distant trading house had also views upon the same estates. At length we have determined to make common cause with it, as otherwise we might outbid each other without need or reason. The trader seems to be a prudent man. At present we are making estimates and calculations. We must also settle economically how the lands are to be shared, so that each of us may have a fine estate." The papers were submitted to our friend. The fields, meadows, houses were inspected, and though Jarno and the abbé seemed to understand the matter fully, Wilhelm could not help desiring that Teresa had been with them. In these labours several days were spent, and Wilhelm had scarcely time to tell his friends of his adventures and his dubious fatherhood. This incident, to him so interesting, they treated with indifference and levity. He had noticed that they frequently in confidential conversation, while at table or in walks, would suddenly stop short and give their words another application, thereby showing at least that they had on the anvil many things which were concealed from him. He bethought him of what Lydia had said, and he put the greater faith in it, as one entire division of the castle had always been inaccessible to him. The way to certain galleries, particularly to the ancient tower, with which externally he was so well acquainted, he had often sought, and hitherto in vain. One evening Jarno said to him, "We can now consider you as ours with such security that it were unjust if we did not introduce you deeper into our mysteries. It is right that a man, when he first enters upon life, should think highly of himself, should determine to attain many eminent distinctions, should endeavour to make all things possible. But when his education has proceeded to a certain pitch, it is advantageous for him that he learn to lose himself among a mass of men, that he learn to live for the sake of others, and to forget himself in an activity prescribed by duty. It is then that he first becomes acquainted with himself, for it is conduct alone that compares us with others. You shall soon see what a curious little world is at your very hand, and how well you are known in it. Tomorrow morning before sunrise be dressed and ready." Jarno came at the appointed hour. He led our friend through certain known and unknown chambers of the castle, then through several galleries, till at last they reached a large old door, strongly framed with iron. Jarno knocked. The door went up a little, so as to admit one person. Jarno shoved in our friend, but did not follow him. Wilhelm found himself in an obscure and narrow stand. All was dark around him, and when he tried to go a step forward he found himself hemmed in. A voice not altogether strange to him cried, "Enter!" and he now discovered that the sides of the place where he was were merely hung with tapestries, through which a feeble light glimmered into him. "Enter!" cried the voice again. He raised the tapestry and entered. The hall in which he now stood appeared to have at one time been a chapel. Instead of the altar he observed a large table raised some steps above the floor, and covered with a green cloth hanging over it. On the top of this a drawn curtain seemed as if it hid a picture. On the sides were spaces beautifully worked, and covered in with fine wire netting, like the shelves of a library. Only here, instead of books, a multitude of rolls had been inserted. Nobody was in the hall. The rising sun shone through the window, right on Wilhelm, and kindly saluted him as he came in. "Be seated," cried a voice which seemed to issue from the altar. Wilhelm placed himself in a small armchair, which stood against the tapestry where he had entered. There was no seat but this in the room. Wilhelm had to be content with it, though the morning radiance dazzled him. The chair stood fast. He could only keep his hand before his eyes. But now the curtain, which hung down above the altar, went asunder with a gentle rustling, and showed within a picture frame a dark, empty aperture. A man stepped forward at it, in a common dress, saluted the astonished looker-on, and said to him, "Do you not recognize me? Among the many things which you would like to know, do you feel no curiosity to learn where your grandfather's collection of pictures and statues are at present? Have you forgotten the painting which you once so much delighted in? Where, think you, is the sick king's son now languishing?" Wilhelm without difficulty recognized the stranger whom in that important night he had conversed with at the inn. "Perhaps," continued his interrogator, "we should now be less at variance in regard to destiny and character." Wilhelm was about to answer when the curtain quickly flew together. "Strange," said Wilhelm to himself. "Can chance occurrences have a connection? Is what we call destiny but chance? Where is my grandfather's collection? And why am I reminded of it in these solemn moments?" He had not leisure to pursue his thoughts. The curtain once more parted, and a person stood before him, whom he instantly perceived to be the country clergyman that had attended him and his companions on that pleasure sail of theirs. He had a resemblance to the abbé, though he seemed to be a different person. With a cheerful countenance, in a tone of dignity, he said, "To guard from error is not the instructor's duty, but to lead the erring pupil. Nay, to let him quaff his error in deep, satiating draughts, this is the instructor's wisdom. He who only tastes his error will long dwell with it, will take delight in it as a singular felicity, while he who drains it to the dregs will, if he be not crazy, find it out." The curtain closed again, and Wilhelm had a little time to think. "What error can he mean," said he within himself, "but the error which had clung to me through my whole life, that I sought for cultivation where it was not to be found, that I fancied I could form a talent in me, while without the smallest gift for it. The curtain dashed asunder faster than before. An officer advanced and said in passing, "Learn to know the men who may be trusted." The curtain closed, and Wilhelm did not long consider, till he found this officer to be the one who had embraced him in the Count's park, and had caused his taking Jarno for a crimp. How that stranger had come hither, who he was, were riddles to our friend. "If so many men," cried he, "took interest in thee, know thy way of life, and how it should be carried on, why did they not conduct thee with greater strictness, with greater seriousness? Why did they favour thy silly sports, instead of drawing thee away from them?" "Dispute not with us," cried a voice. "Thou art saved, thou art on the way to the goal. None of thy follies wilt thou repent, none wilt thou wish to repeat. No luckier destiny can be allotted to a man." The curtain went asunder, and in full armour stood the old King of Denmark in the space. "I am thy father's spirit," said the figure, "and I depart in comfort, since my wishes for thee are accomplished, in a higher sense than I myself contemplated. Steep regions cannot be surmounted save by winding paths. On the plain, straight roads conduct from place to place. Farewell, and think of me when thou enjoyest what I have provided for thee." Wilhelm was exceedingly amazed and struck. He thought it was his father's voice, and yet in truth it was not. The present and the past alike confounded and perplexed him. He had not meditated long when the abbé came to view, and placed himself behind the green table. "Come hither," cried he to his marvelling friend. He went and mounted up the steps. On the green cloth lay a little roll. "Here is your indenture," said the abbé. "Take it to heart. It is of weighty import." Wilhelm lifted, opened it, and read. Indenture. "Art is long, life short, judgment difficult, opportunity transient. To act is easy, to think is hard. To act according to our thought is troublesome. Every beginning is cheerful. The threshold is the place of expectation. The boy stands astonished, his impressions guide him. He learns sportfully, seriousness comes on him by surprise. Imitation is born with us. What should be imitated is not easy to discover. The excellent is rarely found, more rarely valued. The height charms us, the steps to it do not. With the summit in our eye, we love to walk along the plain. It is but a part of art that can be taught. The artist needs it all. Who knows it half, speaks much, and is always wrong. Who knows it wholly, inclines to act, and speaks seldom or late. The former have no secrets and no force. The instruction they can give us is like baked bread, savoury and satisfying for a single day. But flour cannot be sown, and seed corn ought not to be ground. Words are good, but they are not the best. The best is not to be explained by words. The spirit in which we act is the highest matter. Action can be understood and again represented by the spirit alone. No one knows what he is doing while he acts aright, but of what is wrong we are always conscious. Whoever works with symbols only is a pedant, a hypocrite, or a bungler. There are many such, and they like to be together. Their babbling detains the scholar. Their obstinate mediocrity vexes even the best. The instruction which the true artist gives us opens the mind, for where words fail him, deeds speak. The true scholar learns from the known to unfold the unknown, and approaches more and more to being a master. "Enough," cried the abbé, "the rest in due time. Now look round you among these cases." Wilhelm went and read the titles of the rolls. With astonishment he found Lothario's apprenticeship, Jarno's apprenticeship, and his own apprenticeship placed there, with many others whose names he did not know. "May I hope to cast a look into these rolls?" "In this chamber there is now nothing hid from you." "May I put a question?" "Without scruple, and you may expect a positive reply if it concerns a matter which is nearest your heart, and ought to be so." "Good then. Ye marvellous sages, whose sight has pierced so many secrets, can you tell me whether Felix is in truth my son?" "Hail to you for this question," cried the abbé, clapping hands for joy. "Felix is your son. By the holiest that lies hid among us, I swear to you Felix is your son. Nor in our opinion was the mother that is gone unworthy of you. Receive the lovely child from our hands. Turn round and venture to be happy." Wilhelm heard a noise behind him. He turned round and saw a child's face peeping archly through the tapestry at the end of the room. It was Felix. The boy playfully hid himself so soon as he was noticed. "Come forward," cried the abbé. He came running. His father rushed toward him, took him in his arms, and pressed him to his heart. "Yes, I feel it," cried he. "Thou art mine. What a gift of heaven have I to thank my friends for! Whence or how comest thou, my child, at this important moment?" "Ask not," said the abbé. "Hail to thee, young man. Thy apprenticeship is done. Nature has pronounced thee free." End of section 9.